Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51. No. A storm of emotions raged through Tanya as she watched the bag sink into the depths of the ocean: fear, betrayal, but most of all white-hot anger. Had it not been for Iroha's wall of fire, she'd be halfway through burning the rest of Zuko's treacherous face off right now. A perfect victory had been right in their hands, and he'd thrown it all away. At the mere sight of his father he fell to his knees, weeping and trembling like a newborn baby. That's why the Fire Lord banished him. He doesn't have the mettle to be the ruler our nation would need him to be one day. Zhao's words from the day Zuko's ship came crawling into their port came to mind. Despite the things he'd done, Zhao hadn't been wrong about everything. Come to think of it, Zuko had betrayed her trust that day too, when he tried to keep knowledge of the Avatar's return to himself. Never again. She swore to herself, fighting to bottle up the storm inside before she lost control of herself. I'll never trust Zuko again. But I'll have to act quickly to salvage this situation. The Water Tribe had doubtlessly realized the moment it happened that their bending was back, and would now be empowered by the full moon again. However, that no longer mattered. During the hours that the red moon had hung in the sky, their forces had been absolutely decimated by her trap. The Fire Nation outnumbered them by about 20 to 1, and the Water Tribes were still surrounded and disorganized. There was only one wild card that could ruin everything if given the chance. Tanya's glare flickered to the Avatar, still struggling against the heavy chains that bound him. She'd been confident that she could take on the Avatar state when the moon was red. With his waterbending gone and no earth around to bend, his strength was effectively halved. Now that the moon was back, though, she'd be challenging a phenomenally powerful waterbender on a plateau of sheet ice. Provoking him into the Avatar state and trying to execute him personally didn't seem like such a wise idea now. But she also knew how the Avatar cycle worked. Kill him as a regular boy now, and he'd be reincarnated among one of the Water Tribes. After tonight she'd have control of the North Pole, and the South Pole didn't have enough fight left in it to resist if she brought her fleet down there next. She could establish a firm Fire Nation presence on both poles, set up traps and patrols, and wait patiently for the day when the next young Avatar discovered their powers. When that happened, she could repeat this moment all over again. Yes, it might take another decade of waiting, but the Avatar, and through him being X, would no longer be a threat to her. All she had to do was kill the nomad boy here and now. There was no battle cry, no loud warning or rageful shriek as Tanya burst towards him, jets of fire spewing from her feet. Iroh looked like he wanted to intervene, but by then her soldiers had already engaged him and Zuko. The Dragon of the West tore through them like wet paper, but it still bought her the seconds she needed. The only ones who could defend the chained Avatar were the Southern Tribe peasants. The boy threw some manner of projectile at her that Tanya swerved around with ease. Correction, the only one who could defend the chained Avatar was the Southern Tribe girl. With a curving motion like a swimmer swinging their arms back during a backstroke, the girl melted the ice in front of her and made it surge up into a towering blockade of swirling water. It was the sort of technique common sense dictated you avoid and go around, but Tanya was not willing to waste even a second of time. One hand shot forward to unleash a bolt of intense, bright flame that exploded into a burst of hissing steam the moment it hit the water wall, evaporating a huge chunk out of it. The water immediately moved to flow back into the empty space, but Tanya was quicker. Her feet burned ever brighter as Tanya pushed her jet propulsion technique to its limits, rocketing forward like a human missile. Her skin stung and crackled as she dove headfirst into the cloud of boiling steam she'd created, then immediately splashed into the wall of freezing cold water. Colliding with water at such high speeds battered her arms, head and neck, but thanks to her firebolt the area she charged into was thinner than the rest. The momentum from her jets carried her straight through the wall, bringing her face to face with the Avatar on the other side. Checkmate. The Water Tribe girl hadn't expected her to push through the wall, and wasn't in the right pose to make a defensive motion in time. The Avatar's eyes were wide, his body paralyzed by fear as Tanya descended upon him, her good arm wreathed in flame as it swung down towards his head. Crack. Tanya jerked to the side like a puppet with its strings cut as something hard and heavy smashed into the side of her face, knocking a tooth out of the corner of her mouth. What the hell was that? Yes. Boomerang. The Water Tribe boy cheered. The extra second was all the time the Avatar needed to collect his wits. With a huff and a puff so deep they'd make a big bad wolf proud, he blew as if his life depended on it. Which it very much did in this case. While that might not have been much for a regular person, for a master airbender the result was like standing behind the turbine of an aeroplane. In the blink of an eye Tanya was picked up and thrown backwards into the sky so high she could look out across the entire battlefield. Liberal bursts of fire soon had Tanya halt her rapid ascent, but a glance back down confirmed that those few seconds had been all the time needed for her trap to collapse. Her soldiers had been defeated, her tanks toppled, and Zuko and Iroh were fleeing whilst the Southern Tribe siblings finished prying off the hastily constructed manacles from the Avatar's wrists. Tanya snarled in fury and dove back towards them, but the distance was too great. The moment he was free, the Avatar picked up his staff and sprinted across the ice. She forgot sometimes that the Avatar could, under the right conditions, sprint as fast as the wind. With a flat, open space in front of him, those conditions had been met. The young nomad picked up speed at an alarming pace, galloping towards the battlefield like a well-bred horse. Currents of air gathered together in a swirling mass behind him, becoming so large and powerful that they became visible. Dirty gray blob, like a localized hurricane, was trailing after him. The Avatar rocketed behind the line of soldiers that stood between the Water Tribe warriors and Agna Kel. The gathered gale behind him hit them half a second later like a speeding freight train, snatching them off their feet as if they weighed no more than feathers. Tanya watched with horror as the line of soldiers that she had put so much planning and effort into positioning at the perfect place was wiped off the board in a matter of seconds. And deep inside her, whatever tight lid Tanya kept on her temper suddenly snapped. Paku watched with amazement as the soldiers behind them, the metaphorical bars to the cage he'd foolishly led his warriors into, were sent flying through the air like rag dolls. First the blessed moon had returned, and now the encirclement was broken. The Avatar had really come through for them. "Chief! We must flee," he called out, knowing that this opportunity would not last for long. Though it pained him to admit it, Agna Kel had fallen. Even with the full moon's power, they no longer had enough men to resist the Fire Nation's advance. But on the other side of the city lay the pathway out into the northern wastes. If they could retreat, they could find shelter in another village and form the core of a resistance movement. The Fire Nation may occupy the North Pole, but they would spend every minute paying for it with blood and tears. When no answer came from the chief, Paku looked over his shoulder to find him lying face down in the snow, his chest no longer rising and falling. The aging waterbender bit back his grief and looked forwards again. There was no time to mourn. "With me, warriors. Retreat. Make for the wastes." They needed little encouragement. Like a great stampede, the warriors of the north turned and ran, calling their final reserves of stamina to make a dash back to the gate. But of course, the devil of the South Sea would not let them go so easily. "Get after them." Her shrieking voice cut through the night's air like the wailing of a banshee. The golden child of the Fire Nation looked a mess, her hair tangled and messy as if she'd been dragged through several bushes, and her face a mask of wild fury so uncontrollable that it seemed like she was on the verge of frothing at the mouth. There was some small pleasure in knowing that they had at least been able to drive the normally unflappable Admiral Tanya completely ballistic, but Paku had no time to savor it as the Fire Nation horde wasted no time following her orders. The ice shook as an avalanche of red and black armored soldiers charged after the northern warriors, hurling battle cries and fireballs alike. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Saka hated retreating. It was the right decision to make, he knew that. Tanya's strategy had outfoxed the north, and with the sun due on the horizon in no more than an hour there was no tactical ploy he could think of to turn the tides back in their favor. Retreating to fight another day was the best way to make sure that the northern tribes had any hope for freedom in the future. But that didn't mean he had to like it. Being forced to run while the enemy yet again uprooted people's lives and stole away their homes left a bad taste in his mouth. Fireballs whizzed and sizzled as they flew aimlessly over his head, smashing into the icy walls of buildings as the northern warriors raced through the main streets of Agna Kel. Despite being younger and far better rested than them, Saka found himself struggling to keep up with the punishing pace the warriors were setting. They could not afford the leisure of saving their energy with the Fire Nation hot on their heels, and for many it was only the fear of death that kept their legs moving. Yet if he was struggling with the pace, for you it was torture. She was a princess in a society that shunned female warriors, and the expectations that she be demure and ladylike had robbed her of the opportunity to develop any real stamina. Even with all her effort and willpower, her body simply did not have the muscle strength to keep up. Saka had stayed by her side to offer whatever help he could, but there was only so much that he could do. Eventually something had to give. You let out a gasp of pain as her foot slipped and landed on its ankle. She stumbled, seconds away from falling, but Saka was immediately there to scoop her up and carry her. "My foot," she hissed. "I think I sprained it." "It's all right. Leave everything to me." Saka panted back, even as his legs wobbled and shook under the burden of the extra weight. He could do this. So what if his muscles were already burning? He could take it. Water warriors were passing them from behind with increasing speed, and the din of the Fire Nation horde grew steadily louder. It was you who realized it first. "Saka, you have to leave me behind." "What? No. Never." Saka gasped out between heavy breaths, refusing to even consider the idea. "I'm not going to abandon you. I'm holding us both back, Saka. At this rate we'll both be caught." You replied. "Then we'll be caught together. My job is to protect you." "Oh Saka. Brave Saka." Yu's cool hand cupped his cheek, and Saka looked down into her sapphire blue eyes. Even with an army chasing after them she did not look afraid. Instead her expression was one of wonder as she drank in the sight of his face, as if expecting it to be the last time she ever would. Your job, your destiny, isn't to protect me. It's to protect him. She nodded upwards, where the last of the air nomads bravely rode his sky bison steed, swinging his staff and conjuring howling winds to deflect the fireballs raining down upon them. He's going to need you, Saka. You continued. Someone with ingenuity. Someone resourceful. Someone who can see alternative paths where others see no choice but to fight. Because this won't be the last you see of Tanya. I'm sure of it. Her eyes trailed over to the golden-haired star that hung in the sky above the Fire Nation forces like an omen of evil, hurling fireballs with vengeful vigor. I think she means to hunt Aang to the ends of the world. And if she can't defeat him in direct combat, then she'll set a trap for him just like she did today. It's going to take someone capable of outsmarting her to keep Aang safe, and I believe that's the role the spirits chose you for. But I dash. Tears were forming at the edges of Sokka's eyes, but he couldn't spare a hand to wipe them away. His voice wavered under the physical and emotional stress thrust upon him. What about what I want? I don't want to leave you. I know. Yu's lip trembled as she struggled to contain her own feelings. I don't want to leave you either, but this is bigger than the both of us. Your place is with the Avatar, and mine is with the city. Sokka choked back a sob, the harsh realization of what he had to do dawning on him. He wished so badly that it wouldn't, that he could blindly cling to the hope that if he just kept running everything would work out in the end. But he was too smart for that. Reluctantly, his footsteps began to slow. Yu smiled up at him. This isn't the end, Sokka. One day, when this war is over and peace has returned, we'll see each other again. She slipped out of his arms, wincing slightly as her injured foot touched the floor, and laid an arm on his shoulder. Now run, Sokka. Run. And so he did. Every step tore at his chest, as if he were forcibly pulling apart 1,000 tiny strings keeping him bonded to Yu, but Sokka forced himself to keep planting one foot in front of the other. One short sentence came to mind. 3 little words he found himself desperately wanting to say. He looked over to see Yu standing proudly before the Fire Nation horde, smiling at him serenely, and the words bubbled up in his throat, begging to be released. But how could he say them when he'd left her behind? Shame strangled the words on the tip of his tongue, and a heartbeat later the opportunity was gone. The sea of red and black swallowed Yu up like a hungry beast. Sokka ran. He ran and ran and ran, completely numb to the burning ache in his muscles and fireballs exploding around him, until he'd caught up with the Water Tribe warriors. And if any of them noticed the tears streaming down his cheeks, not one of them said a word. There it is. The path. Relief crashed into Katara like a wave on a beach as the road leading up the glacier into the northern wastes came into sight. The horizon was beginning to turn orange, and everybody knew that the moment the sun peaked up, the firebenders pursuing them would gain a fresh burst of power. Yet if they continued their current pace they should escape the city just in time. Yet that wave of relief quickly receded, replaced by a dry horror as another realization struck her. The path is exposed. She cried. Indeed, the winding road that led the way up was carved into the side of the glacier, with no walls of barricades to protect them. We'll be easy targets. The Fire Nation will stay down here and shoot at us. Beside her, Master Paku nodded grimly. Yes, that is true. Unless, of course, someone holds them off. What are you saying? Katara asked, only to realize that Paku had stopped running, and had turned around to face the oncoming horde. Master. We still have a few minutes left of moonlight. You must lead them to safety, Katara. Paku continued, his body settling into a low, flowing fighting stance. I will hold the Fire Nation off until the sun rises. But Master. Katara swallowed the lump in her throat. They'll kill you. I have lived a long and rich life, Katara. I have known many wise and loyal friends, and passed down the wealth of my knowledge to a student truly worthy of it. But Aang, he needs a waterbending master. Katara pleaded. Paku offered her a tight, but unmistakably fond, smile. Then he'd better get used to calling you Master Katara, hadn't he? He began to sway his arms, and all around them the city of ice began to sway with him. As the last few retreating warriors made it past him, Paku clenched his fists, and hundreds of tendrils of ice and water, like the limbs of a great kraken, burst from the ground around him, blocking the path between the Fire Nation and the northern warriors. Run, Katara. Don't look back. And may the spirits of the moon and ocean watch over you on your journey. And so she ran. And even as she reached the foot of the pathway, and the bloodthirsty roars of the Fire Nation soldiers morphed into cries of fear and the rushing of torrential water, Katara respected her master's wishes and did not look back. She kept her eyes on the path ahead, encouraging each and every warrior she passed on her way up to keep on running just a little bit further, and never stopping to watch Paku's final battle. It was strangely hard to keep track of time. Later, Katara wouldn't be able to decide whether it had felt like hours had passed or just a couple of minutes, but before she knew it she found herself standing at the top of the path. The snowy tundra of the northern waste stretched out before her. They were just in time too, for right at that moment the light of the rising sun swept over her, signaling that a new morning had come. The night of the red moon had come to an end, and with it the siege of the north was over. It had been a night filled with death, heartbreak and the bitter taste of defeat, but the last warriors of the northern water tribes had snatched themselves from the jaws of certain death to fight another day. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Tanya wasn't sure if she should feel incredulous, disappointed, or just downright murderously angry at the fact that her entire army hadn't been able to push its way past a single old man. Perhaps all three. Some very intensive training lay in store for her entire fleet in the near future. Admittedly, that old man was perhaps the most powerful waterbender in the world, on the night of a full moon, fighting with the reckless abandon of those fully prepared to sacrifice their life. And admittedly her forces had been bottlenecked into trying to go directly through him by the buildings, all of which were made of ice that he could twist to his will with a twitch of his finger. But even so, one man should not be able to hold back an army by himself. It was a disappointing performance from an army that she'd been rather pleased with up until now, and a mistake that had allowed the last of the water tribe warriors to escape. Now her conquest of Agna Kel would forever be marred by guerrilla attacks from die-hard rebels. The Fire Lord would not be happy about that. It was just as the last of the rebels escaped into the northern wastes that dawn finally broke, and its amber light seemed to steal the strength away from the old man the moment it struck him. His wall of tendrils collapsed into nothingness, and the elderly sage sank to his knees, gasping for breath at the epicenter of a battlefield strewn with shards of ice and fallen firebenders. Tanya hovered down to the ground in front of him, her flaming feet hissing against the cold ice for a moment before she cut the jets and stood upon solid ground once more. She took a moment to breathe deeply, reining in her temper, and smoothed out her tousled hair. It was shameful to admit that she'd lost herself to wrath for a moment back there, but such was not inexcusable during the crescendo of a pitched battle. Now that it was over, professionalism dictated that she behave with logic and discipline once again. That was quite a last stand. I have to admit, your technique was breathtaking to behold. She began slowly, looking down upon the exhausted old man. But you do realize that you've signed your death warrant, don't you? You have cost many of my men their lives, and caused me no small number of future headaches by letting your comrades escape. You must die, here and now. I trust you understand that it's nothing personal. The old man let out a bitter laugh. It was personal for me. You killed my friend. Tanya raised an eyebrow. I did. Admiral Zhang. Ah, I see. Of the week when she was younger, and though it was made with the cheapest ingredients available, the sisters had discovered some mysterious trick to make it taste not too bad. Tanya hadn't realized that she missed the taste until she brought a spoonful up to her lip. So what was with the reaction at the door? Have you been getting many blonde-haired visitors lately? She asked between mouthfuls. Vula sighed heavily. I peddle. Since news got back about your victory up north, everyone's been talking about you, and it wasn't long until word got around that you grew up here. We've had 2 or 3 harlots rockin' up a day, claiming, Tabi, your long-lost mother. I guess they think it's an easy way to get rich. She snorted derisively. Course, they all make the mistake of painting their hair gold. Can't say I remember much about the girl that dropped you off, but her hair was black as everyone else's. I'd have remembered gold. Tanya raised an eyebrow curiously. You saw my mother? Only for a few seconds. She knocked on the door and fled down the steps, so I only saw the back of her from a distance. She was a young thing, too young to handle the responsibilities of parenthood alone. It's a story we've seen over and over again these past 100 years. One parent goes to war, falls in battle, and the other finds they just can't manage on their own. Tanya had never paid much thought to who her birth parents in this world would have been. She'd had a mother and father in her first world, and had been mature enough to never need one in both worlds she'd been reincarnated into. Still, now that the subject had been brought up and she'd made her own life for herself, she couldn't deny feeling just a touch curious. I suppose I must have inherited my hair from my father then. She mused, then smiled sardonically. I suppose that rules out all the rumors of Zhao being my father. Vula chuckled good-naturedly. I peddle, word around town these days is that you're the child of Agni himself, born with his sunlight in your hair. The priests have been more than happy to help that little rumor spread. She hummed thoughtfully. Although I guess that would explain the blanket. Blanket? Tanya asked. The one you were wrapped in when we found you at the doorstep. Odd-looking thing it were. Hold on I'm sure we stored it away somewhere in the cupboards. Chapter 58, Chapter 58. Blanket. Tanya asked. The one you were wrapped in when we found you at the doorstep. Odd-looking thing it were. Hold on I'm sure we stored it away somewhere in the cupboards. Vula disappeared out the door for a moment, and reappeared clutching a pale yellow blanket. As she handed it over to her, Tanya immediately registered the familiar texture of Raimi, a textile almost exclusively produced in the Fire Nation. Yet the style was far from what she had seen in the Fire Nation before. If she had to draw equivalents, the art style in the Fire Nation was similar to that of feudal Japan in her original world. This however looked more like something she'd seen in museum exhibits on Aztecs, a pattern of bold lines that formed geometric shapes just as much with the empty space between them as with the ink itself. The blanket displayed 2 dragons in zigzagging serpentine shapes, one in red ink, the other in blue, spiraling like a yin and yang. "I've never seen anything like it," she murmured, honestly quite astounded by what she was seeing. Since the war began, the Fire Nation had been very strict on pruning anything they considered to not be a part of their proper culture from the homeland. As far as she knew, from the capital city to the smallest islands, everywhere produced the same style of art. Either this was made pre-war and had been remarkably well cared for, or had been made somewhere that had been able to keep its culture hidden from the rest of the nation. "I wonder where it's from." "'Fraid I've no clue either, Petal," Vula replied. "But if you'd like, you're welcome to keep it. Maybe it'll help you track down where your parents were from." Tanya considered it for a second, then shook her head and handed the blanket back. "Thank you, but no. I've never needed parents, so knowing who abandoned me isn't going to change much anyway. I think I'd rather focus on the future than the past." Vula nodded. "Suppose that's the pragmatic thing to do. All right then, Petal, I understand." She whisked away Tanya's now empty soup bowl, bringing the jolly smile back to her face. "Now then, why don't you share some stories with me about all the adventures you've had?" Aang was running as fast as the wind could carry him, but the maze of ice he was trapped in seemed to stretch on eternally into the distance. Crimson moonlight bathed the icy labyrinth, dyeing the walls and floor so red they looked like they were coated in blood. No, when he looked closer, Aang realized that they actually were bleeding. Frozen within the ice, he could just about make out the faces of warriors from the northern tribes, their expressions trapped forever in a rictus of pain. Their bodies were still and unmoving, but their eyes turned to follow him as he ran past, silently judging him for their failure to save them. Ha ha ha. An inhuman laugh, like the roar of a gigantic beast, echoed out across the maze behind him, and Aang whimpered in terror as he looked back over his shoulder. A towering giant of fire, its skin roiling like molten lava and its hair a wild web of beams of sunlight, stomped after him, incinerating the prisoners trapped within the maze's walls as it passed. Aang raced around a corner, only to stop in his tracks as he came face to face with a dead end. "Aang! Wake up!" Aang looked to the side, only to find Katara trapped in the walls of the maze next to him. He was pounding on the walls with his fist, trying to break through, but the ice would not budge. "Aang! Help us!" More pounding sounded out from behind him, and he turned around to see you and Saka frozen in the walls on the other side. The temperature began to rapidly grow hotter as the fire giant loomed closer, their footsteps echoing louder and louder from back around the corner. "Don't leave us to die, Aang. Wake up. Save us, Avatar." Bullets of sweat broke out across Aang's skin as the heat grew unbearably hot. A fierce hiss of steam caught his ears as a huge, fiery hand came around the corner and gripped the wall. "It was your duty to protect them. Wake up. Don't fail us again." A great, grinning face peered around the corner, molten lips peeled back into an amused snarl. Now that he was close enough to make out the feminine shape of its face, Aang recognized the giant. "Found you, Avatar." The fire giant bellowed in Tanya's voice. Aang backed away, but with the walls of ice surrounding him there was nowhere to run. He was trapped, powerless, helpless before the giant as it reached out a hand towards him. "Wake up, Aang. Wake up." Aang's eyes shot open as he bolted up with a gasp, heaving in greedy, gulping gasps of the cool night's air. Katara was at his side, the cloth in her hand drenched with his sweat, and Saka a few feet away with a water skin at the ready. "It's okay, Aang, you're safe. Breathe," she said gently, carefully laying a hand on his back and soothingly massaging the space between his shoulders. Her touch helped to calm him, and as Aang continued to breathe deeply he felt his nerves slowly begin to relax. After about a minute his heart stopped pounding in his ears, and Aang exhaled deeply and took a deep swig from Sokka's offered water skin. "Thanks guys," he whispered meekly, shifting from his sitting position into the cross-legged pose he usually used for meditation. Sokka and Katara shuffled their sleeping bags over, sitting on either side of him. They didn't say a word, nor did they look at him with any sort of judgment or pity. They simply let him take his time. It had been 10 days since they'd left the survivors of the battle in a friendly village and traveled on to the Earth Kingdom in search of a new master for Aang. Yet although time and a change of scenery had helped a little, it was still rare for a night to go by without at least one of them waking up screaming in the night. Nightmares had plagued the party ever since the siege of the north. Sokka's nightmares always featured you. They would be together in some sort of tense situation, chased by a mass of dark smoke, a wave of inky water, or some other elemental force of evil, and you would turn to him for help. Yet Sokka would always betray her, tripping her if they were running, pushing her if they were climbing, or even literally stabbing her in the back on one occasion. Then he would run, turning his back on her screams of betrayal as the darkness swallowed her up. Katara's nightmares featured Master Paku, their mother, Yagoda, and other people that she looked up to as symbols of wisdom and teaching. She would be fighting by their sides against hordes of enemies, trusted with protecting their backs, when all of a sudden her control over the water would suddenly just snap. No matter how much she fought and flailed, her bending would not work, just like it had when the moon had turned red, and she would watch in horror as the enemies bypassed her and surrounded her mentors from behind. Sometimes they would just capture them, other times they would attack them, but always her mentors would look at her with blame and disappointment before they were taken away. Aang's nightmares were of prisons, cages and traps, all filled with either the warriors of the northern tribes or the airbenders he'd grown up with. There was a huge monster of some kind that prowled about devouring them, and no matter what Aang did he could never defeat it. The monster, which often bore a disturbing likeness to a certain golden-haired firebender, would shrug off his efforts as it devoured the people he wanted to protect. Then it would set his eyes on him, and no matter how hard he ran it would always catch him eventually. It was Katara who'd finally pulled them together after a week of sleepless nights and declared that something needed to be done. Yagoda the healer had taught her a little about the northern tribes' techniques for healing the mind, and so she had decided that, when one of them had a nightmare, the others would sit and listen to them without interrupting with their own thoughts or opinions. It had been a little awkward at first, but after that initial hurdle they'd all begun to find it quite nice to get things off their chest. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Yagoda the healer had taught her a little about the northern tribes' techniques for healing the mind, and so she had decided that, when one of them had a nightmare, the others would sit and listen to them without interrupting with their own thoughts or opinions. It had been a little awkward at first, but after that initial hurdle they'd all begun to find it quite nice to get things off their chest. It had been impossible to miss how often Tanya played a prominent role in all of their nightmares. It was her laughter that echoed out at Saka from the darkness, her face Aang's monsters wore, and it hadn't taken much soul-searching to figure out why. Zuko, Zhao and all the other servants of the Fire Nation they'd met so far had been a threat, and sometimes quite terrifying, but never something that they couldn't overcome with strength, courage and ingenuity. Tanya had been the same at first, back when she was just the little girl with the strangely colored hair trailing along at Zhao's side. But not anymore. During the siege of the North, Tanya had proven that she was capable of breaking an entire nation, and was willing to murder not just her enemies, but even her own allies, to get what she wanted. All their courage and effort hadn't been enough to even delay her. The only reason they'd managed to escape was because Zuko had surprisingly chosen the good of the world over his own obsession. Who knew if they'd get so lucky next time? For the first time since their journey began they'd encountered someone who was just too powerful for them to overcome, and knowing that person had sworn to hunt them to the ends of the earth made them paranoid that she could leap out from the darkness at any moment. How do we stop her? Aang whispered miserably, huddling a little more into himself as the memory of those cold, golden eyes flashed through his memory. He felt so naive to have once believed that maybe she could have been a friend. Katara hummed gently, continuing to rub soothing circles on his back. Together. Maybe she is too much for us right now, but that won't be the case for long. Look at how quickly we mastered waterbending. Once you've mastered all four elements we'll face her again, and we won't be alone. Besides, nobody is invincible. Saka chimed in, nudging him gently with his shoulder. Even the big bad Tanya has her weaknesses. We just have to figure out what they are. Weaknesses. Someone Aang struggled to reconcile the girl who'd made the moon itself bleed with any sort of weakness. Roku warned me about her, back at the Fire Temple. He said she was something from outside the natural cycle of reincarnation, the agent of an invasive spirit from another world. What if she really is a demon like people say she is? Saka snorted derisively. Sounds pretty accurate to me. Katara shot him an unimpressed look, but didn't speak up to deny it. But demon or not, Katara's right that you won't face her alone. Saka continued, pulling him into a one-armed hug. We'll be right beside you all the way. Together. That was a comforting thought. Katara leaned into the hug as well, and the three of them enjoyed a brief moment of companionable silence as the last of Aang's tension untangled itself. No matter if the future held Zuko, Tanya, or the Fire Lord himself in store for them, they'd face the enemy together. Report that Agna Kel has fallen, and with it the Northern Water Tribe's connection to the wider world. Although some resistance remains, it is not expected that. Long Feng, the Grand Secretariat of Ba Sing Se and leader of the Tai Lee, folded the letter up and dropped it on his desk, his face an impassive mask. The loss of yet another ally in this war was a problem, but also an opportunity in disguise. With the Water Tribes now truly out of the picture, only the Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation remained. If the Fire Nation exhausted itself against the Earth Kingdom's defenses, then the Earth Kingdom could at that point counterattack and regain all the territory they'd lost, then go on to take over the Fire Nation in the process. There was no obligation for them to return the other territories captured by the Fire Nation to their original owners at that point. The Earth Kingdom could become the one and only kingdom in the world, and all under the excuse of protecting themselves against the Fire Nation's aggression. Yet this Admiral Tanya could prove to be a huge thorn in that plan. If she could conquer the greatest city in the north on the night of a full moon, perhaps she might also be capable of breaking through the walls of Ba Sing Se. General Iroh had managed it once after all, and by all accounts this girl was just as clever a strategist as him, although far, far more ruthless. A countermeasure against her was needed. Long Feng stood and left his office, striding down the dark corridors of the hidden base beneath Lake Laogai. He passed row after row of heavy metals doors, many of which had flickers of lights and the muffled sounds of chanting spilling out from the cracks at the bottom, until he reached a door bigger than any other. Above the door hung a simple wooden sign with one word painted on it in bold red letters. Project Berserker. Years ago the military had stumbled across a miracle, a young earthbender girl with so much raw power that she had literally split a mountain in half before she'd even had a lick of training. To see her in action was like witnessing a natural disaster, a feat of strength only the Avatar could match. With discipline and guidance she could have been the Earth Kingdom's new superweapon. Yet, to everyone's great dismay, the girl hadn't shown so much as the slightest interest in learning how to control her powers, only how to unleash them against the Fire Nation. She was a walking wrecking ball of hate and fury, a mad berserker who just wanted to wildly throw her powers around and destroy whoever stood in her way. Long Feng had been patient for a year, given her time to realize the importance of proper discipline, but when the girl had still proven unwilling to even try to control herself he'd been forced to take extreme action. The girl was a double-edged sword after all, a walking disaster that could easily break open a hole in the walls with one of her temper tantrums. If she would not control herself, then for the good of the nation someone else would have to do it for her. And so one day one of his agents had slipped a sleeping drug into her drink, stolen her away to Lake Laogai, and Long Feng had covered up her disappearance with a story about her being sent away on a top-secret mission. Ever since then she had been confined to treatment within this room. Progress on her treatment had been unusually slow due to her stubborn nature, but recent reports had claimed to have made a breakthrough recently. Long Feng pushed open the heavy doors and stepped inside. The room was pitch black, devoid of any illumination, save for a dimly lit lantern that slowly spun around a metal track, revealing the room to be coated entirely with metal. Within the metal track sat 3 Tai Lee agents dressed identically, and just outside, chained to a heavy iron chair, was a teenage girl with messy brown hair, her face pale, gaunt and covered with sweat. "I'm Ju Di. Welcome to Ba Sing Se." The brainwashers intoned in unison. "I'm Dash. I'm Ju Di. Welcome to Ba Sing Se." The girl repeated. "We're so lucky to have our walls to create order. We're so lucky to have our walls to create to create order. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. There is no war in Dash, no war in Dash, no Dash." The girl stumbled over her words, blinking rapidly as a flash of fury danced across her expression. "War Dash. War. Tanya. I have to kill her. I swear I'll kill her. I Dash. I'm Ju Di. Welcome to Ba Sing Se." The brainwashers repeated. "No." The girl roared. "I'm Mary. I'm Dash. I'm Ju Di. Welcome to Ba Sing Se. I'm Dash." The girl's voice broke into a sobbing gasp, and she shook her head. "I'm Ju Di. Welcome to Ba Sing Se. I'm Ju Di. Welcome to Ba Sing Se. I'm Ju Di. Welcome to Ba Sing Se." The brainwashers chanted over and over again, the lantern spinning ever onwards around them. "I Dash." The girl went still, her head dipping down like a puppet with its strings cut so that her messy hair covered her face. For a moment she was deathly still, but as the lantern rocked past her face she slowly tilted her head up again, revealing an eerily wide smile fixed across her lips. She stared back at her captors with glassy, vacant eyes, and when she spoke her voice had an emotionless, robotic tone to it. "I'm Ju Di. Welcome to Ba Sing Se." Chapter 60, Chapter 60. Ah. Now this is paradise. Zuko wanted to disagree with Uncle. He was in a furiously surly mood, and as a result half wanted everything around him to be awful just so that he'd have more things to complain about. Yet even he had to admit, somewhere deep in the back of his mind where it'd never be spoken out loud, that this was the best massage he'd ever had in his life. His family had employed the services of some of the finest masseuses back when he was a kid, but after years in exile, and more recently weeks being stranded at sea on a raft, his muscles had never been more sore. The skilled hands of the woman working on his back now eased knots in his muscles that had been there for so long that he'd forgotten what life had been like without them, and each spike and subsequent release of pressure sent waves of pleasure up his spine. It was impressive how Uncle had been able to charm their way into the spa. They'd washed up on the nearby beach with no money and nothing but the torn rags of their clothing, yet with just a smile, politeness, and a touch of flirting, Uncle had been able to charm the owner into letting them stay on promise of future payment. Though whether that payment would ever come or not, Zuko did not know. He had nothing left. No ship, no crew, no money, The only item he'd had on him during his quick escape from the north was the knife Uncle had once given him as a present, and he was unwilling to sell that except in the more dire of circumstances. Now more than ever he needed the inscription upon it. Never give up without a fight. The Avatar was still out there somewhere. Chances were that he'd made his way to the Earth Kingdom in search of a new master by now. If he could just capture him, everything he'd lost could still be restored. His father would let him come home and grant him an audience, and he could explain why he'd done what he'd done back at the North Pole. He wasn't a traitor, he just wasn't willing to execute children or risk damaging the natural order of the world for victory. Father would understand and forgive him. He had to. Of course Zuko still had to capture the Avatar first, with nothing but his own skill and the knife in his pocket. That wasn't going to be easy. Relax. The masseuse admonished gently, feeling him instinctively start to tense. You are one very serious young man. My nephew has a lot on his mind. Uncle answered for him. That's so. There's a festival in town tomorrow. Maybe you should go, help take your mind off things. Well, I do love a good festival. Uncle replied jovially. What's the occasion? It's in celebration of Admiral Tanya's victory. The masseuse answered. There's talk about making it a national holiday. Hey, relax will you? Zuko ignored the reprimand. That was another big problem. Tanya was the nation's golden girl right now, and it was obvious that she was going to do everything in her power to make his life a misery from now on. Father had always been fond of her, and would have no reason to deny audiences with her now that she was a part of his work council. Who knew what she might convince him to do? For all he knew, she might be plotting her revenge right now, scheming new methods to take what little he had left away from him. For the last time, Captain, no. There's nothing I can do. Now stop complaining and get back to work. But Admiral, please. She said she was going to throw me overboard. Tanya let out a quiet sigh and forced back the urge to massage her temples. The captain was by no means an unintelligent man, and had done a decent job of running his ship so far, but decent just didn't cut it for Princess Azula. She demanded absolute obedience from the crew, and as close to perfection at all times as was humanly possible. Tanya didn't blame her, she herself paid great attention to her subordinates' training so that she could be assured they would act perfectly when the time required it. Azula's fault, however, was in demanding perfection in everything, every second of every day. It was stressing the crew out. This left Tanya in an unenviable position. As the princess of the nation and appointed commander of this mission, Azula's word was law. She could also be quite intimidating when she wanted to be, and suffered no complaints, which made the crew very uncomfortable about approaching her with questions or problems. Tanya, however, had a clear rank within the military hierarchy and experience commanding a ship, and as Azula's subordinate in this mission had taken it upon herself to handle the day-to-day running of the vessel in her stead. That meant that whenever anybody had an issue with Azula's orders, they immediately came to Tanya about it, hoping that she could persuade the perfectionist princess to cut them some slack. She ordered me to ignore the tides and pull into port immediately. The captain continued incredulously. In shallow waters the bottom of the hull could be torn apart by rocks if we aren't careful. Then we'd better be careful then. An order is an order. Tanya shot back. I appreciate the risks involved, Captain, but we're out to capture prisoners of extremely high political importance. Any time we waste is time that they may use to slip away. I recommend you stop wasting time complaining to me, and start making the necessary preparations. Dismissed. The captain looked like he was sucking a lemon, but struck a curt salute and sulkily marched off. The moment he was out of sight, Tanya let out a deeper sigh, then stood up and strode down the corridors towards the royal quarters. It was stressful being the lightning vane for Azula's strict management style, but Tanya would endure it if it meant taking a little pressure off her friend's shoulders. If Azula was threatening to throw the captain into the ocean for complaining, then she was obviously a lot more on edge than she appeared to be. To look at the calm, confident expression she wore as she strutted around the ship like she owned the place, you would never guess that she was racked with guilt inside at the thought of imprisoning her own brother. Once she arrived at Azula's room, Tanya rapped on the door and waited for the call to enter. Once it came, she pushed the door open and took care to shut it behind her. Your Highness. She greeted neutrally. Azula was reclining in a large, comfortable armchair, examining her nails as she filed them into sharp points. A caddish smirk crossed her lips as she looked over to Tanya. What's the situation? We should be arriving within the hour. Tanya reported dutifully. The rank-and-file soldiers are prepared and ready to depart as soon as we hit shore and block all exits out of the spa, and the elite team are all set to escort us in apprehending Zuko and Iroh. I've also had word sent to all nearby outposts and villages to stay alert for an old man and a teenager with a large burn over one eye, just in case. How very thorough. Azula replied disinterestedly, her eyes returning to her nails. Your military precision does you credit. Though I do wonder if perhaps it's unnecessary in this situation. Tanya raised an eyebrow. How so? Zuzu is naive and woefully desperate. Why drag them on board when we can get them to walk here willingly? Azula blew on her nails and placed the file back on her dresser, making a show of being satisfied with her work. I'll tell Zuko that father has changed his mind and has ended his banishment, and that I'm here to take him home. He'll be so desperate to get his old life back that he won't ask questions, and Uncle will follow him wherever he goes. Tanya resisted the urge to smile. Azula thought she was playing it cool, but she could see through her. If Zuko came aboard willingly, there would be no need to fight him, which meant less chance of him being hurt by an overzealous soldier. That girl really was too considerate when it came to her big brother. Still, as the more seasoned commander of the two, it was her job to make sure that the more violent contingency plans were prepared just in case. A wise plan. It would be preferable to end this without a conflict if possible. Still, I hope you don't mind if I have the soldiers take position around the spa anyway, just in case. Azula pursed her lips unhappily, doubtless worried by the thought of putting her family at any risk of harm, but eventually waved her hand dismissively. Very well, I suppose it can't hurt. However, take care that your men don't arouse suspicion. In fact, you yourself had better stay hidden on the ship until we're far enough out at sea to prevent them from escaping. After what happened at the North Pole, I doubt even Zuko will believe that my intentions are peaceful if he sees you with me. Yes, that did seem prudent. Tanya nodded in approval. As you say. Very well, I'll circulate the new plan around the crew. Wonderful. Azula shot her a thin smirk. I don't know how I ever managed without you, Tanya. Keep this up and I may have to keep you in my service forever. Tanya chuckled in response and let a bright little smile cross her face. Even if Azula was just flattering her, it was nice to be appreciated. Maybe she could have applied for the post of Azula's royal guard if Ozai hadn't already earmarked her for his new air marshal position. Spending nice lazy days lounging around the palace with Azula sounded like an eternal holiday. We'll have to see if your father will let me once we return home successfully. Best of luck with the mission, Azula. With that she turned and left, completely missing the stormy expression on Azula's face. The moment the door was closed, Azula's scowl grew even more thunderous. Little upstart. She hissed to herself, glaring at the door as if blaming it for not collapsing atop her rival. Tanya had gotten too big for her boots ever since father had dangled the prize of being his right-hand woman in front of her. Even though Azula was one in charge around here, it hadn't stopped Tanya from taking it upon herself to talk with the crew and order them around, as if she was the boss and Azula just some VIP that needed escorting. Yet it also occurred to Azula that, should Uncle see through her deception and convince Zuko to try and flee, it would be Tanya who took all the credit for working out the logistics of the trap that caught them. That would all but assure her receiving father's promotion. Perhaps a little sabotage was in order. Just to make sure that, in case things didn't go Azula's way, they wouldn't go Tanya's way either. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Azula was here. Panic was not usually the first emotion one was supposed to feel when their niece came to visit, but Iroh would admit that his family was rather more complicated than average. Given what had happened at the North Pole, Azula's presence was probably a threat to Zuko. However, it was just as foolish to assume the worst in someone as to blindly trust them, and Iroh had learned that treating people with civility opened the most opportunities for a beneficial encounter for all. He would be prepared to take Zuko and run the moment he sensed true hostility, but for now he would take the chance to talk with his niece in the most peaceful setting he knew. Over a nice cup of tea. Hidden behind his cup, Iroh allowed himself a small grin at his niece and nephew's identically pinched expressions as they drank their first sips of tea. For all they both took after their father in very different ways, they'd both inherited their taste buds from their mother's side of the family. What's the matter, Azula? Is the taste too strong for you? Zuko taunted, trying and failing to mask his own dislike. Honestly, siblings. They'd gone years without seeing each other, and the first thing they do is start jabbing each other. Azula sniffed proudly, her ironclad facade of calm shutting across her face at the suggestion of a perceived weakness. Hardly. I have merely become more accustomed to other drinks recently. Oh. Other blends of tea, perhaps. Iroh interjected. Hopefully Azula hadn't begun developing a taste for wine, as many girls did at her age. The world would not survive Azula's first hangover. Not quite. Azula replied, reaching into a satchel and pulling out a jar filled with black powder. She scooped generous spoonfuls into 3 empty teacups, stirred them and handed them out. Here, try some. Zuko and Iroh shared a suspicious glance, suspecting some form of trickery, but curiosity eventually got the better of them. In unison they lifted the cups of strange-smelling liquid to their mouths and took a sip. Poison. Evil. Distilled essence of darkness. Iroh spat the bitter tincture out like a geyser erupting with water. What was this? Some wicked creation of vilest alchemy. If Azula was trying to poison him, he'd have at least expected her to have the courtesy to disguise it with something sweet. Yet to his horror, Azula was gulping down the poison like a desert traveler drank the waters of an oasis, and Zuko was humming with surprised pleasure. That's rather good. What's it called? His nephew asked. Azula finished downing her entire cup before answering. Coffee. It's made from grinding down a bean found on a little island in colony territory, and can temporarily stave off the need for sleep. Tanya bought the entire island, and is turning the whole place into one big farm. I think she plans to start selling to the nobility once it's producing enough for more than a few people. One more black mark on that girl's ever-growing list of crimes. Truly this war had corrupted the youth of the Fire Nation if they thought this evil bean soup could be considered delicious. Zuko finished his own cup, and then his distrustful scowl returned. Why are you here? Azula shot back a coy smirk. So hostile. After I came all this way to deliver you the good news personally, you treat your own sister with such scorn. Have you become uncivilized so soon, Zuzu? Don't call me that. Zuko snarled. To what do we owe the pleasure? Iroh interjected politely. There was no flaw or tick in Azula's smile to give away her true thoughts. She paused, enjoying the suspense, and then delivered the 5 words Zuko had wanted to hear for so long. Father has ended your banishment. Iroh's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected proclamation. His brother was not one to go back on his own decisions unless they benefited him more than his loss of pride. For what reason would he want the son he treated so poorly back at his side? Yet if he was surprised, Zuko was downright blown away. The look of desperate hope on his face was painful to see. It's over. I can come home. He all but whispered. Azula nodded, and for the first time in many, many years a quick flash of worry flickered across her expression. Indeed. To tell you the truth, Zuko, the situation at home is getting rather tense. There's whispers of assassins, rebellions, and military coups, and all alongside one person's name. Iroh frowned. It didn't take a genius to guess who that might be. Tanya. That's right. Azula replied. She already has the navy in her pocket, and she's a hero to many of the soldiers deployed in the Earth Kingdom. Amongst civilians she's beloved as well thanks to her victory up north, and the Fire Sages have been spreading the idea that her unusual hair color is a sign that she's been chosen by Agni. If the rumors are true and Tanya really does make a bid for the throne, it could plunge our nation into civil war at the worst possible moment. Father needs people he can absolutely trust, people who have stood up to her before, by his side. In the end, the only ones you can really trust are your family. Azula weaved a compelling story. Power had always been Ozai's first and foremost concern, and if there was even the slightest hint that Tanya might threaten the control he held over the Fire Nation, he would begin plotting countermeasures against her. After what he'd witnessed at the North Pole, he wouldn't put it past Tanya to have ambitions to steal the throne either. Yet what didn't sit quite right with him was that final statement. Ozai did not hold the trust between family to be sacred. Indeed, it was by abusing that very trust that he'd stolen the throne in the first place. Zuko, bless his poor, wounded heart, looked utterly thrown. His mouth hung open wide enough for a family of bugs to fly into. When his silence lingered for too long, Azula narrowed her eyes at him. Did you hear me? You should be happy. Excited. Grateful. I just gave you great news. I'm sure your brother just needs a moment. Iroh began, but was cut off as Azula turned her glare on him. Don't interrupt, uncle. Her eyes flicked back to Zuko, and her annoyance seemed to be quickly growing. I still haven't heard my thank you. I'm not a messenger. I didn't have to come all this way. But Zuko didn't seem to register her words, or anything else in the world around him. He was completely caught in his own thoughts. Father regrets. He wants me back. He whispered, more to himself than Azula. Azula let out a frustrated sigh. I can see you need time to take this in. I'll come to call on you tomorrow. Good evening. With that she stood up sharply and left, leaving the two of them to wrestle with the weight of her words. Iroh snuck a glance at Zuko, not at all surprised to find that he was lost in thought. Despite what his attitude would suggest at first impressions, Zuko was a very trusting young man, even towards people who probably didn't deserve it. It was simultaneously one of his greatest strengths and most obvious weaknesses. When he learned to temper that trusting heart with wisdom and experience, he would grow into a fantastic Fire Lord, but right now it was plain to see that he was letting his heart rule his head. Iroh had his doubts about this, and would approach the situation with a great deal of caution, but the chance that it was true was too good to pass up immediately. Thus he would do what he always did, stay by Zuko's side, keep his eyes peeled for any threats, and gently provide the counsel his nephew needed to grow into the great man he was one day destined to be. Chapter 62. That night, as darkness fell, the soldiers aboard Azula's ship began to silently disembark. They moved quickly and quietly into the nearby woods, setting up crude checkpoints and barricades on the roads just far enough away to be out of sight from the spa. Machetes worked tirelessly to hack away patrol paths in the undergrowth, and the driest branches were wrapped in cloth to make makeshift torches and strapped to nearby trees, ready to be lit at a moment's notice. Sentries armed with horns built temporary lookouts in the trees or dug trenches under bushes, allowing them to see everything around them and signal for backup at a moment's notice. For the residents of the spa there was no sign of the work being done besides the cries of startled wildlife, yet slowly but surely a cage was being built around them. Azula had to admit, however reluctantly, that Tanya's military formation was a sight to behold. She knew that no soldier they'd brought along would be able to stall Iroh for more than a few seconds, so she made sure that in those few seconds they could call the rest of the army to their location and swarm him with overwhelming numbers. The main roads were blocked with spiked wooden walls, and the forest floors between her patrol paths laced with all manner of crude yet effective traps. It would take a spirit to slip out of her net. Which was a problem, because Azula knew her uncle well enough to tell that he was suspicious of the story she'd brought them. Zuko was hooked, so she reckoned her chances of success were high, but if her deception failed it was imperative that Tanya's cage formation failed too. And that meant that someone needed to make a little hole in it. If I was Zuko, and I was trying to flee, where would I go? Thinking back to their childhood games of hide and seek, Azula's eyes turned to the forest. Zuko always had liked nature, and with only Uncle to keep an eye on would forsake the roads in favor of the cover the trees could offer him. He'd try to use the shadows to mask his escape. Unfortunately for him, the torches that the soldiers would light as soon as Tanya sent up a flare would rob him of those shadows. Unless those torches don't work. Azula paced along the edge of the forest, picturing 100 scenarios in her head. It was likely that Zuko would run towards the middle area. It was in the exact opposite direction of her warship, and without the shoreline to either of his sides he'd have more options for changing direction later when throwing off pursuers. Speed would also be the first and foremost concern on his mind, so he'd avoid any areas that looked too heavy with bushes and other heavy flora that might obstruct him. There were 3 possible routes, all already identified by Tanya and laden with traps. It'd be too suspicious if the traps on all 3 routes were mysteriously sabotaged, which meant that she somehow had to deduce which one her brother would take. After a moment's consideration, Azula realized that such would be impossible. Zuko was just as likely to take any of the routes as the other, and predicting which would be pure guesswork. Yet this did not daunt the princess. Leaving such matters to chance was the mark of the lazy and stupid, and Azula was neither of these things. If she could not deduce which option Zuko would take, she would simply have to remove his options until one remained. After a quick look around to check that nobody was watching, Azula approached the central route and pressed a finger to the tree trunk next to it. Black steam began to hiss around it as her superheated finger bubbled and burnt the bark, leaving a small but ugly mark. The kind only a firebender could leave. Azula then repeated the process on a tree next to the left route, leaving only the right route clean. With signs of firebender presence upon them, Zuko would go for the right route. He wouldn't have time to consider how out of place the marks were. Azula then walked along the right route, making sure to act as if she were inspecting the traps in case any soldier was watching. She did not outright sabotage them, for it was important that she make herself complicit as little as possible, but she did make subtle adjustments to make them just a little bit more noticeable for her naive big brother. Whenever she passed an unlit torch, Azula rubbed dirt into the cloth to make them dimmer and harder to stay lit. Under cover of night it was doubtful that anybody else would notice, and by the time morning came it would be too late to replace them. Now to make sure my own plan goes smoothly, so that none of this will be needed in the first place. She thought to herself, slinking off back to her ship. For all his faults Zuko always had been pretty decent at sneaking around, and with the adjustments she'd made Azula was confident that even he should be able to escape Tanya's cage if the situation ever got that far. Tomorrow was sure to be a busy day for everyone, and she could sleep soundly tonight knowing that even if she did not win, nobody else would either. Sleep had not come easily to Zuko that night. Positive and negative emotions warred within him, filling his body with restless energy and his sleep with strange nightmares. On the one hand he was overjoyed, father wanted him home, and all the mistakes he'd made would be forgiven. He would be welcomed back with honor, and the long days of struggle and strife he'd lived within these last years would finally be over. Yet on the other hand Uncle had expressed his doubts about father's true intentions, and looking back on it now Zuko would admit that he had not handled it the most maturely when Uncle raised those concerns with him. I think you are exactly what you seem. A lazy, mistrustful, shallow old man who's always been jealous of his brother. Regret washed over Zuko as his mind recalled the words he'd shouted in the heat of anger. Uncle had not deserved his scorn. While he was certainly a carefree man he was not lazy, and far from mistrustful or shallow. Yet in that moment all Zuko had wanted to do was hurt him. And I succeeded. And now there would never be a chance to apologize. Uncle seemed to want to stay here, leaving Zuko to return to the palace alone. Soldiers formed lines on either side of the gangplank leading to the deck of the vessel, saluting him crisply as he passed with a respect that his former crew had never shown. Despite his inner conflict, Zuko couldn't help but smile at the feeling of importance it gave him. It's finally happening. I'm going home. Wait. Zuko turned at the sound of a familiar voice behind him, to find Uncle running up the gangplank behind him. Zuko was worried that something was wrong at first, but grinned as he noticed the backpack Uncle was carrying with him. "You changed your mind?" he exclaimed happily. Uncle shot him a sheepish grin. "Family should stick together, right?" Yes, they should. And once they were back at the homeland they would. He, Uncle, Azula and Father would stick together from now on. Azula was waiting for them at the top on the bridge of the ship, a pleased smile curled on her lips. "Brother. Uncle. Welcome. I'm so glad you decided to come," she greeted sweetly. "Are we ready to depart, Your Highness?" the captain of the ship asked. Azula nodded. "Set our course for home, Captain." Home. Zuko barely noticed that he'd let the wistful whisper slip past his lips. Finally. He had his uncle with him, his honor restored, and his father's love back. Everything was perfect. The captain raised his hand to gesture to the crew. "You heard the princess. Raise the anchors. We're taking the prisoners home." And just like that, everything froze. Time seemed to stand completely still. Everyone, from the common soldiers to Azula herself, seemed to tense up, not daring to move a muscle for fear of breaking the sudden heavy atmosphere that had dropped upon them. Zuko could only stare wide-eyed at the captain, a cold, sinking feeling settling in his gut as his brain struggled to process the word he was sure he'd hear, yet didn't want to believe. "Prisoner." Beads of sweat broke out across the captain's face as he realized his mistake. He stared back at Zuko, seeming just as taken aback as he was. "Your Highness, I dash." Whatever he was going to say would forever remain a mystery, as the sound of roaring fire and cries of fear shattered the tension. Uncle had not been willing to wait for them to make the first move and struck first, blasting 4 nearby soldiers off the gangplank and into the water before they even realized what was happening. The other soldiers burst into action, and the whole ship fell into chaos. Zuko grabbed hold of the captain with one hand and threw him overboard with a dismissive shove, then snapped back around to glare hatefully at Azula. "You lied to me," he roared, twin daggers of flame bursting out from his clenched fists. The corner of Azula's mouth curled up into a smug smirk. "Like I've never done that before." With an angry snarl Zuko lunged at her, slashing his daggers in an enraged flurry. Yet the smirk never left Azula's face as she danced through his attacks with casual ease, deliberately passing up her openings to counterattack in favor of taunting him. "You know, Father blames you for the loss of the North Pole." Tanya told him all about how she'd had everything under control, the Avatar, the Water Tribe army, even the moon itself, until you betrayed her. She chuckled mockingly. "Why would he want you home, except to lock you up where you can no longer embarrass him?" "I was doing the right thing," Zuko yelled back, redoubling his attempts to land a hit. She was desecrating the bodies of the dead. Slaughtering enemies who'd given up fighting. Trying to execute a child. That caused Azula to laugh. "So what? Do you really think that sort of thing hasn't already happened during the last 100 years of war? Do you think the Earth Kingdom and Water Tribes would have hesitated to do the exact same thing if they had the chance? That's no excuse to forget our honor." Zuko countered. "Isn't it? I'm not so sure. Perhaps we should get a second opinion." Azula replied slyly. She raised her voice to a sing-song tone. "Oh, Admiral." A rush of heat and orange light erupted from one of the hatches on the deck, and Zuko's heart stopped as a streak of gold soared into the sky. No. Not her. Chapter 63, Chapter 63. Azula, Tanya thought absently, really did have a powerful urge to be dramatic. Perhaps it was a trait passed down along the Fire Lord's bloodline. It would explain their fondness for receiving important matters of state while shadowed behind an imposing wall of fire. Whatever the case, Tanya had observed that even as a little girl, Azula had a tendency to get very theatrical when carrying out one of her cunning plans without realizing it. If they were back in her first world, Azula would totally be a drama kid. It was a harmless, perhaps even a little endearing, trait that Tanya didn't mind humoring to keep her happy. It was for that reason that, when she heard the sound of combat breaking out on the deck above, Tanya held her position for a couple of seconds. Iroh had once been a powerful bender, trained since birth in the royal style and capable of personally leading the charge against the Earth Kingdom in his youth, but that was in the past. Now he was old and overweight, and even with Zuko at his side there was no way he could overcome Azula and a full squadron of soldiers alone. There was no harm in waiting a few seconds to let Azula have her fun before reinforcing her. "Oh, Admiral." Speaking of the devil, that sounded like her cue. Flames erupted from Tanya's feet as she propelled herself up and through the pre-opened hatch, blasting into the sky like a rocket ship. Okay, so maybe she'd picked up a flair for the dramatic too somewhere along the line. So what? As she slowed her propulsion down to a hover, Tanya took a bird's-eye view look down at the scene below her. What she saw didn't please her. Iroh was tearing through her soldiers like they were made of wet paper. Generally speaking, elderly people struggled with the high levels of aggression and energy called for by most firebending styles, yet that didn't seem to be the case for Iroh. It wasn't that he was any faster or more acrobatic than she'd been expecting, but that his style was like nothing she'd ever seen before. She could see moves from the royal and military styles that served as the base, but strung together with them were movements that she recognized from the northern waterbending style, a few earthbender stances, as well as what seemed suspiciously like some sort of dance movements. It was weird to watch, yet Tanya could not deny its effectiveness. Whenever a jet of fire came towards him, Iroh reached out and took control of it, stealing the flames away from his enemy, and then combining it with his own fire to make his own attack twice as powerful. He expended half as much energy on attacks, and then flowed between solid stances or surprisingly agile dodges to defend himself, conserving his energy for important moments and finishing blows in a way no other firebender she'd ever seen did. He's stolen techniques from the other nations, incorporated them into his own moveset. Tanya realized. He'd have had plenty of opportunities to copy the earthbenders he warred against during his youth, and could have scavenged what he could from the scrolls and murals left behind at the airbending temples he and Zuko had searched when they first set out to hunt for the Avatar. Yet why he seemed so much more proficient in waterbending movements was a mystery. Fortunately, that unexpected show of prowess would not be enough. Only a foolish commander based their strategy on the ability of one particular fighter. As strong as Iroh might be, even he would be worn down by the combined waves of soldiers relentlessly smashing into him as he tried to escape. And besides, he had a weak link. Zuko didn't stand a chance against Azula. He was upset and angry, wasting his strength on pointlessly aggressive moves that Azula could see coming from miles away. Even if Iroh did clear a path for them to flee the ship, Zuko was so focused on attacking Azula that he might have ignored the opportunity. It really was amazing how effective Azula's mind games could be. Since Azula didn't need any backup, Tanya moved to support her troops on the gangplank before Iroh could crush them all. She lobbed a large, clumsy fireball directly at Iroh, predicting that he would move to steal control of it, then followed it up with a smaller, more intense bolt of fire hidden behind the first. As expected, Iroh's hand snapped out to grab the fireball with practiced ease, already twisting to redirect it as the firebolt snuck up on him. Got you. Yet to her surprise, Iroh shifted his weight from one foot to the other, turning his twist into a spin that carried him out of the path of the firebolt just in the nick of time. Drat. He saw it coming. As he spun, Iroh brought the hand holding Tanya's fireball out towards his mouth, opening his jaw as if about to eat it. Yet instead of inhaling, Iroh blew out, conjuring a wave of rolling flames like the breath of a dragon that grew even brighter as they absorbed Tanya's fireball. Tanya dove to the side to avoid it, scowling at the sheer heat. No wonder they called him the Dragon of the West. Still, the fact that he'd opted to dodge the second attack rather than absorb it was telling. Quicker, more intense blasts must have been more difficult for him to steal control of. Jetting to the left, Tanya jabbed out a series of 3 punches, each one unleashing another quick firebolt at Iroh. Iroh shifted his feet, settling into an adaptation of what Tanya recognized to be the Earthbender's famous horse stance. He thrust out with a palm strike at the first firebolt, swatting it to the side like a pinball in a shower of sparks, then brought his arm back to bounce the second bolt off his elbow. As the third one drew near, he lashed out with an overhead chop, smacking it directly down into the gangplank. It was becoming obvious that fighting at a distance wasn't working out as intended. Switching tactics, Tanya blasted towards Iroh in a straight charge, reasoning that the natural flexibility of youth would give her the advantage in close quarters. As she drew closer, Tanya flipped forwards, falling feet first, and slid along the gangplank with a wave of fire behind her. Iroh waited until she was about an inch away from hitting him, then leapt just high enough for her to sail harmlessly beneath him. He stomped down on the wave of fire behind her, parting it in a circle all around him like a meteor crater, then turned around to release a whip of flames. Tanya was still on the ground after her attempted tackle, and had to roll quickly to the side to avoid the sting of the whip. While lying on her front, she placed her hands flat on the floor, as if about to do a press-up, and unleashed 2 fierce blasts of fire to immediately boost herself up to a standing position. Iroh hadn't taken the opportunity to press his attack, so Tanya settled back into a fighting stance and decided to buy herself a moment to catch her breath. I thought you'd be quicker. Am I giving the fabled dragon slayer a run for his money? She taunted. Yet Iroh let the insult slide off him like water on a duck's back. Indeed. He replied. You must be getting rather good at beating up tired old men. Tanya grit her teeth, and sprinted up the gangplank at him. A sharp blast of flame from her feet jettisoned her upward quickly enough to try and knee Iroh in the face, but one of the old general's hands snapped up to catch it, whilst the other went higher to block the hammer blow Tanya tried to follow up with before she'd even begun it. With a strong grip on her knee, he slammed Tanya down onto the ground, then grabbed one of her wrists as he stepped over her to pin her in an arm lock. Fortunately for Tanya, she wasn't fighting alone. Just as she cried out at the uncomfortable pressure on her shoulder, a couple of fireballs thrown by the other soldiers surrounding them forced Iroh to disengage and use both hands to redirect them. Sensing her chance, Tanya rolled onto her back and kicked up between Iroh's legs, aiming for the family jewels. At the last possible moment Iroh twisted one leg, deflecting the kick with his knee, and gave a very disapproving glare down at Tanya for the cheap shot. One hand grasped the ankle of Tanya's overextended leg, and with a shriek Tanya found herself whipping through the air as Iroh swung her around in a circle and threw her at the two soldiers who'd interfered. Chapter 64. At the last possible moment Iroh twisted one leg, deflecting the kick with his knee, and gave a very disapproving glare down at Tanya for the cheap shot. One hand grasped the ankle of Tanya's overextended leg, and with a shriek Tanya found herself whipping through the air as Iroh swung her around in a circle and threw her at the two soldiers who'd interfered. Tanya may not have been the heaviest person in the world, but she was wearing metal armor, and as she crashed into the two soldiers the force of the throw was enough to send the three of them tumbling off the gangplank and into the water below. Tanya scowled balefully as she shook off the dizziness and began swimming back up to the surface. Again with the damn throwing. Why couldn't I have been reborn with a stockier body? I never had these problems in my first life. She took in a huge, greedy gulp of air as she broke the water's surface, and a second or two of listening revealed that Iroh had not let his opportunity slip by. Powerful blasts of fire rampaged off the gangplank as he continued to blast the remaining soldiers into the water. Zuko! It's time to go. She heard him yell. Yet Zuko's furious yells as he took swing after swing at Azula did not cease. The exiled prince was too caught up in his fury towards Azula to listen. Tanya turned and swam for the shoreline, cursing the fact that she couldn't generate fire underwater and thus couldn't take off until she reached dry land. Every second wasted was a second that Zuko could realize the mistake he was making and turn to run. Within the minute Tanya reached the shoreline, and powerful blasts of fire from her hands and feet had her soaring back into the sky with a trail of hissing steam behind her. It was not a moment too late, for she spotted Zuko finally disengaging from Azula and running to Iroh on the gangplank. She moved to intercept them before they could reach the end of the plank, shooting a continuous stream of flames at the duo to stop them from escaping while her soldiers dragged themselves back to shore to rejoin the fight. To her surprise it was Zuko, not Iroh, who moved forward to counter her attack. He planted his front foot firmly into the ground and knelt low, bringing both hands together into a clap that parted her stream of flames like a ship cutting through water. That's Zhao's move. Tanya realized, recalling when her old commander had used that exact same move during his Agna Kel with Zuko. It was a surprisingly accurate mimicry. It would seem that Iroh has been teaching Zuko how to pick up his enemy's techniques as well. The longer he remains at large, the more dangerous he'll become. Yet Tanya's distraction had given Azula the time she needed to get into position at the top of the gangplank. Cold blue light began to flicker and flash across deck as she slowly swung her arms in wide circular motions, separating the positive and negative energy within herself and then bringing them crashing back together to generate lightning. As the electricity gathered together at the tips of her fingers she pointed down at Zuko's back. There was not enough space along the gangplank for Zuko to dodge it, nor any cover for him to hide behind. A lightning bolt through one leg would end the fight in a second. For a moment the world seemed to be illuminated in cold blue light as Azula unleashed the lightning bolt. Yet in the moment it had taken Azula to aim her attack, Iroh had moved to stand between her and Zuko, one arm raised to point at her and his body settled in a relaxed, unusually flowing stance. Azula's bolt howled forwards at impossible speeds and struck Iroh square in the hand. He's done for. Tanya realized. Lightning bolts had the power to split trees in half. Even if by some miracle he survived, he'd never move that arm again. Yet contrary to her expectations Iroh did not fall to the floor in a sizzling heap. The lighting seemed to crackle around his body, strong as ever yet for some reason not harming him. He brought his other arm up to point at Tanya, and a flash of cold panic raced through the Admiral's head as the realization of what he was doing struck her. He's figured out how to redirect lightning. There was a cold, steely glint in Iroh's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon her, and a heavy dread settled within Tanya's stomach as it dawned on her that she was staring into the eyes of death. Unlike during her battle with Admiral Zhang, she'd been caught mid-attack, too poorly positioned to move quickly enough to dodge a lightning bolt. Depending on where Iroh hit, she'd either be killed or crippled so badly she'd never fight again. This was the end. Yet Iroh's glare softened, and he adjusted the position of his arm ever so slightly. The lightning bolt burst out of his fingers and into the air, whizzing just above Tanya's shoulder and a hair's breadth away from her cheek, enough for a few stray sparks to tingle against her skin, before disappearing harmlessly into the clouds. He'd missed. Deliberately. Tanya was stunned, frozen by the near-death experience and the unexpected act of mercy. Azula too seemed taken aback by Iroh's unexpected ability to deflect lightning, but to her credit she didn't stay like that for long. As Iroh turned around to flee she stepped forward and unleashed a thin, piercing stream of blue fire, forcing Iroh to conjure his own barrier of fire to block it. Perhaps she was seeing things, or maybe Azula's blue flames were combining with Iroh's in weird ways, but Tanya could swear that there were flecks of a multitude of colors sparking through the flames of Iroh's shield. "Run, Zuko!" Iroh shouted urgently, straining against Azula's onslaught. He'd been drained by his fight with Tanya and her soldiers, while Azula had primarily focused on evasion during her fight with Zuko and still had energy to spare. Not without you. Zuko shouted back, shooting worried glances back and forth between Iroh and the shoreline, where Tanya's soldiers were finally dragging themselves out of the ocean and moving to rejoin the fight. Family sticks together. Zuko. Iroh's tone was unusually sharp, brokering no arguments. Zuko looked back at his uncle, who was thoroughly pinned down by Azula's unrelenting torrent of flames. There was no way that he could move without breaking his shield and exposing both himself and Zuko to Azula's attack. Yet despite his precarious situation, Iroh was smiling gently at his nephew. Run. And so he did. With an expression of sheer pain, as if he was running across a bed of spikes, Zuko turned and ran towards the nearby forest. Tanya. Azula shouted fiercely, breaking the blonde out of her stunned state of inaction. She began to move on an interception course, but was forced back as a jet of Azula's blue fire burst up in her path. Wadash. Azula. It was not Azula. Iroh had shifted his stance, diverting the blue flames breaking upon his barrier to flow up in Tanya's direction. No you don't. He cries resolutely, the strain in his voice betraying how much pressure he was under. You let him go. Your fight is with me. Tanya looked back to where Zuko had almost reached the tree line. She could still move to chase after him, but what would be the point? More of her soldiers were still spread out across the woods, ready to catch whoever tried to escape. Shooting one last ugly scowl at the back of the banished prince, she turned around and landed at the bottom of the gangplank, trapping Iroh between her and Azula. The Dragon of the West was about to pay for making a fool of her. Zuko ran as if the hounds of hell were at his heels. He could hear the enraged cries of Fire Nation soldiers in the woods all around him, searching everywhere they could for any trace of him. One wrong step, one mistake, and he'd be captured, locked away in the darkest dungeon for the rest of his life. Is this how the Avatar felt when I was hunting him? No. No time for thinking about that now. Uncle had sacrificed his freedom to buy him time to escape, and Zuko would be damned if he wasted it. He shifted to the side, narrowly sidestepping a snare that he'd spotted just in the nick of time. To avoid. The trees were crawling with Tanya's soldiers and traps, but by some small miracle enough of the torches were faulty enough to cast just enough shadows for Zuko to move through unseen. But where will I go? Where is there to run to? Nowhere. The entire world was enemy territory for him, and there were no allies left who'd come to his aid. He had no ship, no supplies, no uncle, nothing but the knife in his pocket. Never give up without a fight. Spirits, how he wished he could give up. Even his 2 years exiled at sea with a fresh scar on his face hadn't been as painful as this moment. But if he gave up now, everything would be over. If he could just get an audience with his father, he could explain what had happened at the North Pole, make him see that he and Uncle had only been acting in the Fire Nation's best interests. And there was only one way to earn an audience with his father. Capture the Avatar. Capture the Avatar and restore his honor. Capture the Avatar and save his nation. Capture the Avatar and free his uncle. It all came back to his one defining purpose, his destiny. His lungs were starting to burn with exhaustion, and so Zuko slowed down to a jog. As he did, the sounds of commotion up ahead caught his ears. Was that music? As he got closer, Zuko began to pick out the colorful shades of dozens of tents up ahead. As he emerged from the tree line, Zuko found himself on the outskirts of a small town that seemed to be in the middle of a festival. Now that he thought about it, the Masus had said there was a festival honoring Tanya's victory nearby. Maybe he could hide among the crowd and scavenge some supplies. He stepped forward to blend into the crowd, but hesitated as he noticed a poster pinned on a nearby building. An eye-watering amount of money was printed in big, bold letters at the very top, and below it an accurate rendition of his own scarred face. Wanted, ex-Prince Zuko. Dead or alive. Any and all information leading to the capture of this individual will be rewarded as appropriate. The posters were marked with the sigil of the Fire Nation Navy, leaving no mystery as to who had spread these bounty posters around. Damn it. Zuko slunk back away until he was well hidden behind the tent. With a feature as noticeable as his scar, he'd draw attention from anyone looking to make a quick few coins wherever he went. How was he supposed to get around undetected? Chapter 65, Chapter 65. The posters were marked with the sigil of the Fire Nation Navy, leaving no mystery as to who had spread these bounty posters around. Damn it. Zuko slunk back away until he was well hidden behind the tent. With a feature as noticeable as his scar, he'd draw attention from anyone looking to make a quick few coins wherever he went. How was he supposed to get around undetected? With a frustrated grunt, he slammed his fist into the wall of the tent, but was surprised to feel something wooden clanking together on the other side. The flap at the back of the tent swung open from the force of his punch, giving him a peek at what lay inside. Masks. It was fairly common for masks to be sold at festivals, and any one of them would serve to hide the scar of his face. Thankfully whichever salesman was selling them was too occupied to have noticed his punch. Carefully Zuko peeled open the tent flaps again, taking a quick look at what masks were available. Immediately one in particular jumped out at him. Love Amongst the Dragons had never been the most popular play in the Fire Nation, but was old enough to be considered something of a classic, a pantomime that parents were expected to take their children to see at least once. To Zuko it was a play that held a certain sentimental significance. His mother had adored it, and had taken him and Azula to see it every year without fail up until her disappearance. He'd never really enjoyed the play, but there was one character he'd always found to be quite cool, the Blue Spirit, a mischievous trickster spirit whose antics humbled both heroes and villains alike. His mother had bought him a Blue Spirit mask one year, and he'd kept it with him even during his exile as a memento of better times. It was that mask that he'd worn back when he'd rescued the Avatar from Zhao's fortress, though it had been left back on his ship when he'd been forced to flee the North Pole on a raft. And a copy of that same mask stared back at him now, the sinister grin and wide eyes fixed across its face boring into him. Zuko had never been fond of spirits, but this felt like a sign. When he'd worn the mask of the Blue Spirit the first time he'd felt invincible. Prince Zuko was a failure who had been banished by his father, but the Blue Spirit was a master swordsman who could vanish into the shadows without a trace. There was a liberating sensation that had come with putting on the mask, knowing that he could define himself by his actions rather than the mistakes of his past. As a disguise went, the Blue Spirit was a bad idea. Although it wasn't as big as his real one, Zhao had put a bounty on the Blue Spirit's head after the incident at the fortress. If he took up that old persona once again he would attract attention from the very people he was trying to avoid. But then again the Blue Spirit had been able to sneak into the heart of a fully manned fortress without being caught. The Blue Spirit had been able to hold the Avatar at sword point. The Blue Spirit had been more successful than Zuko ever had been. Perhaps, as the Blue Spirit, he could finally do what Zuko could not. Capture the Avatar once and for all. Nobody was watching. All he had to do was reach out and take it, and the Blue Spirit would live again. Iroh just didn't make any sense. One moment he was fending off the combined might of Tanya, Azula, and a team of elite palace guards with the strength of a rampaging dragon. A storm of fire raged around him as he reflected any and every attack coming his way, lashing out with blasts of his own whenever anyone gave him the slightest opening. Yet the moment Zuko was out of sight he'd suddenly stopped, raising both hands and kneeling down in the universal gesture of surrender. He'd soon after been dogpiled by every soldier left to spare and wrapped up in so many chains that he looked like an avant-garde fashion statement, yet even then his peacefully neutral expression never wavered. Just to be certain, Tanya kept her eyes fixed firmly on him as he was dragged away into the brig of the ship, before twisting around to find the soldiers she'd left waiting in the trees to catch Zuko. The moment she spotted a flash of red armor among the trees her glare redoubled. "Report. Where is Zuko?" she snapped. "I dash. Apologies, Admiral, there's been no sight of him." The soldier hurriedly replied. "We've been scouring for a mile around, but he's disappeared." "He's escaped." Tanya hissed incredulously. "How?" She'd been so meticulous with her planning, but somehow Zuko had found a way to slip through the net. "Keep searching. Turn over every tree if you have to. I don't care what it takes, find me Zuko." "Yes, Admiral." The soldier replied, snapping a quick salute before hurrying away. Tanya wrestled with the urge to bite her thumbnail in frustration. The Fire Lord would be furious when he found out that she'd let Zuko slip through her fingers just like the Avatar had. Yet he'd only get angrier if she tried to lie or make excuses for herself. Realizing that she had no choice but to face the music, Tanya stormed back to the ship. The moment she got there she sought out Azula, still waiting on the top deck, and threw herself into a low bow at the princess's feet. "I am so sorry, Your Highness," she exclaimed, her head dipped so low towards the floor that it exposed the nape of her neck. "I have failed you. Zuko has managed to escape." Azula pursed her lips in annoyance. "Escaped? Tanya, you assured me that there was no chance of his escaping your formation. Aren't you supposed to be a military genius?" "I don't know how he did it," Tanya replied solemnly. "I beg you, Your Highness, please forgive me." Azula studied her with a cold, critical eye. "The Fire Nation does not forgive failures, Admiral," she eventually stated. Then she huffed and turned away. "But the hunt is not over yet. Not by a long shot. Follow my orders to the letter, and there will be chances for you to redeem yourself." Once again, Tanya thanked her lucky stars that she'd been able to befriend someone like Azula. There weren't many superiors who'd let such a blunder go without some sort of consequence, even if Azula's reprimand made it clear that this was a one-time deal. "Go and ensure that Iroh is properly confined below, then begin making preparations to set sail," Azula continued, giving her a dismissive wave of her hand. "I need to go and plan our next move." "Yes, Your Highness," Tanya answered, standing back up and giving Azula a respectful salute before marching off. She made a beeline straight to the lower decks, quickly reaching the brig where prisoners were detained. The jangle of keys alerted her that Iroh had just finished being locked in his cell by the time she arrived. Dismissed. She called out sharply to the guards, chasing them away with a glare until she and Iroh were alone. The moment they were, she slowly paced forwards until she was standing right in front of the cell door, staring through the bars down at the elderly man sitting on the floor. Iroh didn't have the look of a defeated man. Even sat on the cold, dusty floor, he seemed as serene and peaceful as a monk in meditation. He raised his eyes to look at her as she approached, and smiled. Zuko isn't with you. Good. He has escaped then. Tanya frowned. It's only a matter of time until we hunt him down. Don't be so sure. He is more resourceful than you may think. Tanya huffed derisively. Silence lingered between them, but Tanya made no move to say anything or leave. After a few seconds, Iroh raised an eyebrow quizzically. You have a question? I dash. To her great shame, Tanya found herself stuttering, the words she wanted to say strangely hard to force out as she warred with an inner reluctance to bring the topic up at all. You could have killed me. Iroh nodded sagely. I could. But you didn't. No. Why? It just didn't make sense. Tanya didn't think she was being arrogant to say that she was one of the biggest threats to Zuko. Killing her would have done a lot to keep him safe. Iroh let out a heavy sigh, seeming to almost visibly deflate for a second. If I'm being honest, to my great shame I considered it. Just for a second I was prepared to end your life. You have caused me more pain than I think you realize. Two of the wisest, dearest friends I have ever known, men who were there for me during the darkest hours of my life, lie dead by your hand. There was a moment where I reasoned that slaying you was the only sure way to prevent you from doing the same to Zuko. Then why didn't you? Iroh looked at her more intensely. Because when I look at you, do you know what I see? A powerful young firebender, with an incredible talent for the arts of war and the favor of the Fire Lord, devoting themselves to the belief that a victory for the Fire Nation will benefit the world. It is a story I know all too well. Iroh shifted, sitting just a little taller so that he was almost eye level with Tanya. I've been in your shoes. Once I was the great hero of our nation. Once I could have conquered a city that others said was impossible. Once I would have slain two wise, powerful masters who stood between me and what I thought was my destiny. Yet I turned away from that path. I realized the mistakes I would have been making before it was too late, and became a better man for it. He fixed Tanya with a stern, yet strangely pitying gaze. In you, I see a reflection on how my life would have been if I had made the wrong choices. I understand the reasons why you did what you have done, and I cannot help but sympathize. I do not believe that it is too late to help you realize the perils of the path you walk before the time comes for you to pay a terrible price, as I once did. A fierce scowl crossed Tanya's face. Don't act like you know me. I've lived through things you'd never believe. Challenged foes you'd cower before. We aren't the same. To her surprise, Iroh replied with a smirk, his eyes twinkling with mirth, as if he was in on a secret joke. You'd be surprised. With a frustrated growl, Tanya turned and stormed away, slamming the door behind her and leaving Iroh alone in the dark. He waited, listening carefully until the echoes of her footsteps faded into the distance, and then rolled over onto his stomach and placed the palms of his hands against the floor. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. He muttered to himself, then with a light grunt of exertion pushed himself up into a press-up. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 66, Chapter 66. Leave us alone. Nearly a century of war had reaped a heavy toll on the Earth Kingdom. Whatever food and resources could be spared had been snapped up for the war effort, slowly but surely bringing poverty and famine to the land. With times so desperate, and most of the strong young men and women recruited for the front lines, crime flourished like rot across the continent. Traveling along the roads was just asking for trouble, but some people didn't have a choice. Caravans of refugees fleeing the towns recently conquered by the Fire Nation made easy prey for the bandit gangs. 7 men dressed in rags and furs, each brandishing a rusty yet sharp sword, surrounded an old wooden wagon pulled by an aged ox. Inside, 2 girls no older than 10 huddled fearfully into their mother's sides, her arms cradling them protectively as she prayed to whatever spirits might be listening for aid. The father stood by the ox, a pitchfork in hand and whatever courage he could muster gripping his chest, trying to scare the bandits off. Yet one scrawny farmer could do little to intimidate 7 armed thugs. Looky here, lads. We've got ourselves a fighter. One of the bandits, the largest of the group with an old, mis-sized Earth Army chest plate strapped to his torso, laughed mockingly. What are you gonna do, little guy? The way the pitchfork shook in his hands betrayed that the farmer was a stranger to violence. When he couldn't so much as stammer together a reply, the bandit shot him an ugly sneer. Pathetic. Don't know what I expected from a coward who isn't serving in the army. I don't see you on the front lines. The farmer stammered back. All traces of humor washed off the bandit's expression, replaced by pure, murderous intent. What was that? He hissed. What are you trying to imply, little man? that dash. That you're the real coward. The farmer replied, shoving his fear down as best he could and standing up to the thugs. Times are hard for all of us, you know. We're all having to tighten our belts and give what we can to the war effort. We're all hungry. But we grit our teeth and do our best to make do. For a moment his trembling stopped, his anger igniting a desperate resolve, and he glared with true outrage at the leader. But people like you, who turn on and steal from their fellow countrymen, rather than face the difficult work head-on, drag the Earth Kingdom down. You're all a group of leeches in human skin. The lesser bandit seemed momentarily taken aback by the display of courage, but not the leader. He stormed forwards, raising his crude blade high above his head and letting out a vicious, wordless snarl. The farmer raised his pitchfork to block, yet even he knew the simple tool would do little to stop the weight of hard metal. He heard his wife scream with terror as the sword came swinging down and closed his eyes, bracing himself for the pain. Yet it never came. Metal rang out against metal as the crude sword was intercepted by another, and the bandit leader's shocked grunt trailed off into a high-pitched wheeze as a foot crashed between his legs. He keeled over in pain, and a second later found his face planted directly into the dirt as a heavy weight perched upon his back and pushed him further down. The remaining bandits let out exclamations of fear and anger, and the farmer hesitantly opened his eyes again just a crack to take a peek at what had happened. A strange man was standing upon the bandit leader's back, using him like a podium to look down on the other bandits. He was clothed in plain, dusty brown robes, with pale skin and short black hair cropped close to his skull. In each hand he held a Nuedo blade, cheap iron ones, yet sharp and obviously well cared for. Though he had his back to him, the farmer could see the edges of the blue mask he wore peeking around his cheeks. One of his daughters let out an odd gasp from the wagon, and as the stranger turned his head slightly to look at the source of the noise, the farmer caught sight of the mischievous, manic grin carved into the mask's face. The blue spirit. He whispered reverently. Word traveled faster than horses, and for the past month rumors around these parts had told of a wanderer in a terrifying blue mask walking the road to Omashu, preying upon thieves and bandits. Wanted posters issued by the Fire Nation named him the Blue Spirit, and the price upon his head left no doubt that he was a dangerous individual. Some said he had slipped like a shadow through to the heart of a fully manned Fire Nation fortress all on his own, then fought his way out side by side with the Avatar. Others said that he was a spirit incarnate, here to seek revenge on the Fire Nation for their atrocities against the spirits. It sounded like a load of gossip and nonsense at the time, yet to see the masked man standing before him now, his posture straight yet relaxed in an almost regal display of confidence, the farmer couldn't help but wonder if there was some truth to the rumors after all. With a wild cry one of the bandits lunged forward, swinging his blade in a wide arc. Yet the blue spirit parried with effortless ease, simply catching the sword with one of his own and lazily spinning it around in a half-circle that forced the bandit to let go or twist his wrist. The discarded sword flew through the air towards another bandit, causing him to dive out of the way and onto the dusty ground. Two more bandits came in together, each from an opposite direction, and stabbed towards the blue spirit's torso. Yet the blue spirit spun on his heel, digging it further into the bandit leader's back and making him groan in pain. Both of his swords snaked out to each deflect one of their swords just enough to miss him, yet did nothing to arrest the momentum of the charging men. Then, with a sprightly backflip, he leapt off the bandit leader's back and spun over one of the charging bandits' heads. The two bandits collided into each other face first, and tumbled down to collapse in a heap upon their own leader. Only 3 armed bandits remained, and after seeing their fellows be taken apart so easily for their recklessness they approached cautiously, spreading out to surround the blue spirit in a triangle formation. The blue spirit gave his swords a lazy twirl and lowered his stance, settling into a pose that reminded the farmer of a tiger waiting to pounce. When it became clear that he was waiting for them to make the first move, the 3 bandits charged in unison. It was obvious that these 3 were used to working together. Their weapons were crude and their forms sloppy, but they all followed a rhythm that could only be born from fighting side by side many times. The blue spirit's blade snaked out to counter each of their strikes, yet before he could counterattack he was forced to intercept another strike from a different direction. Added to the fact that he held his swords with only one hand, whilst the bandits held theirs with 2, and it became clear even to the untrained eye that the blue spirit would not be able to keep up the pace for long. Yet the blue spirit himself did not acknowledge this. A minute passed, then 2, and yet the Nuedo blades continued to whirl around him like a hurricane of steel. Whether through stamina or pure tenacity, the masked man's arms never lost their strength. It was the bandits who grew tired first, their swords slowing with each swing as a lack of proper training and poor nutrition caught up with them. Eventually the strikes came slowly enough that the blue spirit spotted an opportunity. With a jolt he threw himself down to squat under a swing from behind to decapitate him, his sword still extended out like wings to lock down the other bandit's blades. The attacker, who'd grown used to the feel of his blade being deflected, overextended and stumbled forward at the lack of resistance, and the blue spirit leapt up like a jumping frog to headbutt him beneath the chin without even turning to look at him. A bony crunch rang out as the bandit's teeth clacked together, and he dropped his weapon to stagger back, cradling his possibly broken chin in his hands. Now only 2 remained, and those odds were far more favorable for a master of the twin swords. Advancing on them like a leopard stalking its prey, the blue spirit lashed out, forcing them both back, and quickly pounced on one before the other could regain his footing. He brought the flat sides of his swords to clap against both of the bandits' ears simultaneously, disorienting the man's sense of balance so badly he fell to the floor like a drunkard, and turned to the second, spinning his blades in a quick flourish. The last bandit looked around at his defeated comrades, looked back to the blue spirit, then promptly ran for his life. Some of the earlier bandits were starting to recover, but it was clear that all the fight had been scared out of them, and all they dared to do was take their more recently fallen comrades and shuffle away as hurriedly as possible. When they were all gone, the blue spirit brought his swords together into one and carefully slid them into the sheath on his back. He turned back to the road, fully intending to walk away, but let out a small yelp of surprise as he was suddenly glomped by a pair of arms around his leg. "Thank you. Thank you so much." One of the farmer's daughters gushed, hugging his leg as if it was the pillar holding up the sky. They were gonna dash, and was dash. "What my daughter means to say," interjected the farmer, stepping forward to place a comforting hand on his daughter's shoulder. His voice still had a little shake to it as the after effects of fear shook his system, but he powered on through. "Is that we owe you a debt we can never repay, Blue Spirit. Please accept our most humble thanks, and know what we will do whatever we can, however small, to repay you." The Blue Spirit froze, the rigidity of his posture suggesting that he was unsure of himself, and the farmer idly wished he could see what sort of expression the young man wore beneath his mask. At last the Blue Spirit shook his head. "Oh, come now, surely there must be something we can do for you," the farmer's wife insisted, coming to join them with their second daughter cradled protectively in her arms. "The road is long, and you carry no supplies. Surely we can at least share some food and a cup of water with you. What little we have becomes all the bigger when it is shared with good company." Despite the mask, it was pretty obvious that the Blue Spirit was finding the whole situation a little awkward. The girl clamped around his leg like an anchor prevented him from running away, and it was hard to ignore the farmer's family when they looked at him with such honest gratitude. Eventually he resigned himself to defeat and nodded slowly. Chapter 67. Tanya looked around at the array of colorful tents with the pinched, ever so slightly sour expression of someone trying very, very hard not to judge someone else for their poor life choices. "You know Azula?" She began slowly, shooting a quick glance over to her friend, and finding a small measure of relief in the fact that she wore a similar expression. "When you said that Tai Lee ran off to join the circus, I didn't think you meant it quite so literally. A good friend was supposed to respect their friends' life choices and support them, no matter how ill-advised said life choices may be, and Tanya really did want to be a good friend to Tai Lee. Yet, to her shame, no matter how many times she told herself that. Yes, Tai Lee should do what she loves, and, of course, Tai Lee is a responsible young lady who has the right to make her own choices. A large and very loud part of her wanted nothing more than to drag her wayward friend back home, place her under house arrest and have a long, long talk about acceptable career choices. Tai Lee was the daughter of a noble, and one of the closest friends of the heir to the throne. She was also a master of chi blocking, one of the few martial arts capable of bridging the power gap between benders and non-benders, during a time period where the Fire Nation would bend over backwards for more soldiers capable of combating bending armies. Opportunity had quite literally thrown itself at her feet. She could open a dojo, get paid a king's ransom to spend 3 hours a day teaching a select few students her moves, and buy her own private circus if she enjoyed it as a hobby so much. All it would take was a little more wisdom than her childhood friend seemed to possess. Azula did not sigh in response, for it was not dignified for a princess to do so in public, but the flash of weariness across her gaze betrayed that they were thinking along the same wavelength. "Well, you know Tai. Any chance to set herself apart from her sisters, she'll snap up in a heartbeat." She shot her a snide glare. "It didn't help that you never once failed to mistake her sisters for her whenever we visited their house." Tanya groaned in exasperation. Tai Lee's complex about standing out as an individual among her 7 identical sisters was a cause of all sorts of headaches. "She's not still upset about that, is she? In my defense, they all have the exact same hairstyle, wear the exact same style of clothes, and act the exact same way as each other." She paused, then tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Except for that one who's kind of a bitch." "Which one was that again?" "Tai Wu." "Yeah, that's the one. My point is, couldn't she have tried a new look or something before skipping straight to running away from home?" Azula frowned sternly. "You would think so. After I heard that she'd gone, I asked myself why I hadn't spotted the warning signs earlier. I could have talked to her, reminded her that her place will always be by my side, and disabused her of these silly ideas before they could take root." Tanya's eyes widened as the realization struck her. Of course, how could she be so blind? A good friend would support you in your bad decisions, but a true friend was one who wasn't afraid to sit you down, talk to you, and help you realize when you were making a mistake, even if it wasn't what you wanted to hear. That Azula had realized such almost instinctively was just another sign of what an amazing friend she was. "Do you think we'll be able to get her to see sense?" she asked, willing to follow Azula's lead when it came to deal with social matters. Azula's reply was a sharp, predatory smirk. Oh, don't you worry. I know just how to enlighten our old friend. Okay, because that didn't sound at all ominous. Azula really must have been spending too much time learning from her father in recent years. Did all Fire Lords teach their heirs how to speak like they were foreshadowing something? Before Tanya could ask for elaboration, Azula strode off with the unspoken expectation that she was to follow her. It didn't take much searching before they spotted their target. Her acrobatic friend had grown a little since she'd last seen her, but otherwise Tai Lee was just as she remembered her, radiating cheerful, energetic and unfailingly positive vibes like some kind of sunshine and rainbow-styled light bulb. Her hair was still braided into the ponytail she and her sisters always wore, though she seemed to have switched up her old, more reserved, noble's clothes for the simpler apparel of a tightrope walker, albeit with enough of the shirt cut away to expose her midriff. Tai Lee, could that possibly be you? Azula called out, and Tai Lee's head shot around to look at them, splitting into a wide grin. Azula. Tanya. A spin and a flip later, and Tanya let out an off, as Tai Lee crashed into them both with the force of an intercontinental missile. Oh right, how silly of her to forget how much of a hugger Tai was. It is so good to see you too. Tai Lee gushed into their shoulders, before taking a step back. Please, Azula replied. Don't let us interrupt your... She raised a critical eyebrow at their surroundings. Whatever it is you were doing. Tai Lee, still smiling, fell casually back into a backflip that ended with her lying on her stomach, one foot hovering over her head, the other pointed up at the sky. Tanya cleared her throat. Listen, Tai, it really is good to see you again. Though I can't help but wonder at why we found you. She too glanced around at the circus. Here of all places. Indeed. Azula continued. Certainly our parents didn't send us to the Royal Fire Academy for girls to end up in places like this. Nearby, a platypus bear let out a low groan and sat up, revealing that it had just laid an egg on the ground. Azula shot the dirty beast a quick look of disgust, while Tai Lee seemed happy for it. Tanya, however, looked mildly alarmed, as she questioned who in their right minds was letting a pregnant bear wander around the camp unrestrained. That was a workplace hazard just waiting to happen. I have a proposition for you. Azula continued. I'm hunting a traitor. You remember my cowardly brother, don't you? Tai Lee grinned at a memory. Oh yeah. He was so sweet. Tanya snorted. He's grown up a little since those days. And not in good ways. The corner of Azula's mouth curled upwards slightly. We would be honored if you would join me on my mission. A complicated look, somewhere between distraught fear and flat-out panic, flashed across Tai's face for a second. Oh dash. Would love to. She did not, by any stretch of the imagination, sound like she would love to, but it would have been in poor taste to call her out on it. But the truth is, I'm really happy here. I mean, my aura has never been pinker. Tanya raised an eyebrow in confusion. Pink means she's happy, Tanya. Azula translated. Oh, I see. She did not see it all, but she'd long resigned herself to the fact that she'd always have no idea what all the aura talk was supposed to mean. But Tai, surely you can appreciate how fortunate we were to study at the world's foremost school, when most people don't have the opportunity to get a formal education at all. I understand wanting to follow your passion, but surely there's a way to reconcile it with a more, economically beneficial profession. Tai Lee looked confused. What? She means that you should get a real job. Azula translated. I wouldn't put it quite so bluntly. Tanya added hastily, shooting Azula a quick scowl at the flicker of hurt that crossed Tai Lee's face. I just think that it's a waste to not use your education to aim for a position with a bit more financial security. You know, theater companies that target more elite audiences have been adopting elements of circus into their acts recently. You could be the leading lady of the Royal Opera House with our support. I'm sure you could even be running the place after a few years. But Tai Lee didn't seem like she was considering Tanya's words. In fact, each one seemed to just make her more uncomfortable. I don't know, Tanya, it's just not the same. I want to travel the world and have people cheer for me. It's about the joy, you know. Money and status, that's just not me. Not me. How could money not be for anyone? Fiscal wisdom was an essential skill for anyone living in a world of currency and trade. Money bought you food, shelter, and all the other basic necessities of life. It was the chrysalis of human effort itself. Even the most tortured artists sold their paintings to secure their next meal. Tanya was not suggesting that Tai Lee needed to be some money-grubbing fat cat, but if she could just get her head out of this teenage wanderlust phase, she'd surely come to see that. We'll take your word for it. Azula suddenly cut in, interrupting Tanya's train of thought. I wouldn't want you to give up the life you love just to please me. Thank you, Azula. Tai replied, respectfully bowing to the princess. At the same time Tanya looked at her like she'd just declared her intention to transform the Fire Nation into a hippie communist state. But Azula did not acknowledge Tanya's look of betrayal. Instead she smirked to herself. Of course, before we leave, we're going to catch your show. Chapter 68, Chapter 68. You don't talk much, Mr. Blue Spirit. Are you mute? Zuko nodded his head awkwardly, inwardly feeling a little guilty for lying to a child. His voice worked fine, but it served his purposes better to be known as a mute when donning this alias. Though the chances of some Earth Kingdom peasant recognizing who he was by voice alone was close to impossible, paranoia warned Zuko to distance his two identities wherever he could. Besides, he'd yet to say a word whenever he wore the Blue Spirit mask before, and staying silent felt right somehow. I'm sorry to hear that. The young girl's mother replied sympathetically, pouring clean water from her canteen into the cup set before him. No doubt she assumed he'd been injured in the war. The moment Zuko's cup was full again, the little girl resumed her onslaught of innocent questions. Hey, where did you learn to fight like that? It was so cool. You were all like Fwa. And then they were all like Ia. All right, sweetheart, that's enough. The farmer interjected, placing a hand atop her head to settle her as she began to mime swing a pair of swords around. Though I agree that your swordsmanship was a sight to behold. With skills like that, I suppose you must be heading to Omashu to aid the rebellion. Zuko tilted his head to the side questioningly. A rebellion? He knew nothing about that. He was heading towards Omashu because, the last time he'd been around that area, he'd picked up word that the Avatar had been a guest of the Mad King Bumi for a while. When the Avatar left the North Pole he'd seek out an earthbending teacher next, and King Bumi was known to be one of the best. You didn't know. The farmer shook his head sadly. Then I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. The Fire Nation has fully occupied the city. There was no siege, no struggle, they were allowed to simply march straight in and take over. We're from Omashu ourselves actually, one of the lucky few who the rebellion was able to slip out in time. Now Governor Ukano is in full control. Ukano. Mai's father. Did that mean Mai was in the city too? The farmer reached into his pocket and held out a wooden medallion. It was hexagonal in shape, with a few lines carved into it to form a simple yet stylish outline of a badger. Here, take this. It's a rebellion amulet. Take this to the Gritty Crown restaurant and hand it to one of the staff, and you'll be granted an audience with a member of the rebellion. Whatever business you have in Omashu, I'm sure they can help you out in exchange for a little assistance. Zuko took the medallion and tucked it away in his pocket. He'd always been fond of Mai, but he couldn't trust her family nor the other soldiers occupying the city not to turn him over to Azula. If the Avatar did pass through Omashu though, there was a good chance that this rebellion would notice. They'd be a good source of information if nothing else. One conversation, one performance, and one flaming net later, Tai Lee had joined the party. Tanya was not happy. That was in violation of several important health and safety laws. She ranted at Azula, who was deliberately keeping her eyes fixed ahead with a look of forced nonchalance on her face. And, more than that, it was downright dangerous. What if she had fallen? Honestly, Tanya, do you really have such little faith in your friends? Azula replied dismissively. Tai Lee is the best acrobat we know. She'd have never done something as amateur as fall off a simple tightrope. That doesn't excuse putting her in danger. Accidents can always happen, even to the most skilled professionals. Relax. She would have said something if she didn't think she could handle it. Isn't that right, Tai Lee? Of course, Azula. Came the chipper voice of Tai Lee from behind them. And it did make the performance even more exciting. I never needed the net anyway. There was no sign whatsoever that the flaming net had bothered her even slightly, and that was reason enough to cause Tanya's anger to stall. What if she really was making a big deal out of nothing after all? Both Azula and Tai were acting like the flaming net wasn't even worth mentioning, and employees in her original world had always been griping about how unnecessarily anal health and safety regulations were. Perhaps her concerns came from the mindset of the human resources manager she'd once been, and didn't really match up with the mindset of the people in her current world. Even so, the memory of the flames spreading across the rope still sat uncomfortably in her stomach. If we are to be successful in our mission, we must strive to be as efficient as possible. Tanya grit out in clipped tones, reining in her anger through force of will. If emotions would not serve her here, then cold, clinical professionalism would. We cannot afford to risk the health of one of our best assets, no matter how small the risk, for the sake of entertainment. Now Azula scowled, a small, pursed tightness around her lips and eyes. Strange. I could have sworn that I was the one appointed as commander of this mission, not you. I believe that means I can take whatever risks I deem appropriate. You are in command here, but your father appointed me as your subordinate so that I could advise you. Advice. Azula snapped, suddenly whirling around to face her. You think that I need advice, do you? That I'm not clever enough to succeed without the help of the oh-so-mighty Moonslayer? Oh come on. Azula had to know that was not how she meant it. She was being deliberately stubborn. Hints of frustration began to seep into Tanya's tone as her self-control started to slip. You are a genius, Azula, and were this a matter of politics I would happily default to you. But this is a military operation, and though you are well studied, you don't yet have the experience I do. Seeking wisdom from subordinates more specialized than you is dash. Girls. Come on, break it up. Tai Lee interjected, popping up like the world's most cheerful jack-in-the-box between them. I finally get to see you both again after so long. Let's not ruin this moment by arguing. The sudden interruption gave Tanya's brain to catch up with her mouth, and with a jolt of panic she realized just how close she'd come to yelling at the crown princess. Friend or not, that was a line one should not cross lightly. Taking a literal step back from the argument, Tanya cleared her throat awkwardly. Yes, quite right. My apologies to both of you. That was rather ill-mannered of me. Azula took a noticeable breath herself before rebuilding her ironclad expression of calm confidence once more. Indeed. I apologize too. I should not have said what I did. It wasn't her words that Tanya felt needed apologizing for, but it was in poor taste to break the metaphorical olive branches they'd extended to each other. Azula turned and walked away, likely to sort out their transportation to Omashu, leaving Tanya and Tai Lee alone. Again, I am sorry for that shameful display. Tanya began as she looked at Tai Lee. Your performance was fascinating to watch. Tai Lee giggled. Thank you. I came up with the routine myself. She launched herself at Tanya in a big, smothering hug, which Tanya awkwardly reciprocated with a couple of awkward pats on the back. And you? Youngest admiral in history. Conqueror of the North. That's amazing. I can't take all the credit. Tanya replied, fighting herself not to preen under the praise. Oh, right. Tai Lee broke the hug, but her hand slid over to Tanya's shoulders, and she looked her in the eye sympathetically. I'm sorry about what happened to Admiral Zhao. I know you respected him a lot. Yes. Tanya's voice came out as little better than a whisper, and she suddenly found that she could not bear to keep eye contact with Tai. It wasn't that she regretted killing Zhao, there had been a monster in him that she couldn't believe she hadn't seen right from the beginning. But how was she supposed to explain to one of her best friends that she'd got to where she was now by committing treason? By murdering a man she'd once respected in cold blood and framing a 10-year-old. Azula understood the necessity of such things, and hadn't needed to be told anyway, but Tai Lee was far more innocent. Even if she wouldn't tell anyone, she would no doubt be horrified. I do sometimes find myself wondering if I could have saved him, if I'd only been there a little faster. No, Tanya, don't say that. It's not your fault. Tai Lee replied comfortingly, mistaking her guilt for sorrow. The Avatar is the only one to blame. Tanya's smile did not quite sit right on her lips. Of course. You're right. The silence between them stretched on a little too long for comfort. Tanya awkwardly cleared her throat. So, you've changed your mind about joining us. As questionable as Azula's methods were, they seemed to have served their purpose of helping Tai Lee really think about the direction her life was headed. Yes. I thought a little bit more about what you said earlier. Tai replied with her usual smile. Perhaps there is Northwest escaping my place in the Fire Nation after all. Escaping. Not exactly the word Tanya would have used, but it was close enough. All things, be they companies, militaries, or even nations, had a hierarchy, and rebelling against it was so much more wasteful than acknowledging and trying to climb it. You know, I don't think I've ever seen you and Azula argue like that before. Is everything all right? Tai Lee asked. A resigned sigh slipped out of Tanya's nose. Truthfully, things have been a little tense recently. Azula wants this mission to go perfectly, and has been a little more controlling than usual to make it happen. She thought about mentioning that Azula's desire for total control was her way ensuring Zuko would not be hurt, but decided to keep that card close to her chest for now. It wasn't her place to go around revealing Azula's private thoughts. I've been doing my best to accommodate her, but it's starting to get a little tiring. Tai Lee gave her a sympathetic look. Maybe you should talk to her. I know you two will be able to figure something out. Sometimes it's like you're cut from the same cloth. Perhaps. Tanya nodded. But not right now. Our next destination is Omashu, to invite Mai along. I think a few comforts of civilization is just what we'll need to reach an equitable agreement. Chapter 69, Chapter 69. So, is King Bumi with you guys? Is he leading the resistance? Omashu had not quite been what Aang had been hoping for since he arrived. First had come the shock of finding out that it had been captured by the Fire Nation. Then, in an attempt to save a lady from falling boulders, he'd been mistaken for a member of the resistance and had knives thrown at him. And all the time he still had no idea what had happened to the only friend he had left from before his big freeze. Young, the leader of the resistance, angrily clenched his fists. Of course not. The day of the invasion, we readied ourselves for battle. We were prepared to defend our city, to fight for our lives and for our freedom. But before we even had a chance, a deep growl thrummed in the back of his throat, his expression morphing into a rictus of frustrated fury. King Bumi surrendered. Surrendered? Bumi? No, there must be some mistake. Bumi loved his city. He wouldn't sit back and let it fall into enemy hands without a word. The day of the invasion, I asked King Bumi what he wanted to do. Young continued, sensing his disbelief. He looked me in the eye and said, I'm going to do nothing. Saka and Katara stirred uncomfortably behind him, no doubt recalling how Bumi had imprisoned them in candy the last time they'd visited as part of a game. Aang didn't need to look at them to know that they believed it. Bumi was a little crazy, yes, but not completely insane. There had to be a reason for what he'd done. Young snorted derisively. It doesn't matter now. Fighting the Fire Nation is the only path to freedom. And freedom is worth dying for. Freedom. The core principle of airbending. Aang had a great respect for freedom and valued it immensely, but the way Young spoke of sacrificing lives for it so easily didn't sit well with him. As noble as it was to risk your life for a cause you believed in, such a sacrifice should always be the very last resort. Actually, there's another path to freedom. He said calmly. You could leave Omashu. You're directing all your energy to fight the Fire Nation, but you're outnumbered. You can't win. Now's the time to retreat, so you can live to fight another day. Young looked like he wanted to slam his hand against something. You don't understand. They've taken our home, and we have to fight them at any cost. I don't know, Young, living to fight another day is starting to sound pretty good to me. One of the resistance members piped up softly. Yeah, I'm with the kid. Another agreed more forcefully. Whispers erupted through the underground tunnels as the gathered resistance members began discussing amongst themselves, and though Aang could not pick out any particular conversation, the lack of aggression in the crowd's tone suggested that most agreed with him. Young looked back to him with a frown, clearly annoyed at being undermined, yet mature enough to not throw a tantrum or insist that his orders be followed. Fine. But there are thousands of citizens that need to leave. How are we going to get them all out? Suckers. All eyes turned to the source of the outburst, Saka. The young water tribeman had a wide, devious grin on his face. You're all about to come down with a nasty case of pentapox. Please tell me you're here to kill me. Azula stared at Mai with a raised eyebrow. Mai stared back, her expression perfectly deadpan. Then, on some unspoken cue, the slight smiles cracked on both their faces. It's great to see you, Mai. Azula said, stepping forward to place her hands on Mai's shoulders, only to quickly remove them when Tai Lee bounded forward and enveloped Mai in a huge, boneless hug. Mai patted her pack with one hand with the look of someone who'd become resigned to such grandiose hugs long ago. I thought you ran off and joined the circus. You said it was your calling. Well, Azula and Tanya called a little louder. Tai Lee replied chipperly as she released her. Mai cocked an eyebrow and looked around. Tanya's here too. Where is she? She got a little distracted on the way here. Tai Lee replied sheepishly. Strange, Tanya was never what she would have called an easily distracted person. What could have captured her attention? As if sensing her thoughts, Azula stepped past them and led the way out onto the palace balcony. Perhaps you'd better see for yourself. She called, pointing out towards the courtyard below. Mai followed behind her and peered over the railings. A horde of peasants shambled towards the gates, moaning and groaning with glassy eyes and outstretched arms. Even from so high up, Mai could see huge red splotches dotting their skin in irregular patterns. Plague. Plague. Some of the Fire Nation soldiers were shouting fearfully, hurrying around trying to contain the infected civilians whilst also keeping a wide distance away from them. Mai spotted her father on the scene, surrounded by a ring of guards and flapping his hands around animatedly as he tried to gain control of the situation. Drive them out of the city. He shouted, but don't touch them. We have to rid the city of this disease. Belay that order. Ah, there was that familiar tussle of gold hair. Tanya was hovering above the crowd like a miniature star, fire blazing at her feet as she observed the situation from above. Keep the gates closed. Direct all infected to Guishuan Hill. We'll use it as a quarantine zone until the plague has passed. We can't keep them here. Wakano protested. What if it spreads across the city? We'll all be in danger. If we let them leave, the infection will spread across the entire Earth Kingdom. Which, as you may have noticed, we are currently trying to conquer. Tanya shot back acidly. Better this be confined here than be allowed out into the wider world. The Fire Nation soldiers on the ground looked around awkwardly, stuck between their duty to obey an admiral and their own desire to not get infected. Sensing their hesitation, Tanya fixed them with a cold glare. I swear to Agni, if one of you opens the gate so much as a crack, I'll have you hung, drawn, and quartered faster than you can say pentapox. Compared with certain death at the legendary admiral's hands, suddenly Pentapox didn't seem quite so dangerous anymore. The soldiers snapped to work, using their spears like shepherd staffs to literally herd the infected down another street, while Tanya took charge of directing them. As perfect a soldier as ever I see. My drawled. Indeed. Azula replied, a hint of venom lacing her tone. She's grown very comfortable throwing her rank around. Slowly but surely the crowd of infected began to thin out from the courtyard as more of them were siphoned away to the quarantine zone. Mai's father and his guard began to retreat back to the palace, and once the local guards seemed to have full control of the situation, Tanya broke away and flew over to join him as they entered through the palace doors. As the sounds of their raised, arguing voices drew closer, Azula led her and Tai Lee back inside to sit at a nearby table just as the door burst open. Strange about it. I've heard about it before. One of my guard's brothers caught Pentapox. Bacano yelled. I understand that. What I'm saying is that it's strange for this disease to suddenly pop up so quickly, and here of all places. Tanya fired back. What's that supposed to mean? The reformation of Omashu is going perfectly. That's the problem. It's all been going too perfectly. I've fought earthbenders plenty of times, and if nothing else I have to admit that they're stubborn bastards. I've never heard of them surrendering territory without putting up at least a token resistance before. Yet here, in the second most defensible city in the Earth Kingdom, the Fire Nation was allowed to just waltz in and take over without any problems. It doesn't make sense. Bah. You're being paranoid dash. Well, I wouldn't say that there haven't been any problems. Mai interrupted blithely. Tanya finally looked away from Akano, and her expression softened as she lay eyes on her final childhood friend. Mai. It's good to see you again. She approached, all thoughts of Omashu temporarily pushed aside. And you look so dignified. Life in the colonies has been good to you. I have been bored out of my mind every second. Mai deadpanned. If you want to swap jobs, I'm game. Tanya let out a quick laugh, mistakenly seeming to think that she was joking. However, it quickly turned serious again. What were you saying before? There's been problems in Omashu. A rebellion. Mai explained. A minor rebellion. Bacano butted in. Nothing serious. Just a few angry peasants throwing a few rocks around. The city guard has it perfectly under control. Tanya did not look impressed. Perhaps so. But I'm pretty sure that any signs of an active rebellion cell, no matter the size, should be reported to military intelligence. I don't recall seeing Omashu on the map of potential insurrection sites. There's no rebel cell here. Just a gang or two of angry teens. Why, the last one we saw wasn't even a teenager yet. Just some little bald child. Tanya went ramrod straight in an instant, her face stricken with panic. In a flash she whirled around to point at Akano. What? Bring me whoever witnessed this attack. She demanded. That would be me. Mai cut in. Did the perpetrator have blue arrows tattoos on his head and hands? Mai raised an eyebrow curiously. Airbender tattoos. I couldn't see, the sun was in my eyes. What about his clothes? Were they orange-colored? And was he holding a wooden staff? Mai thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Tanya's face morphed into a horrible scowl. It's him. He's here. Azula was the first to catch on. The Avatar. You think he's here in Omashu? But why? Chapter 70, Chapter 70. Mai thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Tanya's face morphed into a horrible scowl. It's him. He's here. Azula was the first to catch on. The Avatar. You think he's here in Omashu? But why? Good question. Could his appearance be related to the outbreak of this plague? Tanya seemed to lose herself in thought, pacing back and forth as her mind worked to connect the dots. King Bumi surrender, airbender tactics, chemical warfare dash. Oh. Oh. Suddenly Tanya darted over to the wall when a large map of the city hung proudly, and ripped it off. Before Akano could protest, she draped it across the table and began to furiously scan the layout of the city as if the secrets of the world were hidden across it. Just as Tai Lee was about to ask what she was doing, Tanya stepped back and shouted out loud. Guerrilla warfare. What? Azula questioned, looking over at Mai, who just shrugged. Tai Lee gasped. Like elephant gorillas. You think the rebels are training animals to fight? No. Gorilla, not Goral dash, forget it. Tanya huffed, pushing the map aside and slamming her hands down on the table dramatically. Tell me, what has made the Fire Nation so successful during our invasion of the Earth Kingdom? Our national pride. Akano declared proudly. No. Tanya replied sharply. Serious answers only please. Our superior numbers, tactics, and technological advances. Azula answered. Tanya nodded approvingly. Exactly right. We excel at offensive strategies just as much as the Earth Kingdom excels as defensive strategies. Our war machines allow us to counteract the fortifications and other defenses of their cities. With those things balancing each other out, our superior numbers allow us to prevail in most conflicts. Tanya began to pace again, this time circling around the table. The majority of our battles against the Earth Kingdom have followed a simple pattern. Our armies arrive at a city and begin a siege, the Earth Kingdom holds its defenses for as long as it can, and both sides whittle away at each other until there are no Earthbenders left, and the Fire Nation breaks through. Why is that relevant to Omashu? Mai asked blankly. They surrendered without a fight. Tanya shook her head. No, Mai. I don't think they did. The others looked at her with puzzled expressions, so Tanya ceased her pacing and returned to the table. Most Earthbenders would be too stubborn to abandon their defenses, but King Bumi is no ordinary Earthbender. He's well known for being insane, and that makes him capable of thinking of strategies outside of conventional Earthbender tactics. Tactics using Omashu's natural defenses not as a wall but as a coffin. A coffin. Bakano echoed, concern lacing his tone. Picture this. You are the mad King Bumi. You look out across your walls one day to see a Fire Nation army of such numbers that your city could never hope to repel it. You could marshal your men, ready your city for a siege, but you already know that you're just stubbornly holding out against the inevitable. Then suddenly a thought crosses your mind. That army is here to invade your city now, but once they succeed then the majority of them will then march away to the next city in need of conquering, leaving a smaller garrison behind in an unfamiliar location who are well trained at attacking cities, but not so experienced at defending one. Azula was the first to catch on. You think he's planning a counterattack? Yes. If Omashu surrendered then what, I ask, happened to their army? Rather than let his men be worn away day after day at the walls, Bumi orders his generals to take their men and go to ground, probably quite literally. A full army of well-trained, healthy soldiers with a clear chain of command, all disappearing among the local populace or hiding beneath the ground, waiting for the invaders of their homes to raise their flags and march off on their next great conquest. Tanya pointed to the map where the newly formed quarantine zone was located. This pentapox outbreak is just the opening act. I suspect that King Bumi arranged for the Avatar to come to this city and release the pentapox virus into the local populace as a means of spreading chaos. With an infection spreading around, pressure will be on us and the local garrison to maintain order and prevent its spread. Soldiers will be stretched thin maintaining checkpoints and patrolling the streets, and that will leave them vulnerable. Tanya leaned further over the table, her tone growing slower and darker, as if she were telling a horror story around a campfire. It will begin with ambushes, like the one that targeted Mai. Patrols out at night will find themselves attacked by larger gangs of Earthbender soldiers, crushed by overwhelming numbers and the element of surprise. The attackers flee back underground before reinforcements can arrive, leaving the corpses on the streets as a message of fear. Once the patrols have been thinned out enough that guards have to be reassigned from important positions, next comes the sabotage of food stores, military equipment, and all the other supplies that give us the advantage in combat. Then come the assassinations of those high up the chain of command or in important positions, captains, tacticians, even the local governor and his family. Bakano gulped heavily. Fear kept the population in line before, but now, with the Fire Nation garrison scared and disorganized, that fear starts to turn to resentment. They blame the Fire Nation for the spread of the pentapox, and rally behind the banner of the legendary Avatar. Protests begin, easily turned violent by a few stray rocks from a rebel, and as the weakened garrison struggles to maintain order the Omashu army finally steps out of the shadows, crushing the garrison while they are at their weakest. King Bumi is freed, the city returns to his control, and the army is celebrated as heroes even as all those who helped the Fire Nation occupation are hung from the palace walls. By the spirits. Bakano breathed, sounded utterly terrified, and already defeated. What can we do? Tanya straightened back up and turned to the governor, standing as every inch the admiral she was. Do not fear, governor. A rebellion is itself like an infection. Leave it too long and it will spread, consuming you from within, but if you act quickly and decisively it can be easily dealt with. Do not hesitate to cut off the infected limb, and the infection is beaten in an instant. Bakano looked down nervously. I'm not sure I can dash. No matter. It's not in your hands anymore. Tanya interrupted, her tone laced with the commanding tone of authority. As Admiral, I am exercising my right to place any city I believe to be at risk of rebellion under military lockdown. As of this moment, all military and administrative personnel are under my direct command. All civilians working non-essential jobs are to be confined to their homes or the quarantine zones, and all commanding officers are to report to me immediately for reassignment. You, Governor, and your family shall remain in protective custody here in the palace. Mai coughed meaningfully. With the exclusion of your daughter, until such a time as the rebellion has been dealt with. I expect it to be over within a few days. Bakano gaped at her like a fish out of water. What are you going to do? Tanya's lips peeled back into a wolfish, snarling grin. First I will find whatever cave the rebels are hiding and excise them from this city, burning away the disease until Omashu is pure once more. Then I will finish what I started at the North Pole. A flash of red-hot anger gleamed in her eyes. I will trap the Avatar within this city, and I will destroy him once and for all. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Saka was upset. He knew he had a tendency to mess things up fairly frequently, but one thing he'd always had confidence in was his plans. Aang and Katara could bend the elements to their will and fight off dozens of firebenders, but it was his ideas that got them out of the sticky situations they found themselves in more often than not. Not today though. Just as everything seemed like it was about to work out, that she-devil came swooping in like a bat out of hell. It was a small mercy that she hadn't spotted them amidst the crowd. The moment he'd seen her, Saka was filled with the urge to storm up and throw his boomerang right at her face. After everything she'd done to you and the North Pole, she deserved a little suffering of her own. Yet Katara had held him back, and they'd slipped into the quarantine zone among the fake infected, and then back to the rebellion headquarters through a secret tunnel. It wouldn't be long before someone noticed that the pentapox spots were fading from their victims rather rapidly, and at that time Tanya would surely start investigating further. If she discovered that Aang was here, she'd turn the city into a death trap. Before that happened, he needed to figure another way to get everyone out of the city. Yet no matter how hard he thought, no answer came to mind. The atmosphere around the rebel headquarters was tense. Young had started pushing everyone to take up arms again, and after their failed escape attempt a few more people were willing to listen to him. Opinions were divided, and with division came the seeds of conflict, small arguments for now, but each one with the promise of growing into something bigger if given the chance. General Young. All eyes turned to the source of commotion as a woman came stumbling in, her flushed face and gasping breath a sign that she'd been running for quite a while to get here. Young looked up from a document he'd been reading with a confused look. Lin. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be undercover at the governor's palace. I managed to slip away through the lockdown. I had to warn you. Lin gasped. What do you mean lockdown? What happened? Lin took a moment to catch her breath, then continued. That newly arrived admiral. The Moonslayer. She knows the Avatar is here. She's putting the whole city on lockdown, taken over the governor's palace, and is sending every soldier she has out to track this place down. Already. How had she figured out that they were here so quickly? Young growled. If she wants us, let her come and take us. We'll bury her and her forces in these caves. No. You can't. Cried Aang, rushing over to stand in front of him with a look of pure panic on his face. You didn't see the lengths she was willing to go to for victory at the North Pole. Now more than ever, we need to focus on escaping. She's having archers and trebuchets set up all along the walls, with orders to shoot at anything that flies without hesitation. Lin added. And has doubled the guards at the city gates. Orders are that absolutely nobody leaves without her express permission. Katara, caught somewhere between Aang's panic and Young's fury herself, spoke up. What about underground? Is there no way to dig a tunnel underneath the ravine surrounding the city? The deeper you dig, the greater the pressure. One of the nearby rebels interjected. Even a master earthbender can only go so far underground, and there's yet to be one powerful enough to dig a tunnel deeper than the ravine. That's not true. Young stated. All eyes turned to the general as he spoke. There is a secret tunnel beneath the palace, at the bottom of the crystal cavern where King Bumi had the Avatar face 3 trials. It is said to have been created by Oma, the founder of Omashu, and is said to connect to a secret tunnel through the mountains. The Cave of Two Lovers. Aang finished excitedly. Young looked shocked. You know about it. I've been there. We figured out the trick to navigating through the tunnels. Young looked surprised, but not disbelieving. After a moment to regain his composure, he cleared his throat. Be that as it may, to reach the entrance we'll have no choice but to attack the governor's palace. That means going toe-to-toe with Admiral Tanya and no small number of firebender soldiers. If we're committing to this course of action, I want to be sure that the tunnel hasn't already been discovered and sealed off. He turned back to Lin. Are you able to return to the palace again? Lin shook her head. No. They'll have noticed my absence by now, and if I'm spotted I'll be detained for sure. Then we'll need to find someone else. Young declared. Someone capable of sneaking into a heavily fortified area unseen. Everyone was silent for a second, until one of the nearby rebels piped up. You know, I think I might know just the guy. It was still something of a shock to see Omashu decked out in Fire Nation colors. It had been a consistent threat for 100 years, a stubborn dot on the map that refused to give in to Fire Nation rule no matter how many troops were thrown at it. With it gone, Ba Sing Se was the only major city left in the Earth Kingdom that hadn't fallen. The war is coming to a close. A few more years and we'll have won. Zuko thought to himself. A proper prince would be joyous to know that victory for his nation was nearly at hand. Instead, all he could think was that time was running out. If the war finished and the Avatar had still not been captured, would father still let him come back home? By birthright, he should be lying in the finest room of the governor's palace right now. He should have the local soldiers at his beck and call. Instead, he was hiding from those same soldiers, squatting away in a peasant's home. He'd snuck into the city clinging to the bottom of a cart filled with cabbages, and had given the wooden medallion to the staff at the Gritty Crown. They'd given him the room for the night, promising a meeting with a rebellion member in the morning. Only the next morning there had been a delay. Something about a pandemic that had quickly spread across the city. Zuko had considered leaving, but wisdom had counseled him to stay. Leave, and he'd be wandering around aimlessly hoping to stumble across the Avatar by pure chance. Even if this rebellion couldn't give him more than a general idea of which direction the Avatar was heading in, it would be worth a day of waiting. A knock at the door caught his attention, and Zuko sat up from the stiff bed he'd been given and grabbed his blue spirit mask from the side table, fixing it securely over his face before standing up and going over to answer. The moment he opened it, he nearly jumped out of his skin at the tanned face waiting there. Whoa. Cool mask. The Water Tribe peasant, Saka, greeted cheerfully. Where'd you get it? Zuko's brain stalled, unable to process what was going on. When the silence dragged on for too long, Saka tilted his head to the side. Are you all right there? He's a mute. Can't say a word, but his skill with swords does the talking for him. Michi, the owner of the Gritty Crown and secret rebellion supporter, introduced. Made a name for himself facing off alone against every thief, bandit, and ne'er-do-well around this part of the map. Folks called him the Blue Spirit. The Blue Spirit. Oh great. The other water peasant, Katara, was here too. Aang, isn't that the same guy who rescued you from Tanya and Zhao back at the fortress? Zuko looked past her and Saka, past Michi, past the stern-looking man dressed like a soldier, only for his eyes to land on the form of a bald child in orange robes. The same child that he had devoted his life to capturing, and that had now once again appeared right in front of him at a time where he was alone, outnumbered and weakened from his long journey. The spirits really did love to torment him. One word from the Avatar, and he'd be swarmed by more rebellion soldiers than he could handle at once. Aang was looking right at him, clearly just as surprised as he was. Behind his mask, Zuko grit his teeth. One word from him and it was all over. If the rebellion didn't throw him in a cell themselves, they'd hand him over to the Fire Nation and let them do it for them. For a moment Aang said nothing, staring directly at him with those wide, annoyingly bright eyes of his. The others looked at him in confusion, wondering why he wasn't saying anything. Then, with the gentle smile of one greeting an old friend, Aang put his hands together and bowed gratefully at the waist. I never got a chance to properly thank you last time. He said respectfully. Thank you Blue Spirit, for saving my life that day. Zuko unconsciously took a step back, now completely thrown. Was he dreaming? Hallucinating? Why was the Avatar of all people not exposing him? Had he forgotten everything that Zuko had done while pursuing him? Aang straightened up from his bow. There wasn't a hint of hostility about him, not the slightest tension in his fists, or a flicker of anger in his eyes. He seemed genuinely happy for some reason. Before Zuko could figure out why, Aang walked forward to stand right in front of the doorway and held out a hand, as if offering a handshake. Could I ask for your help one more time? While proofreading this chapter, I noticed how many times I had accidentally misspelled Tai Lee's name as Tai Lee, and one occasion where I accidentally wrote Tai Lung. I'm not sure that even the Avatar state would have been enough to allow Aang to escape the real dragon warrior. Yes, Team Azula is all back together. Azula is the brave and noble hero, Mai the stoic knight, Tai Lee the quirky rogue, and Tanya the wise old wizard. Together they shall embark upon a dangerous and heroic journey to save the Fire Nation from the reincarnated demon Avatar. I've put a fair bit of thought into how I want their relationships to grow and develop along their journey, and hopefully you can see the beginnings of the relationship I have planned for Tai Lee and Tanya in this chapter. Next chapter will spend a bit more time with Mai. And holy moly, look at all these followers and favorites. It's amazing to know that this story has received so much positive attention, and we're not even halfway through yet. Thank you so much to everyone following this FIC. I hope you continue to enjoy it. Chapter 72, Chapter 72. Once, when he was only 5 years old, Monk Gyatso had taken him to the peak of a mountain. Airbending had come easily to Aang, and he was definitely among the most skilled of his age group. Yet that did not mean everything came to him without difficulty. The day before, Gyatso had deemed him ready to attempt his first glider flight. They had spent the whole day on the ground first, running through the techniques that would guide the air around him to flow in the direction he wanted, until the sun had been just about to set. Gyatso had offered him a practice glider staff, taken him to a small ledge just above a pool of water, and instructed him to jump. Aang had done so without hesitation, as children often did, but panic had immediately jolted through him as he felt that something was wrong. There had been a tear in the practice staff, hidden from sight whilst folded, and its sails could not catch the wind properly. Both Aang and the staff crashed down unceremoniously into the water. Gyatso had swiftly rushed down to help him, but after confirming that Aang was unharmed he'd been unconcerned. He laughed it off, repaired the tear in the staff, then handed it back and prompted Aang to try again. But Aang couldn't. The moment he'd stepped up to the ledge, the drop beneath him had seemed to grow in height before his eyes. Fear had overcome him, and he stepped away with teary cheeks, fully expecting to see Gyatso's disappointed face when he turned around. Would his teacher be ashamed of his student's cowardice? Annoyed by his disobedience? Angry at his failure? Yet Gyatso had not been disappointed. He'd place a hand on his shoulder as he guided him back to the temple, and promised that tomorrow they would overcome this hurdle together. At the top of the mountain, the wind flowed fiercer and more freely than Aang had ever felt before. The cold seeped through his robes and into his bones, but Aang had not minded it. He felt a sense of rightness that his young mind had not had the words for. It was energetic, primal, wild, and yet by contrast still so peaceful and gentle, like a great tiger lounging peacefully in a tree. Gyatso had tied a rope firmly around Aang's stomach, checking the knot no less than 3 times over, then nodded sagely, and handed him the same glider staff from yesterday. "Open it," Gyatso had said. "Let it catch the wind, and carry you up. I am here, and I will not let the sky take you away." Aang looked uneasy. "Can I use a different staff?" he asked. Gyatso smiled, as if he had anticipated the question. "What is wrong with the one you have?" he asked patiently. "It's broken," Aang replied. "It should be thrown away." Gyatso did not look perturbed. "Was broken," he stressed, opening the glider to show the stitch he had made yesterday. "Yet that does not mean it has lost its worth. It is true that it let you down yesterday, but this staff has changed since then. With a little care and effort, what was broken has been repaired." He ran a hand across the stitch. "The past has not been forgotten. The scars of its failure may never fade. But that does not mean that a failure is all it shall ever be. It may yet still be the wings that allow you to fly." "How can you be sure?" Aang asked, hanging on Gyatso's every word, yet still doubtful of the glider. Gyatso smiled at him. "We can never be sure, Aang. Life is full of surprises. Yet if you do not give it a chance, how can it ever prove that it has become worthy of your trust?" He held out the glider staff to Aang again, and hesitantly Aang took it. He stood, shot Gyatso a nervous glance, and then, gingerly, flicked the glider open. The wind caught it immediately, and Aang was lifted 10 feet into the air before Gyatso's rope snapped taut. Like a kite, Aang hung in the sky, feeling the rushing of the winds around him and the weightlessness of true flight. A wide, goofy grin spread across his face as his heart swelled with the sensation of freedom unlike he'd ever felt before, and he whooped in pure joy. Flying was amazing. Even just hovering a little above the ground like this, Aang felt so light and untroubled. He floated there for 10 or so minutes, giggling whenever Gyatso wobbled the rope to send him darting around like a dragonfly, until finally his teacher reeled him back in. There was a twinkle in the old monk's eye as he spoke to him. "So Aang, do you still want another glider?" Aang shook his head quickly and held his staff tightly, almost possessively to his chest. Gyatso laughed, and patted his head. "Good. Now come, let's get some lunch. I'm starving." "When can we get some lunch?" Aang shook his head, the daydream dispelled by Sokka's words. There was no wind underground, no comforting breeze, and a part of Aang couldn't wait for this whole rebellion strategy meeting to be over so that he could go outside again. Yet his wisdom curbed that instinct. Bumi needed his help, and the only way to do that was to pay attention and work with the rebellion to iron out the details of their escape plan. A plan that revolved around trusting the same boy who'd hunted them halfway around the world. Across the table sat the Blue Spirit, his posture so stiff from social awkwardness that it was a miracle his spine didn't crack. Next to him, Katara smiled happily and said something to him Aang didn't catch. She'd liked him the moment that Aang had confirmed he was the one who freed him from the fortress, and seemed to have made it her personal mission to befriend the clearly socially awkward boy in the mask. Aang hadn't told her or Sokka that he knew who the Blue Spirit was. He hadn't lied to them really, just omitted the final part of his story of how he'd escaped, the part where he'd snuck a peek under the mask. He still wanted to believe that he and Zuko didn't have to be enemies, or could perhaps even be friends one day, but he knew that Sokka and Katara wouldn't understand. Keeping the Blue Spirit's real identity hidden at the time had felt like an unspoken declaration of trust in the angry young prince. Now it seemed the time had come to take a gamble on that trust. Aang was under no illusion that Zuko had suddenly transformed into a saint overnight, but back at the North Pole the prince had surprised everyone when he freed the captured ocean and moon spirits from Tanya's clutches. He had shown that, as damaged as growing up in the Fire Nation had made him, he was still capable of seeing what the right thing to do was. It was also obvious that he'd suffered for that decision. He was traveling alone now, dressed in tatty gray rags, and noticeably thinner than he'd been before. The plan the rebellion was cooking up relied heavily on the Blue Spirit's stealth abilities, and Zuko would be in the perfect position to sabotage their efforts. All it would take was him taking off his mask and leading the Fire Nation here, and the Omashu rebellion was done for. Many would call it foolish to put so much trust in Zuko after all he'd done before, and a part of Aang couldn't help but agree. He glanced over at his glider staff, knowing without having to open it where that little stitch monk Gyatso had made was. If he wanted Zuko to change, he had to give him the chance to. Follow the staircase down on the right, and you'll reach the crystal cave. Young finished, pointing to the map of the palace interior he had drawn out. The entrance to the escape tunnel is right at the bottom, a doorway concealed behind a large green crystal. Once you can confirm that it is undiscovered by the Fire Nation, head back up again and make your escape. In the meantime, the rest of us will be preparing for the assault. Meet us back here, and we'll launch the attack as soon as possible. Hold on. Aang interjected. Where are they holding Bumi? Young scowled. I don't know. Why does it matter anyway? He welcomed the Fire Nation into our homes. The bed he's lying in is one of his own making. He is my friend. Aang replied plainly. And your king. I won't abandon him. Young scoffed and looked away. Have it your way. But we don't know where in the palace he's being held. I can guess at a few areas, but we won't know for sure, and we won't have time to waste trying to find him during the assault. What if Blue looked around for him as well? Katara asked. And suppose that he got caught doing so. The more tasks we give the Blue Spirit to accomplish, the higher the chance he'll be caught. We know where the escape tunnel is, but searching the whole palace is another story. Katara looked at the newly nicknamed Blue, who nodded once to confirm that Young was right. Okay, what if someone else went with him? They could search for Bumi, while Blue checks the escape tunnel. Katara asked. Young frowned. We're soldiers, not thieves. I don't know anyone else who could get around the palace undetected. Perhaps they don't have to. All eyes turned to Saka, who'd adopted that pensive look he got whenever he was on the verge of a genuinely good idea. Didn't you say earlier that all the patrol paths have been changing since Tanya took over? Saka continued. He tapped a finger on his chin thoughtfully. Soldiers are being reassigned to new positions left and right. The new status quo is bound to be unfamiliar to them too. And with unfamiliarity, there'll be mistakes. Opportunities. Young eyed him curiously. What are you suggesting? Do you have any Fire Nation uniforms? We've picked up a couple recently. Do you think a simple disguise will be enough? Right now, yes. Any suspicious behavior can be blamed on making mistakes because we've just been reassigned to a new job. Young stroked his chin. That could work. Not with too many people though. Any more than a handful will attract too much attention. We only need one person to confirm Bumi's location. I'll go. Aang immediately volunteered. No offense, Avatar, but you are too small to be a soldier, and your tattoos are too recognizable. Sokka stood up. Then I'll go. Sokka. No. Katara protested. It's too dangerous. Young eyed him carefully. Your resolve is admirable, but are you certain? If you are caught, I cannot guess what fate would await you. Sokka nodded. I am a warrior of the Southern Water Tribes. I won't fail. Chapter 73, Chapter 73. Sokka. No. Katara protested. It's too dangerous. Young eyed him carefully. Your resolve is admirable, but are you certain? If you are caught, I cannot guess what fate would await you. Sokka nodded. I am a warrior of the Southern Water Tribes. I won't fail. Very well. Young rose from his seat. In that case, I have preparations to attend to immediately if we are to begin the assault as soon as possible. Sokka, Blue Spirit, I wish you both good fortune in your missions. May the spirits watch over you. As he strode away, Aang and Katara rounded on Sokka. Sokka, what are you doing? Katara hissed. What we have to do to protect the people we care about. Sokka replied resolutely. Many in the rebellion resent Bumi for surrendering to the Fire Nation. If we leave one of their agents to do this, they may not look for Bumi and claim that they couldn't find him. Aang needs an earthbending teacher, and Bumi's is the only one we know we can trust. Plus, Bumi is Aang's our friend. We have to do all we can to free him, even if it's a little risky. Aang and Katara shared an uneasy look, but couldn't refute his words. Seeing that they were coming around, Sokka gave them each a reassuring pat on the back. Have some faith in me. I can do this. Katara gripped his hand. We'll be waiting a safe distance away. If there's any trouble, any at all, find a way to signal us. We won't let you be captured too. Saka smiled mischievously. Don't worry. With what I have planned, they'll never suspect a thing. Watching Tanya work was like watching a master conductor before an orchestra. Each movement of her hand was a gesture to direct her officers to a new location. Each word, a clear and concise command so authoritative that none even considered disobedience. Mai had studied the arts of war at the Royal Academy for Girls, and though she'd never been bad at it, it had never been one of her strongest subjects either. Tai Lee had been terrible, and Azula had gotten top marks. Tanya though sometimes seemed as if she could have aced her exams before she'd even attended the first lesson, like she'd been born with a library of military strategies in her head. The academy had taught them to prepare for and lead battles, but had assumed that, being as its students were all from the highest echelon of Fire Nation society, there would be subordinates to take care of the lesser duties for them, organizing supplies, planning guard duties, managing promotions, and all the other little tasks that allowed a military force to move effectively. It had been more important to hurry them along to their next etiquette lesson than study those sorts of things. Tanya had studied them. More than that, she had mastered them. Mai didn't know when exactly she'd found the time, but the results spoke for themselves. She had done in 3 hours what should have taken days to accomplish, confined the local population to their homes, hidden key supplies in new areas, and organized an entirely new command structure for their military forces that was better adapted for finding and combating the rebel forces. The sun had not even set since she'd arrived, and already Omashu was like an entirely new city. Send a scouting party to all wells and public sources of water. The rebels must be drawing fresh water into their headquarters from somewhere. If we can find it, we can poison them. Tanya's voice was sounding notably hoarse after 3 hours of barking out non-stop orders at her newly appointed commanders. Mai knew from plenty of personal experiences that although Tanya would often lecture others on the importance of frequent rest to maximize working efficiency, she herself would work with an obsessive, single-minded focus whenever a task fully captivated her attention. She had the borderline dangerous level of discipline one would expect from veteran soldiers, the mindset to ignore all fatigue, distractions, and discomfort until the mission was done, and sometimes seemed to slip into that mode on the most mundane tasks without even seeming to realize it herself. Tai Lee was normally the one who'd coerce her into taking a break when she got like this, but her acrobatic friend had left a little while ago with Azula to investigate the reports of the Pentapox victims mysteriously disappearing. That meant it was left to her to drag her workaholic friend back to reality. Oh joy! Mai walked over to the tea table, where a pot of that obscure drink called coffee that Tanya was so fond of had been left earlier, and poured some into a fine china cup her mother used for entertaining important guests. Then she approached the table with the large map upon it that Tanya had commandeered for her planning, placed the coffee down, and butted into the conversation Tanya was having with a nervous officer with a meaningful clearing of her throat. As both their eyes turned to her, Mai fixed Tanya with a deadpan expression. Enough. You need to take a break. What was the point in tiptoeing around the subject? Straightforward bluntness worked just well. Tanya scoffed dismissively. I'll take a break in a minute. Just let me sort out this strategy first. I reckon if we fill mail carts with explosive powder, we can use the delivery system chutes to quickly and accurately deliver a bomb to any part of the city where the rebellion appears in force, and blast apart their formations right before dash. Yes, I'm sure you've come up with 100 new ways to turn my dad's city into a death trap. Well done, we're all very impressed. Mai interrupted sarcastically. Now sit down and drink your coffee. But I dash. Sit Tanya. Tanya pouted, but even she couldn't last long under one of Mai's deadpan glares, especially when a part of her knew she was right. With a heavy sigh Tanya sat down, dismissed the officer with a wave of her hand, and took a deep gulp of coffee. You've got a knack for brewing this stuff. She noted absently. I like it. Mai replied. It's bitter and dark. Just like me. Tanya smirked at that, and for a few minutes the two sat in comfortable silence as they often had, enjoying each other's company without much need for words. Is it true what Azula said? Mai suddenly asked, prompting Tanya to look at her questioningly. Is it true that Zuko betrayed us during the siege of the north? That you tried to kill him? Tanya froze, her coffee halfway to her lips, and her expression tightened with anger as a memory flashed before her eyes. I know this must be difficult to hear, Mai, but it's true. She growled out. I had ultimate victory over not just the Avatar, but every waterbender on the planet, quite literally. But he threw it all away at the last moment out of some misguided sense of righteousness. She put down her coffee cup. I'll admit, in the heat of the moment I wanted to hurt him. Badly. Part of me still wants to do so now. But I won't kill him if it makes Azula suffer. She huffed. In some ways I'd prefer to bring him back to his father alive anyway. See him face true, legal justice for his crimes. I see. Mai said flatly. Her face was as blank as a stone, but something in her eyes narrowed dangerously just a little. Tanya was perceptive enough to notice, and sighed regretfully. I'm sorry, Mai. I know this must be especially difficult for you, considering. Tanya trailed off. Mai stiffened. I don't know what you're talking about. She snapped woodenly. Come on Mai, we all saw the way you acted around Zuko when we were children. How you never spoke a word when he was with us, how you kept sneaking glances towards him, how you looked so nervous whenever he came close to you. Mai clenched her fist, looking about a second away from throwing her knives around. It's obvious that you were afraid of him. Mai froze, but this time for a very different reason. Tension bled out of her expression, replaced by confusion. Wah dash. Tanya nodded self-assuredly, utterly convinced that she was right. I think it's very brave of you, joining us on a hunt for the very person who so intimidated you as a child. It takes courage to face your fears. Mai stared blankly at her, completely lost. Tanya, I was never afraid of him. She muttered. Please Mai, you can trust me with this. I won't think less of you for admitting your fears, especially when you're willing to face them head-on. Tanya replied seriously. Zuko was a very boisterous boy, and so easily angered, and you were such a quiet and shy girl back then. I'm sure you weren't the only one who found him scary to be around. Mai shook her head. No, Tanya, listen. I really wasn't . Suddenly the doors of the office burst open, slamming against the walls, and Azula strode in triumphantly, with Tai Lee on her heels. We found a patch of shifted dirt nearby. Azula declared pridefully. The plague victims disappeared down a tunnel, no doubt to the rebellion headquarters. I've had the local soldiers start digging the tunnel open again. Yes. Tanya was on her feet, back in military mode in the blink of an eye. Tai Lee, inform Officer Kai to get the extermination team prepped and ready. Aye, Admiral. Tai Lee flipped her a casual imitation of a salute and ran off. Azula's eyes sharpened dangerously at seeing her taking orders from someone else. Clearly it hasn't dawned on you yet then. She drawled, looking back at Tanya. Come on Tanya, think. Why would the rebellion want to bring the entire infected population into their own headquarters? Tanya opened her mouth, and floundered as she realized that she didn't have an answer. With a put-upon roll of her eyes, Azula continued. The infected were the rebels all along. Not one of the guards around the quarantine zone caught this supposedly highly infectious virus. It was a fake plague, designed to try and get the rebels out of the city. Tanya's face scrunched up in thought as she caught on. You think their aim is to escape? But then why did the Avatar target Mai in that ambush? That suggests their aim is to fight back. She fell back into her chair, her expression pensive as her mind worked to try and connect the facts she had into a wider picture. After a good minute of heavy thinking she let out a heavy groan, massaging her temples with her fingers. It's no good. King Bumi is clearly a master strategist of the likes I've never encountered before. I can't see the design in his moves. There just isn't enough information to discern his end goal. Azula sneered victoriously. Oh. Has the amazing Admiral Tanya finally met her match? Why not interrogate him? Mai asked bluntly. He's being held in an iron coffin in the upper dungeons. Perhaps, if you talk to him, you might gain some insight about his plans. Tanya hummed thoughtfully, tapping a finger on her chin. Good idea, Mai. One would never aim to become a king if they didn't possess a great degree of pride. Perhaps, if I can trick him into boasting, he'll let slip some useful intel. She frowned. But I can't leave the command room now that a route to their headquarters has been discovered. We need to be able to react to any changes at a second's notice. Then I will take command. Azula interjected haughtily. It's what I'm best at after all. Tanya beamed at her. Thank you, Azula. I'll leave everything in your capable hands. Chapter 74. How exactly had it ended up like this? A few months ago he'd been righteously pursuing the Avatar around the globe, slowly but surely tracking his quarry and wearing him down. Yet now here he was, hidden behind a mask and leaping from rooftop to rooftop as he escorted one of the Avatar's friends on a mission against his own nation. Where had it all gone wrong? Zuko didn't understand why the Avatar hadn't told his friends about his secret identity after the Yuyan Archer's incident, or why he hadn't exposed him on the spot back at the restaurant. Was this some convoluted attempt at trying to befriend him? Did he think Zuko had forsaken his loyalty to his nation because of what happened at the North Pole? If so, he was wrong. Zuko loved his nation and believed in their cause. He just objected to Tanya's methods. The only reason he hadn't grabbed the Avatar and dragged him to the nearest guard patrol at the first opportunity was because Tanya had taken control of the city. He had no guarantee that if Tanya got her hands on the Avatar she wouldn't have them both executed on the spot. That meant, as strange as it sounded, that in order to make sure he was the one who captured the Avatar in the end, he'd have to help him escape from Omashu. His feet made no sound as they brushed across the roof tiles, stalking through the shadows cast by the setting sun without a trace. The same could not be said for his bumbling tag-along, whose armor rattled and clinked heavily with each leap. After one particularly loud clunk, Zuko could no longer fight the urge to whirl around and press a single finger to the lips of his mask in the universal gesture for silence. "Sorry," whispered Saka between gaps and pants. "Jumping around in armor isn't easy, you know." That was true, but fortunately it wouldn't be a problem any longer. They were a single building away from the governor's palace now, which meant it was time for Saka to stop scrambling around rooftops and trust in his disguise to take him further. Zuko led the way to the edge of the roof and helped Saka lower himself down to the pavement, then with feline grace pounced down in one easy movement. "Show off," Saka muttered, before slinging a satchel off his shoulder and unpacking its contents. He cracked open a jar of some kind of clear paste, and Zuko tilted his head to the side in a gesture of curiosity as he began smearing it across his chin. "It's all part of the disguise," Saka explained, wiping his hands clean and then picking out clumps of what looked to be long, brown hairs. "Tanya saw my face during the Siege of the North, and while I was never the subject of her attention, there's a chance she may recognize me. Luckily a little bit of glue and some hair can fix that. Say goodbye to Saka dash." He straightened out the hair now stuck to his chin with a comb, straightening it into a long and, admittedly realistic-looking, beard. "And hello to Wang Fire." Zuko's hand collided with Wood as he instinctively tried to facepalm himself. But Saka was undeterred. With a swagger that was far too exaggerated to be natural, he strode off towards the governor's palace, ignoring or not seeing Zuko's frantic gestures to come back. The moment the sentries at the door saw him, it was too late to stop. "Good day, fellow guardsmen," Saka greeted boisterously, his voice deliberately deeper than normal. "My, what a fine day it's been for conquest and subjugation, right?" Zuko was glad that his mask was made of wood. It protected his head when he started banging it against the wall. The guard on the left chuckled good-naturedly. "Yeah, I hear you, buddy. All finished patrolling for the day?" "Indeed," Saka replied. "Though unfortunately I've made a bit of a mistake. I used to be stationed in the palace, and seem to have forgotten my pass." The left guard sighed heavily. "Ugh, you and half the garrison. Job was nice and easy until little Miss Golden Child showed up and started restructuring everything. Don't worry, we'll let you sneak in this once." The left guard moved to let Saka pass, until the guard on the right suddenly lowered his spear down to block his path. "Hold on a minute," he growled. Saka tensed, and Zuko's hands drifted to the hilt of his swords. "I can't help but notice that your skin's mighty dark for a citizen of the Fire Nation." The right guard continued, his voice laced with suspicion. "Downright water tribe, I would say." Silently Zuko began to pull his blades from their sheath, his body crouching in preparation to sprint forwards. Until the left guard let out an exasperated sigh. "By Agni, not this again. Kong, how many more times? You've got to stop judging people on the color of their skin. This is the colonies, there are plenty of soldiers with mixed heritage." The right guard huffed irritably. "It ain't right. Fire Nation blood ought to stay pure." The left guard shook his head and turned back to Saka. "Sorry about him. Came here straight from the homeland," he said apologetically, as if that explained everything. "Come on in." Unbelievable. That actually worked. Zuko wasn't sure whether he should be cheerful or dismayed at how such a ridiculous disguise could fool his nation's men. A second later he caught himself, there was no time to waste. The sooner he could confirm that the escape tunnel was still undiscovered, the better. Silently he stalked back into the shadows, searching for another entry point. It wasn't too long ago that Saka had walked down these very halls with Aang, back when King Bumi was still in charge. The palace had that grand and powerful atmosphere, as any palace should, but hadn't struck Saka as pointlessly extravagant. The paintings and other artworks on display had been reflections of Omashu's history and culture, meant to educate and remind visitors what principles Omashu had built itself up from a pair of small tribes into the second largest city in the kingdom upon. That wasn't the case any longer. Green and stone gray had been replaced by red and gold. Portraits of past kings and queens had been swapped for unrealistically beautiful renditions of Fire Nation people Saka didn't recognize. Sculptures made by local craftsmen were switched for gaudy trinkets caked with unnecessary gemstones. Tapestries of the city's history had been covered up with the red and black banner of the Fire Nation. Now it was just another place for a rich man to display his wealth, and Saka mourned Omashu's loss. But there was no time to wallow in his thoughts. He needed to find King Bumi, the sooner the better. Thankfully his uniform was enough to merit him no more than a passing glance from the soldiers and palace servants as he walked by. Now if I wanted to confine an important prisoner, where would I do it? He muttered to himself. Some deep, dark underground dungeon would be his first guess, but that was a terrible idea if said prisoner was a powerful earthbender. Somewhere with lots of metal probably. And as far away from the earth as possible. His eyes trailed upwards, recalling that he'd seen some scaffolding on the palace roof during the journey over. He'd probably have more luck starting his search on the top floor and making his way down. One long and tiring walk all the way up flights of stairs later, Saka had reached the top floor. The spiral staircase and the round layout of the top floor made him guess that it had once been an observatory, or some similar purpose that involved looking at the sky. Now however every square inch of the floor had been covered in plain iron, and there was a suspiciously high concentration of guards hanging around. Jackpot. He took a few steps forward, and was immediately intercepted by another guard. "State your business," the woman said, her lackluster tone suggesting that she wasn't expecting any real trouble, just going through the motions her duty required of her. "I'm Ear Dash." Saka raced to think of an acceptable excuse. "Here to empty the prisoner's chamber pot." "Ah, you're the new poor sod stuck on waist duty." She stepped aside and nodded towards a hallway with a large iron door at the other end, and two soldiers chatting idly in front of it. "Go ahead." Saka nodded a silent thanks and headed towards the door, hoping that these next soldiers would be as easily deceived as the previous two. His hopes sank when, as he drew closer, the soldiers looked over to him and their eyes widened in alarm. They suddenly stood ramrod straight, becoming picture-perfect images of the attentive guards, and the air around them became charged with a tense anticipation that felt far too much for their task. What was going on? "Hello," he said as he came to a stop in front of them, hoping a disarming smile would get them to loosen up. "I'm here to empty the prisoner's chamber pot." The soldiers didn't react to him, didn't so much as twitch. Now that he was closer he could see that the soldiers weren't there actually looking at him, but something behind him. Hello. At ease. A trickle of ice-cold dread ran down Saka's spine as a voice he recognized all too well sounded behind him. Now that he was not moving himself, he could hear the sound of a pair of smaller, lighter footsteps following down the hallway behind him. Slowly he turned around, hoping desperately that he'd misheard. Sunlight golden hair greeted his gaze. Admiral Tanya, the infamous Moonslayer, walked purposefully towards him. Saka wished he could have said that his first reaction was righteous fury for all she'd done in the north, for what she'd done to you, but that would have been a lie. His first gut instinct was a deep, primal dread that made him want to run for his life. Despite her deceptively small and innocent appearance, he knew that this girl was a stone-cold killer, a psychopath in a uniform. And if his disguise didn't hold, torture or outright execution awaited. In a panic he threw up a quick, shoddy salute, and dropped it again just as quickly when he noticed that the guards had returned to standing at ease in her order. His antics seemed to draw a half-amused, half-exasperated smile from Tanya. Chapter 75. In a panic he threw up a quick, shoddy salute, and dropped it again just as quickly when he noticed that the guards had returned to standing at ease in her order. His antics seemed to draw a half-amused, half-exasperated smile from Tanya. "No need to fear, Private. Despite what my reputation suggests, I won't actually court-martial you for making an honest mistake." She came to a stop beside him and looked at the guards. "I'm here to speak with the prisoner." "Open the door." The guards got to work so fast you'd think their life depended on it, turning keys and pulling back bolts that kept the thick metal doors firmly sealed. As they waited for the door to open, Tanya glanced over at Saka again. "What's your name, soldier? What brings you to visit King Bumi?" "Oh no. She was trying to start a conversation with him. This was bad, very very bad. He wanted the least amount of her attention on him as possible. The closer she looked, the more she might recognize him from the North Pole. Only his mighty, luxurious beard stood between him and certain death. "Wong fire, ma'am. Chamber pot duty," he replied nervously, realizing that not replying at all would be more suspicious. Desperately he tried to recall if Tanya had ever had the opportunity to hear his voice before. Tanya hummed approvingly. "That's a good, patriotic name." With an ominous creak the door swung open, and she stepped forward. "My conversation need not be private, and I'd hate to keep you from your other duties. Come on in." He really didn't want to, but after being invited there wasn't really much choice. Hesitantly, Saka followed Tanya into the gloomy room. It was dome-shaped, plated with thick, dull iron from head to toe, and bare of all decorations save for a single barred window at the back to let fresh air in. In the center of the room stood a large metal coffin, just as dark and ugly as the rest of the room. Sticking out of its front was the face of King Bumi, looking calmly excited to see them and entirely unbothered by the fact that the rest of his body was imprisoned. The infamous King Bumi. "We meet at last. You've given me quite the challenge," Tanya announced, striding forward and coming to a stop in front of him. Bumi gave her a curious look. "I'm sorry, have we met? Face to face?" "No. But I like to think I've gotten to know you quite well already from figuring out your plans for your rebellion cell." "What rebellion?" Tanya smirked. "Don't be coy. The rebellion you secretly set the groundwork for when you faked your surrender." Bumi raised an eyebrow. "I didn't do anything." "Yes, I'm sure that's what you'd like me to think." Tanya began to pace back and forwards, her expression growing gravely serious. Just as I'm sure that you knew nothing about the Avatar joining up with them. A beaming, toothy smile spread across Bumi's face. Aang is here. Why, how thoughtful of him. Is he doing well? Please, enough with playing the fool. Tanya snapped. Who else but a mind like yours could have concocted a plan as devilishly brilliant as the fake Pentapox outbreak? You may be a genius, King Bumi, but I assure you that I am one step ahead of even you. Bumi was silent as he stared at her for a few tense seconds. Then he whistled loudly. You are one paranoid young lady. Saka could physically see Tanya's patience snapping like an old rope. Don't act like you have the upper hand here. I see through your games. Games? I have literally done absolutely nothing. Fine. Play dumb if you want. We'll see who has the last laugh when you're sharing a cell with your friend the Avatar. I would quite enjoy that actually. Aang has always been such lovely company. Aha. Tanya rounded back on him victoriously. So you know the Avatar that well? Yet my spies report that he was only in Omashu for a day. How have you been able to keep in regular contact with someone who constantly travels by flying bison? I haven't. Bumi replied casually. I knew Aang for a long time before then. He lived in Omashu before. Tanya narrowed her eyes curiously, until they suddenly alighted with realization. Wait, is this where the Avatar was born? I always figured some surviving air nomads must have fled somewhere. Oh no, you misunderstand. Bumi replied simply. Aang never formally lived here, but he used to visit all the time. We were childhood friends. Childhood friends. Tanya replied disbelievingly. Despite the fact that you must be closing in on 100 years old, and he can't be any more than 13. Bumi chuckled. Oh, you flatterer. I'm 112 actually. I credit my youthful complexion to a healthy diet of cabbages. Tanya snarled with rage, and Saka shuffled over to the thankfully empty chamber pot and tried to make himself look busy. He did not want the attention of an angry firebender on him right now. It wasn't long however before Tanya forced her composure back into place, and fixed King Bumi with a deadly serious glare. Fine. You want to treat this like a joke? We'll see who's laughing in a few hours. She turned on her heel and stormed off, practically throwing the metal door open and stomping out in the same way Katara did when she was furious. Saka, quickly remembering that he had a cover to maintain, moved to go after her. I am not the one who was meant to teach him. Saka stopped, turning back to King Bumi, whose eyes were upon him now. The old king was still smiling, but now it was regretful rather than sincere. I cannot leave Omashu. He whispered. Not while it faces such a crisis. When the proper time to strike back comes, I must be here. Tell him that, Saka. Help him to understand. The one he is waiting for is one who waits and listens. I will. Saka breathed, not quite sure what Bumi meant, but taken aback by the mournful tone of his voice. Bumi nodded to the door. Go now. That girl is as high-strung as the Fire Lord's personal guitar. Don't give her any reason to suspect you. Hurry. Saka raced to obey, hurriedly marching out the door and shutting it behind him. He'd returned to the other end of the corridor just in time to catch the tail end of the orders Tanya was barking at the soldiers waiting there. Mocking me. Clearly he had some sort of secret code in his words, a hidden clue to gloat over later if his plan succeeds. No doubt his reference to cabbages was one such taunt. Spread my orders, all cabbage-related wares in the Earth Kingdom are to be systematically destroyed by the end of the month. We can't risk the chance that they're a cover for a wide, secret network of King Bumi's informants. Yes, Admiral. One of the soldiers replied quickly, snapping a clumsy salute before hurriedly scurrying off to follow her orders. The moment she was out of sight, Tanya let out a heavy, stressful sigh. And here I thought that picking up my from Omashu would be an opportunity to relax. When did my life get so damn complicated? Perhaps it was a trick of the light, but for just a moment the demonetti who savaged the north was gone, and in her place stood a girl even younger than Katara who'd been forced to bear the weight of responsibilities so much bigger than them. The tension in her shoulders and the bags under her eyes looked just like how Aang would always look for a few days after something reminded him of the impossible burden of being the Avatar. Quickly Sokka smothered those thoughts before they could take root. She was the enemy, a ruthless killing machine and nothing more. They couldn't afford to empathize with her. Tanya seemed to sense his presence as he came closer and drew her posture back up into the pose of the perfect military commander, all unwavering confidence and authority. It made it easy for Sokka to forget what he'd seen before. Ah, Private Fire. I feel I must apologize, I'm not usually one to lose my temper so easily. Alas, meddlesome old men have a way of getting under my skin. Oh, a dash, no problem Admiral, ma'am. Sokka floundered, completely unsure of what he was supposed to say. It seemed as if Tanya was used to her soldiers turning into nervous wrecks around her however, for she didn't give him a second glance. She took a step away, seeming for a moment like she was going to leave, but suddenly hesitated. Would you walk with me, Private? It's been a while since I've had a chance to talk with the boots on the ground, and it would be enlightening to know your thoughts. Saka wanted to say no. He really wanted to say no. But Tanya was not the sort of person one said no to, especially when you were pretending to be someone working for her. Sure. He answered weakly, not at all convinced that he was doing a good enough job to fool her. Wonderful. Tanya shot him a quick smile, and began walking back down the stairs. Saka fell into step behind her, hoping that the nervous pounding of his heartbeat he could feel in his ears wasn't audible to the Admiral as well. Tell me, Mr. Fire, do you believe that balance is important? What? The question took Saka aback. Balance. Yes, of course it's important. It was what Aang was working so hard to bring back to the world. Tanya nodded. I agree. Radical opinions and actions are either inefficient or dangerous. Being extremely passive makes one weak and vulnerable, whilst being extremely aggressive turns everyone else against you. Be too controlling and your subordinates will rebel against you, but allow them too much freedom and they'll become lazy and uncoordinated. There are many examples in life that support the theory that the moderate, balanced approach is the ideal solution to any problem. It is no surprise really that all nations seek to attain balance in their own way. This coming from an admiral of the nation that had attacked the rest of the world without provocation 100 years ago. Saka couldn't catch the derisive snort that slipped out of his mouth in time, and paled as Tanya looked at him with the first hints of suspicion in her eyes. You disagree? She asked curiously, as if she found the fact surprising. Chapter 76. This coming from an admiral of the nation that had attacked the rest of the world without provocation 100 years ago. Saka couldn't catch the derisive snort that slipped out of his mouth in time, and paled as Tanya looked at him with the first hints of suspicion in her eyes. You disagree? She asked curiously, as if she found the fact surprising. Uh-oh. No taking back his mistake now. The only option left was to lean into it. It's just that, out here in the colonies, it never really seems like balance in the our nation's dream when we're constantly marching forward to conquer new bits of land. I see your point. To his relief, Tanya's suspicious look turned pensive instead. I had never considered that soldiers from the colonies would be unfamiliar with the philosophy behind this war, though in hindsight I suppose there would be nowhere to pick it up from. It's a topic usually covered in schools back in the homeland. They teach war philosophy in schools. That made an unfortunate amount of sense. What better way to indoctrinate the next generation of nasty little fire slingers for military service? Tanya nodded. More so in schools for the upper class, but yes. It uses the example of a set of weighing scales with 4 arms rather than the standard 2 as an allegory for the balance of the elemental nations before the war. In the past the world was balanced, and therefore at peace, as long as all 4 nations were equally prosperous and powerful. Teachers would show this by placing equal weights within each of the scale's 4 arms, causing it to be balanced. Saka could understand that. As long as all nations were equally powerful, none of them could afford to be overly aggressive with each other. If they did, the other 3 nations would unite to put them back in their place. It forced all 4 nations to play nice with each other. However, that system is deeply flawed. Tanya continued. Each of the nations have their own distinct cultures, resources, and technology. This causes their respective power, the weight on their arm of the scale, to wax and wane wildly out of conjunction with each other. Teachers would emphasize this point by randomly adding and removing weights of different sizes to each of the arms, causing the scales to rock and sway. The world cannot stay perfectly balanced because each of the nations cannot cooperate with each other. There are endless examples throughout history of this occurring: the Platinum Affair, the War of Secrets and Daggers, the Fifth Nation War, the Yellowneck Rebellion, the War of Chin the Conqueror. Each of these events threw off the balance of the world, causing misery and pain. Saka did not know what any of those events were beside Chin the Conqueror. The Southern Water Tribe wasn't exactly regarded as a bastion of historical knowledge. Still, he got the gist of the point she was making. Okay, but how is becoming another balance-breaking event going to change anything? The answer to that is the reason why the Fire Nation is the one in a position to conquer the entire world: unity. Tanya answered. The Water Tribes are divided into North and South. The Earth Kingdom is split into many smaller kingdoms. Even the Air Nomads had the North, South, East and West temples. Only the Fire Nation has remained united together throughout history since the crowning of the first Fire Lord. This has been our advantage. Our unity has allowed our technology and resources to spread throughout our lands, thus allowing us to advance faster than the other nations, until we became so strong that an outright war with the rest of the world became feasible. Imagine if that unity encompassed the whole world. With no more imbalance in resources and technology, with the whole world sharing openly with each other under one government, then each side of the scale grows in tandem with each other. The world is not only balanced, but stays balanced. It was weird to hear that the Fire Nation, or at least some of its people, genuinely believed that they were good guys. In a way it made Saka uncomfortable to see the demonic Moonslayer, a figure of ultimate evil in so many of his recent nightmares, explain the reasoning behind her motives in such an understandable way. He did not agree with her philosophy, but it was easy to see why she and so many who grew up in her nation believed in it. With the right wording, there was a logic to it he'd never considered before. However, he could also see a flaw in it. But what about the forms of balance beside from the four nations? He argued. It was easy to look at the current state of world and assume that balance only applied to them, but his travels with Aang had opened his eyes to the fact that there was more to it than that. Hebei had taught them to respect the balance between the material world and the spirit world. The Great Divide had shown him the need for balance between clans and families. Jet had unintentionally taught him the follies of not balancing the passion to fight with the wisdom to have mercy. While world conquest may balance the disparity between the nations, it will throw other forms of balance into chaos. Just because the Fire Nation controls everything doesn't guarantee that they'll treat everywhere same as the homeland. There's already discrimination against Earthbenders in Earth Kingdom colonies. To his surprise, Tanya came to a stop, and he had to catch himself before he walked right into her. I have wondered that myself. For a while now. She admitted. Not long ago I had the opportunity to converse with the Avatar. She had. Back at Poway Stronghold, no doubt. Why hadn't Aang told them? He raised the point that, in a world united beneath the Fire Nation, there would be no counterbalance to the authority of the Fire Lord. She seemed to squirm in place uncomfortably. Do not mistake me, I know both Fire Lord Ozai and Princess Azula personally, and have no doubt that they will be fair and wise rulers. Yet it is a simple fact of business that, in the absence of proper competition, any organization inevitably becomes lazy. Without pressure to improve or be defeated, they become stagnant and inefficient. I have considered that, without other nations to contend with, future Fire Lords may become less concerned with the welfare of their people, and more concerned with their own comfort and pleasure. If they have no fear of their citizens deserting them for other nations, there is less imperative to address their concerns. There is a possibility that the balance between the nations will be offset by a disbalance between the rich and the poor. A possibility that, despite my best efforts, I cannot think of a solution to. A flash of annoyance shot through Saka. If you know that the nation's philosophy is flawed, why continue to support it? It may not be perfect, but it's better than a future plagued by endless repetitions of conflict and conspiracy between nations. And I will not allow fear that the future may be filled with rebellions to make me hesitate. With enough work and effort there will be a way to restore the balance in other areas of life too. I am aware that the influence I possess means that my actions will have a notable effect on shaping the future, and even when the war is won I will use that influence to help solve these problems. Tanya replied, the iron tone of her voice reflecting nothing but sincere determination. How many other people in a position of power took the time to consider the ramifications their actions would have 100 years in the future? How many realized the responsibility that needed to come with wielding influence? And of those that did, how many had yet to even reach adulthood? Tanya was exceptionally mature for her age. She really was unnervingly similar to Aang, a child far too young to bear the responsibilities they did, fighting for the cause they believed would bring balance to the world. Yet she had imprisoned you. She had crushed the northern tribe. Saka could not forgive her for that, nor deny that he still hated her for it. Whatever her motives, her methods were too brutal, too extreme, for him to accept as necessary. Admiral Tanya. Saka's thoughts were cut off as another soldier hurriedly approached, snapping a crisp salute at Tanya as he came to a stop. I bring news from the quarantine zone. The diggers have broken through to the rebels' tunnel system. They're widening it now, and estimate that it'll be large enough to bring the extermination squad through within the hour. What? They discovered and reopened the secret tunnel opened after the failure of his fake plague plan. He had to get back to the rebel HQ and warn them, otherwise they'd all be caught by a surprise attack. Excellent. Tanya was back in full military mode now, her every movement the picture-perfect image of an authoritative leader. Send word for the extermination squad to mobile and meet me at the tunnel. I will lead the attack that eradicates this rebellion myself. Yes, ma'am. The soldier replied, rushing away again to fulfill her orders. Tanya turned back to Saka. It's been a pleasure to talk with you, Private Fire. I don't often get the chance to talk philosophy with someone who's willing to question our nation's doctrine. It feels good to voice some of my concerns for once. She nodded at him in an oddly respectful gesture. Farewell for now, Private. Keep that good head on your shoulders and I'm sure you'll be promoted above latrine duty before long. With that she turned and quickly marched away in the direction of the quarantine zone. Saka waited until she was out of sight, then turned and began walking as quickly as he could without drawing attention to himself to the meeting point he'd arranged to reconvene with the Blue Spirit at. There would be time to consider what to think about his unexpected insight into the Admiral's mind later, for now he had to get news back to the rebels in time. Chapter 77. Remaining unseen indoors was trickier than it sounded, but Zuko had a wealth of experience when it came to sneaking around palaces. It hadn't taken too long to make his way down into the crystal cave, and once there he began searching for the large green crystal Young had described. Finally he'd found it, and more importantly had been able to feel a slight breeze coming from a crack between it and the wall of stone that it covered. The governor's men hadn't discovered the secret escape tunnel after all. That meant the rebellion, and with them the Avatar, still had a chance to escape this city. With that information confirmed, Zuko headed back to his meeting point with Saka, one of the rooms used by the palace servants for storage. When he arrived, Saka was already there, scribbling furiously on a piece of parchment with such fervor that he didn't even notice Zuko enter. It wasn't until he put a hand on his shoulder that Saka jumped and finally noticed him. "Blue. You're back," he cried, his voice torn between surprise and desperation. Hastily he folded up the note he'd been writing and stuffed it into his hands. "There's no time. Tanya's discovered a way to the rebel headquarters, and in gathering a force to wipe them out as we speak. She'll be there within the hour. You need to get this note back to HQ as fast as you can. If they leave and begin the attack now, there's a chance they can all get out before Tanya and her extermination squad arrive. That also means that the most elite firebenders in Omashu won't be guarding the palace. It's the best shot we'll ever have of getting to the escape tunnel. It is still undiscovered, right?" Zuko nodded, and Saka sighed in relief. "Good. This may be our only chance, otherwise Omashu will end up just like Agna Kel, and it'll all be my fault." He picked up a fire soldier helmet and placed it upon his head, the bristles of the ridiculous fake beard glued to his face sticking out the bottom. "I'll stay here. When the rebels arrive I can open the palace door from the inside. We need to do everything we can to move as quickly as possible, otherwise the extermination squad will return and attack from behind." There was no time to waste on pointless conversation. The clock was ticking, and every second wasted brought Tanya closer to the final victory she desperately desired. Without another word Zuko turned and ran, his mind already planning the optimal balance between stealth and speed he'd need to return to the rebels as soon as possible. In 1 hour war would arrive at Omashu. And if they played their cards right, perhaps this time Tanya wouldn't get her way after all. Night had fallen on Omashu. The city was deathly silent. With the civilians confined to their homes, the only ones out and about were the patrolling guards, who listened warily for the sounds of trouble. Even the governor's palace was quieter than usual now that many of its strongest troops had gone with Tanya to the quarantine zone. The first sign of trouble came in the form of a single pinprick of orange light appearing from around the corner of an alley. Nothing unusual in itself, patrols often conjured small flames in their hands to help themselves see in the dark. Nor was it unusual to see the second such light appear, or even the third. But by the time a dozen lights had appeared, the guards were starting to panic. More and more lights appeared by the second, the combined dull glow enough to highlight the silhouettes of 100 shadowy figures heading their way. The drumming of countless footsteps on the dusty ground grew louder and louder, drowning out the silence. "Sound the alarm," one of the soldiers shouted as he turned and ran back inside. "The rebels are coming." The clanging of bells erupted across the palace, waking all who slept and warning them to take up battle positions. Red and black soldiers scurried about like ants, grabbing weapons and setting up crude barricades, while those who had been patrolling the perimeter sprinted inside. As the last of the soldiers made it into the safety of the palace, the captain in charge of organizing the defense in the foyer looked up to the floor above, where a lone soldier stood before a heavy winch. "Close the portcullis." The soldier braced his arms against the handle, lent his weight against it, and pushed. He strained and he strained, the hairs of his luxurious beard bristling as he grit his teeth with effort. Yet nothing moved. "What's going on?" the captain shouted. "Private fire. Get that grate shut." "It's jammed, Captain." "Won't move." There was a sudden cacophony outside as the approaching mob reached the stairs, and 100 voices erupted into furious war cries at once. The pounding of their heavy steps could be felt through the ground. "Close it," the captain yelled. Private Fire, who was perhaps suspiciously nonchalant about the whole thing if anyone cared to look closely, shrugged as if to say, "What can you do?" Panic flashed across the captain's face as the incoming horde drew ever closer. "Retreat." The Fire Nation soldiers scattered, fleeing down smaller hallways and corridors. For those who'd been right at the front, such as the captain, there were too many bodies to push their way through to safety in time. Stones and screams began to fly as the Omashu rebels burst through the open doors like a tidal wave and washed into the palace, falling atop the last of the fleeing soldiers. There was a hectic energy in the air, a feeling of frenzy that promised violence. Yet before it could infect the rebels and lead them to give chase, General Young's commanding voice cut through the commotion. "Don't get distracted. Hold positions." The members who'd once belonged to Omashu's army, disciplined by experience, came to a stop, and once they realized that backup wasn't following, the civilian volunteers stopped running too. All eyes turned to General Young as he stood upon the plinth of a nearby statue to gain some height. He checked to confirm that all the rebels had made it inside, and then nodded towards Private Fire, who still stood next to the winch. With a cheeky grin, Private Fire pushed the winch, which this time moved easily. The portcullis rattled as it closed, sealing off the palace from the city outside. The Fire Nation captain and the other soldiers who'd been captured in the initial incursion howled in outrage as they realized what had happened. "Traitor!" The captain yelled at Private Fire. "You'd sell out your nation to these rebels." Private Fire took off his helmet to reveal the heavily tanned skin of a young water tribesman. "Wrong nation," Saka replied, twirling the hairs of the fake beard glued to his face between his fingers. The captured soldiers were bound and gagged as Saka climbed a ladder down to the ground floor, meeting up with Aang and Katara as the crowd let them through to stand in front of General Young. "Okay everyone, listen up," the general shouted. "As we speak, the Demon of the North is arriving at our headquarters with her most elite soldiers. When she realizes we're not there, she'll no doubt figure out what's happening and come running back. We can't afford to be caught between her soldiers and the palace guards, so it is imperative that we escape the city before then." He nodded gratefully towards the blue spirit. "Our agent has confirmed that the king's secret escape tunnel has yet to be discovered. All we have to do is make it to the crystal caverns beneath the palace and we'll be in the clear. However, the guards here will have fallen back to secondary defensive positions, and have no doubt also realized that their best chance at winning is to hold out for reinforcements. If their commanders have any sense at all, they'll be trying to block us from progressing forwards along the corridors, where the limited space will prevent us from rushing them all at once. There's no point in us sticking together if we're all just going to get bogged down in a single corridor." Young unfurled a map of the palace interior, which had 3 red lines drawn along it, all leading from where they were now to the caverns. "There are 3 paths to the caves. Everyone here will split into 3 teams and each take a different route. When one group manages to clear a path all the way to the caves, they send messengers to the other groups to abandon their own fights and join them. That way we only need to win one battle to secure victory. Any questions?" General." One of the rebels by the portcullis spoke up nervously. "We may have a problem." All heads turned to peek outside. Far away, quickly rising in the night sky like a shooting star, was a dot of fire-orange light. As if summoned by their gaze, the dot twirled and began heading straight for them. "It's her. The demon's coming," another rebel exclaimed. "She must have left her army to catch up alone." "Run!" a younger rebel shrieked. "No, idiot. Stand together. We outnumber her, this could be our chance to take her down." "Enough." Young cut in, silencing the panic beginning to spread. "She won't be foolish enough to engage us all as a group. Chances are she's hoping she can delay us. We don't have the time to wait around for her trickery. We press onwards. But she'll attack us from behind." Someone shouted. "Then I'll stop her." Katara stepped forwards, her face set in stone, and her blue eyes blazing with an icy fury. Young gave her an appraising look. "Are you sure about this?" Katara nodded. "Yes," she replied tersely. "She and I have a score to settle." Young held her gaze for a moment, searching her face for any sign of doubt or weakness. When he found none, he nodded back. "Someone get this young lady some water. The rest of you, let's get moving. We're racing against time tonight." The rebels began to bustle around, organizing themselves loosely into 3 groups. As Katara went to wait by the portcullis, a hand reached out and grabbed her forearm. "What are you doing?" Saka hissed, naked fear in his eyes. Aang, standing at his side, nodded in agreement. "Standing up to her." Katara shot back. "I am sick and tired of running away whenever she turns up." "She's dangerous, Katara," Aang interjected. Katara looked at him, her frosty expression curling into a growl. "So am I." "Then we'll stay with you," Saka argued. "We'll fight her together." "No." Katara snatched her arm out of Sokka's hand. "The rebels need you and Blue to lead them through the palace, and Aang needs to go and rescue Bumi. I can handle this alone." Aang and Sokka shared a worried glance, but it was clear that Katara wasn't going to be swayed. "All right." Aang finally relented. "Just please, be careful. Paku wouldn't have wanted you to get yourself killed in his memory." "I won't," Katara assured him, a glint of steel flashing dangerously in her eyes. "The one getting hurt this time around won't be me." Chapter 78. There were only a few things that made Tanya absolutely livid. She insisted, a creature of logic at heart, and liked to think of herself as above the petty emotional reactions most people allow themselves to be ruled by. The wastrels she'd been responsible for firing back in her first life had often ranted and raved about the unfairness of it all, yet she'd never so much as raised her voice in retaliation. None of them had been worth her time. It took something special to get her worked up by emotions, and the list of things that could do that was small indeed. Being X occupied the top of the list. The self-proclaimed god was the antithesis of everything she valued: freedom, capitalism, and logic. Trailing close behind him was that sanctimonious, hypocritical harlot Mary, not only because of her slavish devotion to being X, but because of the amount of comrades she had killed in her personal vendetta against her. Third place, however, did not belong to an entity at all, but rather a feeling. Tanya considered herself to be an intelligent person, more so than the average person in fact. She would never claim to be the next Albert Einstein, but it was rare for her to encounter a problem that she didn't feel she possessed the intelligence to solve. Yet perhaps it was because it happened so rarely, but the feeling that someone was outsmarting her set a fire underneath her like little else could. Being thwarted by bullshit divine intervention or brute force was one thing, but the suspicion that someone was smart enough to anticipate her actions and lead her around by the nose with nothing but good old-fashioned intelligence was absolutely infuriating. That was why, when she led a detachment of the finest soldiers in the Omashu garrison down the excavated tunnel, fully prepared to purge the rebels once and for all, only to find that the rebel headquarters had been evacuated no less than an hour ago, she saw red. Violent, bloody red. In hindsight, screaming, "Back to the palace, now!" And then rocketing off back through the tunnel and high into the sky had not been a stellar example of leadership, and she was sure she would look back on this moment with shame later, but right now she was too bloody furious to care. Never before in this life, or either of her previous lives, had she felt like this before, like someone was making a fool of her. Someone was playing her like a cheap violin. Someone had convinced her that there was a plague as ridiculously named as the Pentapox, all to draw her attention to a tunnel leading to their own headquarters, knowing that they could sacrifice it to draw her and her best soldiers away from the palace. They had plans hidden within plans, a great web of masterful misdirection that could have fooled even the finest strategic minds. And she'd been baited. Lured into a trap like a fish on a hook. Now the rebels may well be about to capture the strategic heart of the city under her watch. Was it Bumi? Was the crazy king so utterly brilliant that he'd been able to foresee her every move before he was even captured? Or was he somehow able to communicate with his rebels even while held in the most secure cell in Omashu? It boggled the mind, but Tanya did not know of anyone else who could be behind this. Had she met her match in a 100-year-old madman? Or was some unknown puppeteer pulling the strings behind the scenes? The cold night air whipped past her face as she soared in a beeline straight to the palace, mind already worrying a way to figure out the optimum plan of attack. Ideally, the soldiers stationed at the palace would focus on holding the rebels back and waiting for the elite troops she'd taken to come back and reinforce them, trapping the rebels between two sides. With that in mind, the best thing she could do was clear away any obstructions the rebels had left in their path so that nothing would delay the reinforcements. But wait, her strategic nemesis had already proven adept at guessing her moves. What if that was exactly what they wanted her to do, and she was flying headfirst into yet another trap? If that was the case, her best bet was to do the opposite of what she'd been planning to do, unless of course her nemesis knew that she would do the opposite of what she'd normally do, and that would be playing into their hands and dash. Tanya gave herself a hard slap around the face to silence her spiraling thoughts. What was she doing making rookie mistakes like this? Nothing killed a strategist's effectiveness like self-doubt. If you assumed that your opponent had foreseen every move you made, you'd end up destroying yourself for them. In a situation like this, where the threat of a hidden trap loomed over you, the best option was to keep your strategy simple, straightforward, and flexible enough to change on the fly. And what could be simpler than a head-on attack? The palace was rapidly approaching, and so Tanya flipped in a front roll so that she was falling towards it feet first, strategically slowing her descent enough to stop herself from breaking her legs. Deciding to be dramatic, as she landed she slammed one fist onto the ground, letting the fire from her hands and feet wash away in a wave of flames all around her. Nobody was watching, but it made her feel damn cool. As she stood up from her landing pose, Tanya wasn't surprised to see that the portcullis had been lowered to block the front gate. An irritating obstacle, but not an insurmountable one. She walked towards it and ran the palm of her hand across the thick bands of metal, measuring the width of empty square spaces between them. There were few defenses as effective in their simplicity as a portcullis, yet there was one little design flaw that few people besides herself were capable of exploiting. Unfastening the buckles of her armor, Tanya let the thin metal plates slide off of her and clatter to the floor one by one, until she stood in just the plain fire-red underrobe beneath the armor. Then she placed both hands against a pair of metal bars, tilted her head forwards, and began to squeeze herself through the gap. Portcullis were designed to allow archers to easily fire through them at invaders trying to storm a castle, and because of that the holes between the bars were big enough for a grown man to just about fit both arms through. The gap wasn't big enough for any adult to slip through, unless of course, by some unwanted miracle of divine intervention, that adult happened to have the body of a girl in her early teens who was short even for her age group. As humiliating as it was having to flop around and grunt like a greased pig trying to fit through a cat flap, Tanya was eventually able to pull herself through the metal grate and drop down onto the floor of the palace interior. At least none of my men saw that. She muttered to herself and she picked herself up again, brushed the dirt off her robes, and resumed walking forwards. The foyer of the palace was empty, but the mud and dust trampled across the floor and the sounds of raised voices echoing from out of the hallways made it clear that the rebels were nearby. Nobody had stayed behind to keep watch on the entrance, all they'd done was stack a few wooden barrels up against the corners of the room and leave. That seemed a little odd to Tanya. Surely they realized that even a closed portcullis would only delay her reinforcements for so long. It would only take one lucky soldier to find their way to the winch that opened it and her elite rooms would be able to rush in unchallenged. It was idiocy to not even leave a single guard dash. The faint rustle of clothes from above her, so soft she almost missed them, caught Tanya's ear, and instincts honed by decades of war blazed to life. She threw herself to the side just in the nick of time to avoid the hail of dagger-sharp icicles that would have crashed down on her head, skidding across the polished stone floor to safety. Tanya slipped her hands beneath herself and vaulted upwards, flipping in the air like an acrobat, and as her feet touched the ground she dropped smoothly into a crouched fighting stance. Her attacker meanwhile descended down from the ceiling in a spiraling spout of water like a spider, melting the fractured ice as her feet touched it and bending it around herself like a shawl as she settled into a graceful stance of her own. The air hung heavy between them as the two girls stared at each other in hateful silence, waiting to see if the other was about to attack. Well well, look who it is. The Avatar's cheerleader. Tanya taunted as the seconds passed and the waterbender made no move to initiate the fight. Better than the Fire Lord's little lapdog. The waterbender shot back. Chapter 79, Chapter 79. Well well, look who it is. The Avatar's cheerleader. Tanya taunted as the seconds passed and the waterbender made no move to initiate the fight. Better than the Fire Lord's little lapdog. The waterbender shot back. Tanya took a slow step forwards, deciding to test how close she could get before the waterbender lashed out, and gave what she hoped was a smirk, but probably came out as more of a grimace. Who exactly are you anyway? She questioned, hoping that throwing a few barbs into a conversation might rile the girl up. Zuko just described you as the ditzy water peasant trailing after the Avatar. It'd be nice to put a name to your face. To her credit, the waterbender didn't react. Or perhaps it was just that her expression was so baleful already that it just couldn't get any angrier. It's Katara, she replied icily. Of course I recognize you, mighty Admiral Tanya, even when you're trying to wiggle through the door like a fat seal in an ice hole. Tanya couldn't help the embarrassed blush that crossed her cheeks. She jabbed forwards, shooting a bullet-fast fireball at Katara's face in the hopes that it would startle her. Yet to her surprise, Katara flowed backwards in an easy step and caught it between her hands, quenching the firewall in an instant with the pools of water coating both arms. Oh, did I touch a nerve? Katara asked slyly, raising a mocking eyebrow. Bitch. Tanya took another step forwards, sinking lower into her stance as she mentally adjusted her strategies for the waterbender's increased skill level. I don't remember you being able to do anything more than splash a few puddles around before. When did you learn to make yourself useful? Back at the North Pole. I was trained by Master Paku himself. You say that like I'm supposed to know who that is. You should. The frostiness of Katara's glare redoubled in intensity. You killed him. Silence hung between them again as Tanya stared back at her. Then, with an exasperated huff, the firebender sneered. Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down? That, finally, provoked a reaction from Katara. The waterbender bristled, her footwork slipping apart by just a fraction. You really are inhuman. You know that. She snapped. I'm a soldier. This is a war. Tanya shouted back. And you, your brother, your rebel friends, and every other fool who has tried to get between me and the Avatar is in my way. Katara grit her teeth so hard they looked like they might crack, anger thundering dangerously in her eyes. You want me gone? Go ahead then. Try and get through me. Orange light began to simmer in the palms of Tanya's hands as the heat built up, ready to unleash fire at a moment's notice. As you wish, peasant. Tanya growled. Let's do this. Aang was a blur of movement. The monks had cautioned many times against using the wind run technique indoors. Running so swiftly that the naked eye struggled to keep up sounded great in theory, until you realized that your own eyes struggled to keep up as well. Many an excited young airbender in the past had run face first into a stone wall, and the results were never pretty. Yet despite the risks, Aang was in too much of a hurry to care right now. He had to free Bumi as quickly as possible. Every second wasted was time that the rebellion might not have. Doorways and flights of stairs blurred past as Aang ran higher and higher through the palace, trusting in his ability to sense the paths of the flowing air to avoid crashing. He didn't even stop when he came across a Fire Nation soldier, instead just flowing around them like the wind itself. It wasn't long before he screeched to a halt in front of the heavy metal door Saka had described, and with a strong swing of his staff he unleashed a wild blast of air at the pair of soldiers guarding it, knocking them unconscious against the door before they could even comprehend what was happening. Aang fumbled around searching them for their keys, before finally finding them and getting to work unlocking the variety of mechanisms keeping the door shut. When the door began to swing open, he slipped inside as soon as the crack was big enough to fit through. His eyes immediately settled on the metal coffin propped in the middle of the cell, and a wide smile burst across his lips as he spotted the face of his oldest friend within. Bumi, he explained gleefully, racing forwards to free him. Aang, no. It's a trap. A blue light flared up behind him, and the wind currents flowing across bald head screamed that something was coming. He whipped around, spinning his staff to create a shield of wind before he even saw the wave of blue fire crash down upon him. The shield protected him, even if it wasn't enough to stop the force of the impact from knocking him to the floor. A pity. Zuzu claimed your agility was beyond human levels, and even Tanya admitted that landing a hit on you was like trying to catch the breeze in your hand. I should have known that they were both exaggerating to make up for their own inadequacies. The rhythmic tap-tap-tap of boot heels on metal echoed behind him, and Aang looked up to find a teenage girl in the uniform of a Fire Nation soldier approaching from the corridor. Had she been waiting for him to come here? Her cold, self-satisfied smirk was eerily highlighted by the pale blue flame she held in one hand, and something about the features of her face reminded him of someone, though he couldn't place who. The girl's smirk grew a little wider. You are now my prisoner, she declared smugly as she raised the hand that held the blue flame, and made it flare violently in her grasp, casting long, haunting shadows across the cell with blue firelight. But please, try to struggle a bit first. It makes it more fun when they try to fight back. Saka ducked behind a pillar as a jet of fire erupted towards the space he'd been standing in. A second later a volley of rocks rocketed past him in the other direction, colliding with the firebender who'd attacked him with a satisfying thud. When no more fire blasts came hurtling his way, Saka poked his head around the pillar to take in the battle raging around him. He had joined with the rebels that took the rightmost path to the caverns, and at first they'd done a pretty good job of bashing their way through the Fire Nation forces in their way. That had lasted up until they reached what appeared to be a large hall for dining in. The Fire Nation soldiers had overturned the long wooden table in the middle of the room and were using it as a barrier, which turned out to be made of a wood thick and springy enough to be very resistant to the impact of stones. All attempts to circle around it were met with fierce, concentrated streams of fire. The rebels here were stuck until they could figure out a way through, and as the self-proclaimed ideas guy it was up to him to do the thinking. Let's see here, he muttered to himself as his eyes scanned the room for anything he could use. There was a humongous glass chandelier suspended from the ceiling above the table. The chains holding it in place seemed pretty thick, but if he could get it loose it'd force the Fire Nation soldiers to flee. Excuse me, he said, tapping the nearest earthbending rebel on the shoulder and pointing to the chandelier. I don't suppose you could get me up there, could you? The earthbender looked up, squinted his eyes a bit as if measuring the distance, and then nodded. Sure. Brace yourself. Brace himself. Why? Wasn't he going to use earthbending to make him a ladder dash? The earthbender stomped hard on the ground, and Saka let out a scream as the stone floor tile he was standing on suddenly erupted upwards, flinging him into the air like a catapult. His arms flailed wildly as gravity started to reclaim him, and as soon as he was within reach of the chandelier he grabbed a hold and latched onto it like a limpet. The chandelier swayed back and forth just a little as he clambered to his feet and balanced like a tightrope walker on one of the metal rods. That was awesome. 10 out of 10. Saka jumped in fright, nearly losing his balance, as a voice unexpectedly piped up from next to him. He looked around, and was shocked to find that he was not the only person up in the chandelier. A pretty girl dressed in pink, with long auburn hair tied back into a large braid, was watching him with a bright, cheerful smile. Even as the chandelier shook and swayed she didn't even seem to notice, her body leaning back and forth with it to maintain a perfect balance. The girl cocked her head to the side as she looked him up and down. You know, you're kinda cute. What's your name? Saka gulped. Was she hitting on him? He wasn't complaining, of course, she was a very beautiful girl, but he hadn't been expecting anything like this to happen in the middle of a violent rebellion. It's Saka, he replied unsurely. Saka. The girl echoed, seeming to test the unfamiliar word in her mouth. Then her smile grew even brighter. I'm Tai Lee. Sorry about this, but I'm going to have to capture you now. Wait, what? Capture me? Saka questioned. That's right. Tai Lee replied, advancing towards him without even seeming to notice the effort it took to stay balanced on the thin railing. Try not to struggle, okay? This'll only hurt a little bit. Chapter 80, Chapter 80. Twin blades flashed out like a pair of snakes, slapping a firebender's fist to the side just as he finished settling into a standard military firebending stance. Flames erupted from his fist, bellowing not into the rebels, as had been the original target, but into another firebender beside him. The first firebender jolted back in shock at his inadvertent friendly fire whilst the second yelped in surprise, and that second of distraction cost them both as the rebels they'd been trying to hold back surged forwards, knocking them to the ground. The palace library was one huge, messy melee as both sides fought tooth and nail. Rocks, fireballs, and the occasional heavy book flew wildly through the air in all directions, and only a few possessed the awareness to fight and avoid the projectiles at the same time. Zuko was one of those people. All 5 senses were strained to their limit as he ducked and weaved through the hail of danger. His ears pricked at the crackling of wildfire and he weaved like a serpent, letting a fireball sail past inches away from the back of his head. Then his blades shot out again, deflecting a poorly aimed rock into the path of a Fire Nation soldier. Duck. His gut instinct screamed at him, and without pausing to consider why, Zuko began to drop low as fast as he could. Milliseconds later a small thud smacked into his masked forehead right above his right eye. The object had been too small for his eyes and ears to pick up amidst the chaos, and if he had moved even a fraction of a moment later it would have stolen his eyeball. His gloved hands reached up to pluck the object from his mask. It was a tiny stiletto knife, and he recognized the craftsmanship. He looked up at the direction the knife had come from, already knowing who the thrower was yet hoping against all odds that he was mistaken. He wasn't. Standing atop one of the library shelves, staring down at him with her trademark deadpan expression, was Mai. Despite knowing that she shouldn't allow her so much as an extra second to throw another knife, Zuko hesitated. Mai wasn't his friend, not really. She was Azula's friend who he'd become acquainted with through her. Yet as sad as it was to admit, Mai and Tai Lee were the closest things he'd had to friends of his own age. Something within him recoiled at the thought of causing her harm, even if logically he knew she was tough enough to take it and dish it back out again with a vengeance. Seeing Mai dedicate herself to mastering a weapon was one of the things that had inspired him to take up swordsmanship. The moment of hesitation cost him. With an acrobatic leap Mai was in the air, and a veritable shower of knives burst from the folds of her sleeves to rain down upon him. Zuko's twin swords became a blur of flashing silver as he swiped whichever ones he could out of the air and dodged the rest, directing every bit of concentration he could muster into tracking the paths of Mai's knives. One lapse in focus was all it would take to get a sharp blade somewhere between his ribs. It was when Mai landed on the ground, bringing her hands down to brace against the impact of landing, that Zuko had his opportunity to close the gap between them. Mai was deadly at mid-range, but if he could keep the fight in close quarters he'd have the advantage. He might not be able to firebend without giving himself away, but he had enough skill with swords to hold his own against her so long as he could keep the circumstances in his favor. Unfortunately Mai was no fool, and had no doubt reached the same conclusion. As he drew closer Mai hopped back, vanishing amongst the crowds of fighting soldiers surrounding them. Zuko pushed through to the point where she'd been standing, but by then it was already too late. Mai was gone. Another buzz of metal, and Zuko swerved his head as a knife flew at him from the left, brushing past his ear before sinking into the back of a soldier behind him. Great, so they were playing hide and seek now were they? He gave his swords a twirl, then darted off into the crowd after her. Fortunately for him that was one game he was actually pretty good at. Waves of fire and ice hissed and roared as they collided together, filling the hall with a thick coating of steam. With a twisting hand motion Katara drew some of the stray vapor to her, condensing it back together into an orb of water to replenish her reserves. A second later she spent it again, flattening it out into a shield above her head to block the trio of fireballs that came whizzing towards her like fireworks. She stepped to the right, her stance flowing down low and her arms dancing in twisting arcs as she smoothly reshaped the shield into a whip, lashing out at a shadow of blonde hair she saw moving in the steam. This was, without a doubt, the most difficult fight of her life. Despite having crossed paths often recently, this was the first time that Katara had actually fought Tanya head-to-head, and she was beginning to see that Tanya's moniker as a demon was well-earned. All of her talent, all her drive, all the power of the moon, and every trick Paku had ever drilled into her was barely allowing her to keep pace with the furious little firebender. The refinement of Tanya's technique was matched only by the brutality of her strategy. When she attacked head-on she was quick, precise, and unrelenting. But the moment you focused too hard on keeping up with the flow of her attacks she'd throw in some misdirection, delayed fireballs sweeping in from behind, bright flares of blinding firelight, or even sudden burst of jet flames that changed the speed and direction of her kicks halfway through the maneuver. Katara had defeated powerful fighters and tricky fighters before, but never someone who was both of those things at once. Yet she refused to lose. Not tonight. Not to her. She'd be damned if she let the devil get away with murdering Master Paku without at least a proper beatdown for payback. It was high time that someone gave the devil a taste of her own medicine, and taught her and her people that they couldn't go around bullying the rest of the world without expecting someone to push them back. A stream of fire came whooshing out towards her front, and with speed born from constant practice Katara twirled in her stance, spinning her water whip around to gather momentum and launching it like a spear right at the fire stream. Yet even as she did so she kept her awareness focused outwards, wary of an attack from the side or above. It took her by surprise when the stream of fire parted before the water hit, revealing that Tanya had in fact hidden herself within. The blonde devil jumped up and twisted, letting Katara's water spear pass inches beneath her spine, and her feet burst into bright flames as she rocketed forward straight towards her. The surprise only lasted a split second, but that moment of hesitation was enough to put Katara on the back foot as Tanya engaged her in a vicious fistfight. Jabs and stabs wreathed in fire came in from every direction, and Katara had to give ground again and again as she struggled to keep her guard up. Her palm slapped away a fist just before it crashed into her nose, only to wince as the heat scalded her skin. Each new blow she blocked brought a fresh wave of pain, and in a sudden flash of insight Katara realized that was Tanya's plan. Cause enough agony to her hands and it would weaken her ability to bend. She needed to create some distance again, and quickly. Thinking on her feet, Katara rolled with the first idea that popped to mind. She had seen firebenders breathe fire before, and there was enough moisture in the air from all the steam for her to gather a decent amount of water just by breathing. She inhaled sharply, pulling a visible cloud of steam into her mouth with her bending, cooled it, and then breathed out a cloud of icy mist so blisteringly cold that it chapped her lips. The move caught Tanya by surprise and struck her in the shoulder before she could fully retreat, ripping a large hole in her red robes and leaving a nasty patch of blistered, frostbitten skin. Chapter 81. She inhaled sharply, pulling a visible cloud of steam into her mouth with her bending, cooled it, and then breathed out a cloud of icy mist so blisteringly cold that it chapped her lips. The move caught Tanya by surprise and struck her in the shoulder before she could fully retreat, ripping a large hole in her red robes and leaving a nasty patch of blistered, frostbitten skin. Damn cheerleader, credit where it's due, you really have gotten good. Tanya snarled sarkily as she backed away. But you realize that it isn't enough, right? It's undeniable that you've spent a lot of time practicing, but there's a world of difference between the training mats and the battlefield. Bloodlust, fear, raw instinct. These are things you can only learn on the battlefield. Things you've yet to know. Katara replied by snapping another water whip at her, making Tanya hop to avoid it. I'm more familiar with them than you might think. She shot back icily. Tanya's lips peeled back into a toothy, wolfish grin. Is that so? Let's put them to the test then, shall we? In a burst of movement she sprinted forwards, coming in for another attack. Wary of letting Tanya get too close again, Katara lashed out with a wave of water to drive her back with. Tanya's feet alighted once again in her signature jet technique to soar up and over the wave. Only to be swatted from behind by a second wave. Wadash. Tanya grunted as the water splashed her against the wall with considerable impact. Where had that attack come from? The answer revealed itself when she spotted the splintered wreckage of one of the wooden barrels scattered across the floor. Ah, so that's what they were for. The rebels had taken barrels of water from the kitchens and dotted them around the room to give Katara an advantage. Clever, but a one-time only trick now that she knew about them. Katara obviously agreed, because with a grasping motion she shattered the other water barrels as well, drawing their contents towards her. The ring of water around her swelled and began to morph into a new shape under her guiding gestures, separating and spreading out into a set of 8 large tentacles, like the limbs of a gigantic octopus. It was at times like this Tanya wished she could shoot lightning. A large body of a conductive substance was just begging for a shock or two. Sadly, that aspect of firebending had always proven to be difficult for her, and eventually she'd given up in favor of studying techniques that came more naturally. She was regretting that decision now. Pulling herself out of the wall and hovering back up into the air, Tanya observed Katara's technique. It was an ingenious design, able to flow at a moment's notice between a strong offense and a solid defense, but like everything it had its limits. That much water was bound to be cumbersome, so agility wouldn't be its strong suit. An idea popped into Tanya's mind, but she needed to test it first. Cautiously, at only about half the speed she was capable of, Tanya flew towards Katara, and unsurprisingly the moment she was in range the nearest tentacle lashed out to meet her. Immediately Tanya swerved away and backed off, then circled around Katara and, at a seemingly random point, dived forwards again. Again Katara's water tentacle lashed out, and she immediately retreated outside its range again, like a fly darting away from a hand trying to swat it, and continued circling. Again and again she repeated this process for the better part of a minute, testing the range of movement and attack angles of the tentacles. Dive, dodge, circle, repeat, over and over again as she built up a mental map of the various attacks paths Katara's creature could make. Of course she wasn't the only one learning, Katara could tell that something was up, but she allowed it to happen as it gave her the opportunity to study Tanya's jet technique. She watched each swerve and dive, noting the instinctive movements that Tanya made each time she avoided an attack, and piece by piece put together a profile of how she moved in the air, allowing each snap of her tentacles to grow just a little closer before Tanya could avoid them. It was an arms race to get a read of the opponent first, and it was neck and neck. After minutes of testing the waters, the pace suddenly ramped up again when Tanya rocketed towards Katara at maximum speed. Katara, her instincts now better honed to Tanya's reactions, lashed out with the nearest tentacle, letting out a meaty thwack as it batted Tanya away with a heavy blow. But Tanya had been prepared. She'd curled up into a ball before the strike hit, bracing her body as best as she could for the impact and letting the force of it carry her away. It stung something nasty to let herself tank such a powerful hit, but sometimes sacrifices had to be made for victory. Like a human tennis ball she sailed backwards, twisting and spinning to position herself in just the right way, and unfurled at just the moment she came to impact against the wall so that her feet were planted first and her knees could absorb most of the momentum. For a brief moment the force of her velocity kept Tanya suspended standing sideways against the wall, like some kind of spider-themed superhero, before her feet exploded into flames and she pushed off again, charging back towards Katara with maximum thrust. An average bender might have been taken aback by the swiftness of Tanya's recovery, but Katara was not an average bender. The first tentacle was still out of position from its own momentum, so without a second's hesitation she switched to a second one, curling it forwards with a twist of her arm to slap Tanya down to the ground. Yet again Tanya braced herself and tanked the impact, letting herself be smacked down to bounce off the floor like a pinball before immediately breaking out of her defensive shell again and charging a third time. Katara switched to a third tentacle, and again swatted Tanya away, only for her to bounce back again with unnerving eagerness. Yet it was as she swung the fourth tentacle that something changed. Rather than tank the blow again, Tanya stuck out both hands and blasted jet fire out of them, propelling herself wildly to the side so as to avoid it. In terms of technique it was an awful move, the sharp change in direction threw her off balance and left her wide open for an attack. It was the aerial equivalent of tripping yourself up. But Katara didn't press her attack. She couldn't. Tanya had bounced back from her previous attack so quickly that she hadn't had time to draw the four heavy tentacles in front of her back from their strikes. She reached her arms back to take control of the remaining four behind her, but no matter the training, the human body was designed to face forwards, and achieving the graceful dexterity needed for high-level waterbending was difficult with your arms turned backwards. Katara was quicker than the vast majority of other waterbenders would have been, but that still wasn't quite quick enough against someone as spry as Tanya. By the time she'd been able to bring the water behind her surging forwards, Tanya had regained her balance and blasted forwards again, bringing her up close and into Katara's guard. Despite the power of the raging water coming up behind her, Katara could instinctively tell that it was too slow to help. The time it would take her to bring a crashing wave down upon Tanya's head was just a split second slower than the time it would take Tanya to blast a fatal stream of fire straight through her torso at point-blank range. She had just enough time instead to curve the current around herself in a protective shield rather than launch it forward at the she-devil. Rather than thrusting her palms out towards Tanya, she twisted them in and downwards, as if trying to hug herself, and a waterfall-like wall of water crashed down upon her just in time before Tanya planted her feet, extended both arms forwards and unleashed a roaring cannon of fire directly at her stomach from no more than an arm's distance away. The water glowed a frightening, angry orange as blazing fire fought to drill through a torrential river. A few times stray flickers of flame managed to push their way through, licking out to singe Katara's cheeks. So intense was Tanya's attack that her shield began to bubble and hiss, like a kettle on the verge of boiling. Realizing that she'd either run out of water or be boiled alive before Tanya let up on her fire blast, Katara let her knees fold and allowed the current to sweep her away, washing herself to safety along the floor. Yet to her horror, Tanya had predicted her actions. Before she could begin to scramble to her feet again, Tanya fell on her back, one arm coiling around her neck from behind to put her in a chokehold. Katara thrashed about like a beached shark, desperately trying to loosen the smaller girl's surprisingly tight grip or knock her away, but the she-devil would not relent, and pinned down awkwardly as she was there was no way for her to move fluidly enough to bend water with any more ferocity than a splash. Darkness began to creep around the edges of her vision as unconsciousness came to claim her. "I'll hand it to you, I'm impressed. Few have given me such a challenge before, especially after such a short time of training." Tanya hissed in her ear, her own breath sharp and labored. "But you aren't in my league just yet. Master Paku, I'm so sorry." Katara thought to herself as her vision began to dim. "I couldn't avenge you. I dash." Her head slumped forwards onto the floor as consciousness abandoned her. Chapter 82, Chapter 82. This girl was not an ordinary firebender. If the fancy armor or the pale blue flames hadn't clued him in, it was the sheer precision and skill of her attacks. Aang had gotten a lot of practice at avoiding fireballs recently, yet even so he was struggling to stay one step ahead of the utter onslaught the girl was unleashing at him. It didn't help that the metal prison they were fighting in didn't give him the space to maneuver in ways that were needed to use his full potential, and yet he couldn't leave Bumi trapped here. He ducked as another slash of blue fire came whizzing towards his head. The flames passed over him so closely that if he'd had any hair on his head, it would have set alight. A quick wind-enhanced jump to the side saved him from the fireball that followed after it, giving him temporary cover behind Bumi's metal coffin. "Aang, you must leave," Bumi warned him urgently. "Did your friend not give you my message? I am not the one who dash. This isn't about finding a teacher." Aang snapped. "This is about saving my friend. The only one I have left from 100 years ago. The girl in charge here is dangerous. I'm the girl in charge around here, that you very much." Twin snakes of blue fire shot around either side of the coffin, twisting in midair to wrap around it. Aang leapt up, summoning wind to enhance his height, and shot a glance back at his attacker. For the first time since the fight started she didn't look smug, and her voice just then had held a sharp hint of irritation. Who are you anyway? Aang asked. The girl's arrogant smirk returned. I am Azula, princess and heir to the throne of the Fire Nation. She announced proudly. I believe you've already met my dear brother Zuko. Zuko had a sister. One who was apparently just as crazily obsessed with capturing him. He could see hints of the family resemblance now that he knew to look for it, but Azula gave off a totally different vibe to her brother. Zuko had been angry, but even at his worst he'd never seemed to enjoy violence. The way Azula had been acting during this fight suggested that wasn't a trait the whole family shared. Are you working for Tanya? He hadn't known that Tanya had connections to the Fire Nation royal family, other than that she had some sort of history with Zuko. Come to think of it, he didn't really know much about Tanya at all. Azula's left eyebrow gave a sharp, violent twitch. I do not work for her. She all but growled, lightning flashing dangerously in her glare. She works for me. Aang's face scrunched up in confusion. But, wasn't she the one bossing the soldiers around? It sure looks like she's in charge. Yes. Azula hissed through grit teeth. But I am next in line to the throne. The military serves the Fire Lord, and since I will be the next Fire Lord, that means Tanya serves me. Aang frowned. Then why aren't you the one bossing everyone around? I'm delegating. It's a perfectly normal thing for leaders to do. Azula snapped. Aang looked at her skeptically. Just shut up and burn already. For a moment Azula's face was twisted up in an expression of angst, and in that second Aang could finally see the resemblance between her and Zuko. Then another wave of blue fire came rushing towards him, and he narrowly swerved out of the way in time to avoid it. Come on Aang, think. He muttered to himself. He really didn't want to fight this girl, but he couldn't abandon Bumi, which was problematic considering that he was trapped in a metal box. He needed to find a way to get the box open, or move it somehow. But how could he move something as big as that while someone was spitting fire at him? Aang began to run away from Azula, enhancing his speed with a gust of wind. The smirk settled back on Azula's face as she watched him flee. What's wrong, Avatar? Scared? She called. Running away won't do you any good here. It wasn't long before Aang reached the walls of the cell, but rather than stop, Aang placed his feet against the metal and ran up it, using the wind to push him upwards so that he appeared to be running along the side of the wall. Faster and faster he ran, looping around the room and building up speed with his wind sprint. Azula caught on as to what he was trying to do as the air in the room began to swirl in the direction he was running, creating the beginnings of a vortex. Carefully she took aim, adjusting her footwork ever so slightly to account for the speed Aang was moving at and the growing strength of the wind, and fired 2 precise bolts of blue fire. The bolts sailed through the air, riding the wind currents at the perfect angle so that their flight path would bring them to hit Aang right between his shoulder blades. Yet it was at that moment that Aang reached out with both hands, seeming to almost grasp the violently swirling winds between his fingers, and change direction. The firebolts shot narrowly past his shoulder as he rushed back towards the center of the room where Bumi's metal coffin stood, seeming to push the vortex inwards on itself and condense it down into a smaller bubble. Aang. Bumi asked nervously as the strength of the condensing wind began to rock his coffin. What are you doing? But Aang did not reply. His full attention was focused on pulling off the technique that he was improvising on the spot. His muscles strained with exertion as he compressed the gale force winds into a smaller and smaller ball, similar in nature to his air scooter but on a bigger, more powerful scale. Bumi let out a sound somewhere between a startled yelp and a whoop of joy as his coffin was lifted off the floor by the force of the winds, rising up into the air and leaning backwards until he was facing up at the ceiling. As the technique finally came together, Aang jumped up and perched on the flat surface of Bumi's coffin as if it was one of the surfboards he'd learned how to use at the North Pole. Bumi's coffin now levitated in the air, balancing precariously on top of an extra-large air scooter. Azula eyed the technique critically, torn between being impressed by its power or derisive of its goofiness. Tanya was right, the Avatar's ability to pull unusual techniques out of thin air was not to be underestimated. Suddenly Aang threw his hands backwards, blasting out streams of wind that pushed the air scooter, and the coffin that balanced atop it, towards her. Azula twirled nimbly out of the way as the coffin nearly rammed into her and settled into a defensive stance, prepared for the Avatar to turn around and try to ram her again, yet to her annoyance he ignored her, instead riding the coffin out through the door and down along the hallway. For all his power, the Avatar is surprisingly cowardly. An echo of Tanya's voice spoke in her mind, a memory of a time she'd given a report on the Avatar's combat prowess. In all his encounters with myself, Zhao or Zuko, his main strategy was always to extract whatever valuable assets he could and then use his superior mobility to flee. The only times when he stayed to fight was when we had something he couldn't afford to leave behind, but the moment we lost the bait he would turn and run immediately. Azula frowned, cursing herself for not having expected this. She had fought opponents who'd given up and tried to flee from her many times, but never anyone who incorporated techniques that allowed them to switch between attacking and retreating at a moment's notice into their very style. No wonder such a craven race had folded so easily when the Fire Nation invaded. Fire erupted from Azula's feet as she used it to propel herself along the ground like an ice skater, racing off in pursuit of the avatar. If he thought he could evade her whilst lugging that metal box around, he was in for a rude awakening. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. Saka did not think he'd ever been beaten up quite so gently before. It was a little embarrassing to admit that he was getting his ass handed to him by a girl as short, slender, and generally pink as Tai Lee was, but Saka could see the writing on the wall. His left after was completely unresponsive after she had jabbed it a few times with her fingers, hitting points that stung a little and then sent the surrounding muscles to sleep. And while he was just barely keeping his balance, she was swinging about the place as if she'd been born on a tightrope. The only reason he'd lasted this long was because she was very obviously taking it easy on him. Boomerang. He shouted desperately as she advanced upon him again, throwing his trusty boomerang. He knew that the chances of it hitting someone so damn nimble were low, but he hoped that she, like so many others, would be caught by surprise when the weapon spun around and came back. As anticipated, Tai Lee smoothly hopped from one railing to the next, letting the boomerang whiz past harmlessly, but unlike anyone he'd faced before, she actually turned around to watch it with wide, fascinated eyes. Wow. It's so pretty. She complimented cheerfully, and then gave a squeal of delight as it began to turn around midair. And it comes back. That's so cool. With some brighter colors, the audience would love these. She bent backwards like a limbo dancer, letting the boomerang soar over her head as it returned to Saka, and looked up at him with a bright smile. Hey, maybe when this is all over you'd like to come back to the circus with me. Was she being serious? It was a ridiculous thing to ask, let alone in the middle of a fight, but then again Tai Lee had been incredibly happy-go-lucky this whole time. Ah, no thank you. He replied hesitantly. Tai Lee pouted cutely. That's a shame. Guess I'll have to capture you after all. How exactly she managed to roll from that uncomfortable position into a flat-out sprint while still perched on a thin strip of metal, Saka could not fathom, but within a second she was on him again. Saka lashed out, holding his boomerang like a club in his right hand as he swiped at her in the hopes that using something she couldn't poke with her strange jabby finger technique would help. It didn't. Tai Lee swayed around the boomerang with agility that would make an airbender green with envy, and struck out with a jab right between two of his knuckles. The boomerang slipped out of Saka's hand as his fingers went numb, and his instinct suddenly flared in warning as he realized that the sudden change in weight had thrown him off balance. His feet struggled to find purchase on the smooth metal, and Saka's stomach clenched in dread as he felt gravity grab hold and begin to pull him down. Whoops. Careful there, cutie. Wouldn't want you to get hurt. To his surprise, Saka felt a small yet surprisingly firm grip on his shoulder, and suddenly his fall halted. A glance over his shoulder confirmed the bizarre truth: Tai Lee had stopped his fall. Tai Lee gave him another bright smile when they made eye contact, and without a word pulled him back up so that he was nice and balanced yet again. She'd even caught his boomerang in her other hand before it could fall. All thoughts of combat were halted for a moment as Saka stared at her incredulously, and she simply smiled back at him merrily. Okay, look, I'm confused. Are you trying to fight me or help me? Saka asked. Because I'm kind of getting mixed messages here. Tai Lee grinned sheepishly. I mean, can't I do both? I mean you are, so I can't deny that. I'm just confused as to why you would want to. Saka replied. Don't you work for Tanya? No. Well, I mean yes, but not really. She's my friend, but I don't really work for her, so much as I work for Azula, who Tanya also works for but doesn't work for. They're more like friends, but also not friends, but Tanya hasn't really realized that yet, so I guess they're friends but not friends. So I suppose you could say I'm Tanya's friend who works for her other friend but not friend and works for Tanya by extension. Saka stared at her. Tai Lee stared back. What? Saka asked dumbly. It's complicated. Tai Lee replied. Yeah, sounds like it. Saka let out a heavy sigh. So why exactly are we fighting? Because you're part of the rebels attacking Omashu, and Azula wants me to capture you. Tai Lee answered. But we're only attacking because we want to leave Omashu. What's so bad about wanting to be free? Saka countered. And regardless of what Azula, whoever that is, wants, do you want to fight me? Well Tai Lee suddenly looked very uncertain, and just a little bit afraid. For a few seconds she seemed to flounder around insecurely. I want what Azula wants. Saka didn't know who this Azula was, but he didn't like her. It was pretty obvious that this girl really didn't want to be here. Despite being from the Fire Nation, she didn't seem to have a mean bone in her body, and yet here she was fighting to put down a revolution because of what someone else wanted. But you don't want to fight, do you? He asked. I do too. Tai Lee replied quickly, defensively even. The girl couldn't fib to save her life. Tanya's always telling me how lucky I am to have learned such a useful fighting style. Saka grimaced. Yeah, but she's Tanya. They both finished in unison. Tai Lee giggled bashfully and looked away, while Saka felt a sudden surge or heat flood his cheeks and had the sudden impulse to look up. Tai Lee was kinda cute now that she wasn't trying to poke him, and she had a dazzling smile. If he was being honest with himself, Saka didn't really want to fight her either. It was too bad that he had to. Or did he? Okay, listen, how about we try solving this diplomatically? Saka suggested. Immediately Tai Lee perked up. Can we do that? Sure we can. Saka assured her. I mean, look around. Everyone below us is too busy fighting each other to look up. I don't want to fight you, and you don't want to fight me, so why don't we just, tell everyone we had a fight, and actually resolve this peacefully? Tai Lee thought about it for a moment, but it was obvious even then that she really wanted to say yes. Her shoulders seemed to relax in relief from an unseen burden placed upon them. Yeah. Good idea. Let's do that. Then her face scrunched up in dismay. But wait, what about the rebellion? Saka looked down at the chaos below. Earth and firebenders were slaughtering each other, and now that he stopped to really think about it, this fight was kind of pointless. The Earth rebels wanted to escape the city, and the fire soldiers would probably have an easier time occupying the city if they did just go away. The only person he could think of who actually wanted to stop them was Tanya, and that was just because she wanted to capture Aang. What if you let us escape? The words slipped out before he consciously realized he was saying them, and Saka quickly backpedaled as Tai Lee visibility bristled at the idea of being a traitor. Not that I'm suggesting you actually betray the Fire Nation, of course. I'm just thinking we want to leave, and your side probably doesn't want rebels hanging around in your nice new city, so wouldn't everyone be happier if the rebels managed to get out of here? I suppose so. Tai Lee replied hesitantly. She wasn't fully convinced, but Saka could tell that her resolve was wavering. It wouldn't take much more to convince her. Not to mention that a whole lot less people would be hurt if you let us go easily. He ventured. And there's even a way we could stage it to make sure that nobody suspects you lost deliberately. All you have to do is warn the Fire Nation soldier below us that this chandelier is about to fall on them, and they'll retreat. Then I drop the chandelier for real, the rebels push forwards into the crystal caverns and escape, and everyone gets what they want. Except Tanya, but mentioning that didn't strike him as a particularly good idea right now. Tai Lee considered it for a moment longer, but it was clear that she was coming around to the idea. Yeah, that could work. And Tanya does always say that it's inefficient to let human resources go to waste. She'd want me to prioritize saving our soldiers over capturing you. She flashed him another one of her sunny smiles. Okay, let's do it. Wow. This was actually working. As someone who'd always wanted to be a warrior, Saka would admit he'd always been a little bit dismissive of diplomacy before. But if it always worked out this smoothly, he'd definitely be trying it again. Aang would be so proud. Great. I'll go and dash. A column of flame from the melee below sent a flash of orange light that reflected off the chandelier, and for a second the world around them glittered and sparkling with light, illuminating Tai Lee in a golden glow. With every shadow across her face chased away and her dazzling smile lit up, Saka was struck by the revelation of how beautiful she looked. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. That wasn't dash. But he didn't dash. She was the enemy. He didn't feel that way about her, did he? Surely he couldn't after everything that had happened with you. Suddenly very conscious of the fact that he'd been staring at her wordlessly for a few seconds, Saka looked away. Well, dash. Then I'll go and dash, the chandelier. Oh. Oh right. Tai Lee replied hastily, looking awkwardly away to the side as well. I'll go and shout down to everyone below. Yeah. Good idea. Saka turned and fled as quickly as he could without seeming suspicious from the suddenly awkward atmosphere, heading towards the chains keeping the chandelier suspended. Oh spirits, she was going to think that he was a complete weirdo now, wasn't she? Idiot. Look out. It's gonna fall. Tai Lee shouted down to the soldiers below. Chapter 84, Chapter 84. The blue spirit was turning out to be unusually hard to kill. That was as close to a compliment as my gave. She didn't meet many people these days who could handle having so many knives thrown at them, but the blue spirit was doing an admirable job. Every knife she threw was deflected at the last second by a slash of his blades, and something about the way he moved struck her as oddly familiar, though she couldn't quite place how. She threw a trio of knives at him from amidst the crowd, only for him to sense them coming and dive away into the mass of bodies, vanishing from view. The blue spirit certainly was a slippery one. Mai wasted no time moving away, knowing that the blue spirit would be searching the area her knives had just flown from. Sure enough, when she looked back a few seconds later, she saw glimpses of a blue mask snaking through the crowd after her. She slipped a crescent-shaped knife free of her sleeve and threw it down towards the blue spirit's feet, knowing that the way she threw it would cause it to curve upwards towards his chin. Yet the blue spirit swiped out with his Dao blades again right as it began to curve, seeming entirely unsurprised. Strange. That knife was a custom-made piece of her own design. The only people who should have been able to predict its unusual movements were people who were either also trained to use knives, or those who had seen her fight before. Suspicion began to worm its way deeper into her gut, but she shook it off. This blue spirit was some kind of assassin or secret operative, so it wasn't unfathomable that he'd been trained to fight with knives and other weapons as well as his swords. It just meant that she had to watch out for any hidden weapons he may have concealed. The blue spirit had nearly caught her now, and so I switched tactics. In one swift movement she stopped running and doubled back, charging towards him and drawing two long, skewering blades from the folds of her robes, then thrust them out to try and impale him. But the blue spirit was quick to react, and his twin blades fanned up to push the skewers away. Mai drew her hands back and tried to stab again and again, falling into a rhythmic flurry, but each and every time the blue spirit deflected them. But he never tried to strike back. Did he have something against hurting girls? Or was something else staying his hand? Something was definitely off about this guy. Retreat. One of the rebels suddenly cried out over the din of the melee. Another way is open. Fall back. Another way. That suggested that the rebels were trying to get to a specific place, and they'd already broken through the defenses that stopped them getting there. The Earth rebels began to run back the way they'd come, a few of them pulling up walls of earth to cover their retreat, and the moment he was able to do so the blue spirit disengaged and began to retreat as well. "Oh no you don't." Mai hissed, throwing a knife that speared through the hem of the blue spirit's trouser leg and pinned it to the floor. However strange this guy was, it didn't change the fact that Tanya considered him too big a threat to let escape. He'd already been able to sneak through an entire fortress and free the Avatar once. As long as he lived, the chances of the Avatar escaping whatever prison he was kept in after he was finally caught rose significantly. She threw another volley of knives towards him as the blue spirit made to kneel down and pull out the knife keeping him pinned, forcing him to use his blades for deflection once again. Now all she had to do was keep him trapped here until the rebels all ran away, and the soldiers would be able to surround him. The blue spirit realized that too, and began to tug his leg against the knife keeping it pinned, hoping to rip it out. But Mai's accuracy had been excellent, and the knife was lodged in too firmly to be removed without a good grip. Realizing that, the blue spirit flicked one of his blades down, slicing cleanly through the fabric of his trouser leg to cut himself free. But in that split second he'd left an opening. Without both blades focused on deflecting, one of Mai's knives was able to finally slip past his guard. He tilted his head to the side at the last second, but it was already too late. The knife cut into the left side of his mask, carving off a large chunk of it. Enough to reveal a heavily burned ear. Mai froze. A burned left ear. Knows how to use Dao swords. Wanted to stop Zhao from capturing the Avatar. Reluctant to fight me. Wears a mask from Love Amongst the Dragons play. The evidence came clicking together in her head, but Mai refused to accept it. It couldn't be true. It must all be one big coincidence, or a mistake on her part. There was no way that the blue spirit could be. Dash. Zuko. She whispered. The blue spirit froze. Get him. A fireball came whizzing past Mai's shoulder towards Zu-Dash, towards the blue spirit, breaking the moment of stillness between them. The blue spirit swung his swords, batting the fireball away with the flat of his blades, and then turned and dashed to join the last of the rebels as they fled. Instinctively a knife slipped between Mai's fingers. But for once she did not move. A few seconds of hesitation was all it took for the blue spirit and the last of the rebels to disappear back the way they came, chased by a few of the more foolhardy soldiers. Mai sheathed the knife and turned away. She couldn't tell Azula or Tanya. Not yet. Not until she knew what Zuko was thinking, siding with the Avatar against his own people. That little boy she remembered so fondly would never betray his nation like this, and Mai refused to believe there wasn't more to this until she heard the reasons why from Zuko himself. Aang, I don't think this is such a good idea, Agag. The iron coffin rattled and shook as it slid down the flight of stairs, banging against the handrail like an out-of-control bumper car and jostling the elderly occupant contained within. Unfortunately Aang was a little bit too distracted trying to avoid the blue fireballs being hurled at them by Zuko's psychopathic sister to pay attention. A pair of guards stationed at the bottom of the stairs yelped in panic and jumped away to safety as the coffin came barreling towards the bottom of the stairs. Aang waved his arms, adjusting the positioning of the wind sphere so that the coffin continued to surf straight forwards as they reached the floor with only a slight bump. He could feel Azula quite literally hot on his heels as the uncomfortable warmth of her blue flames crashed against the last step right behind him. It wasn't easy moving something so heavy at such high speeds, even if over such a short distance. Aang could feel the chi in his body rapidly running out. His technique lacked the efficiency of true mastery, but he kept pushing on regardless. All he had to do was get Bumi to the rebel forces and they'd be safe. He had no reason to fight Azula. Unfortunately, Azula clearly didn't feel the same way. Lashes of burning blue flashed behind him as he rode through the hallways towards the crystal caverns, hoping with all his heart that the others had cleared the way there already. If not, he really had no idea how he was going to get out of this one. Fortunately, the spirits were on his side. As he turned the next corner, Aang was relieved to see a crowd of figures in green robes ushering people down the stairway to the basement. Some had taken defensive positions, either shepherding the others' rebels along or pulling up barriers of stone to halt the firebenders. Aang's eyes immediately caught a figure in blue leading the evacuation, who had also spotted him. "Aang!" Saka called, looking overjoyed at first, then terrified when he noticed the woman riding a sea of blue flames chasing him. He barked commands at some of the rebels, and a few seconds later a volley of rocks came whizzing down the hallway, curving around Aang to hone in on Azula. The princess was insanely skilled, but even she couldn't take on a small army by herself. She was forced to back off, summoning a barrier of blue flames to obscure her as she retreated back down the hallway. The wind sphere crumbled as Aang was finally given the opportunity to relax, and Bumi's coffin skidded the last couple of feet across the floor before finally coming to a rest at the rebels' feet. A few of them ran forwards to pull it the rest of the way into the crystal caves while the others continued to open fire at Azula's retreating form. Saka meanwhile ran forwards to give Aang a quick hug, and glanced warily back over at the smoldering corridor he'd come from. "I'm guessing I'm not the only one who was attacked by a scarily competent teenage girl today." Chapter 85. A few of them ran forwards to pull it the rest of the way into the crystal caves while the others continued to open fire at Azula's retreating form. Saka meanwhile ran forwards to give Aang a quick hug, and glanced warily back over at the smoldering corridor he'd come from. "I'm guessing I'm not the only one who was attacked by a scarily competent teenage girl today." Meaning there were more of them. Great. Aang followed Saka as the last of the rebels abandoned their positions and led the way down the staircase and into the crystal caverns. It looked the same as he remembered from Bumi's trials, a wide subterranean cave filled with jutting spears of blue and green crystals. Most of the rebels had fled further in, gathering deeper below around a group of earthbenders who were ripping away the crystals covering the escape route. "Where are Katara and Blue?" Aang asked, realizing that he couldn't spot either of them amongst the crowd. "Blue came through not long after I cleared a path through the dining room," Saka replied. "But not Katara. Katara wasn't here yet. But she had been fighting Dash." A cold, hard ball of despair sunk into Aang's gut. He'd known that it was a bad idea to leave her alone against Tanya. "We have to go back for her." "No need." A fearful chill ran down Aang's spine as a voice he'd hoped he'd never hear again echoed throughout the cavern. All eyes turned back to the staircase, where the first of the Fire Nation soldiers were rushing in. Leading the pack were a group of girls, Azula, two other teens Aang didn't recognize, and finally the mop of golden hair that never failed to make his stomach clench in dread. "Tanya." He spat. Tanya looked down at him with a mocking smirk. "Hello again, Avatar," she called. Then her eyes flicked over to Saka, and she sneered. "And Wang Fire. You've sold out your own nation. How deplorable. No wonder the rebels were able to predict my moves with you feeding them information from the inside. It's no more than you deserve." Saka yelled back tauntingly. "And I'm the one who thought up the pentapox too." Tanya snarled like a feral wolf. "That was you. You're the one who's been causing me such a headache." "That's right." Saka shot back, grabbing hold of his fake beard with one hand. "For you see I am not in fact Wang Fire. I am Dash." He paused dramatically, and tugged on his beard to pull it off. Yet the hairs held firm. "I am Dash. I am Dash." Saka began tugging furiously on the fake beard, but the glue he used was surprisingly tough. "I am Dash." Tanya glared at him skeptically. "You are." "I am actually Dash, Ga." Saka gave a pained yelp as he tried, and failed, to rip the beard off, but only succeeded in pulling on the skin of his chin painfully. Tanya crossed her arms, looking thoroughly unimpressed. "Don't try to fool me with any more of your mind games, Mr. Fire. I'm wise to your tricks." She raised a hand and, without looking back, made a gesture to the soldiers taking up combat positions behind her. "Bring her in." Two soldiers stepped forth out of the crowd, holding between them a struggling girl dressed in blue. "Katara." Aang and Saka cried in sync. Even from this distance it was clear that Katara had had a rough time. Her blue robes were singed black in places, and she seemed to be leaning her weight onto one leg. As she was dragged over to her, Tanya roughly grabbed Katara by the hair and pulled her head up, the palm of her other hand glowing orange with the thread of fire as she brought it to point at Katara's throat. "This rebellion is over. You are to all, immediately, put your weapons down and surrender yourselves to Fire Nation custody," Tanya demanded, her tone sharp and clipped with tightly contained aggression. "That is unless you want to see your friend here go the same way as her master." She had him. She finally bloody had him. Tanya wasn't quite sure if she wanted to giggle with laughter or snarl with rage. It had been close at times, but at last she had finally got the Avatar and all his little friends trapped in a situation they couldn't escape from without losing. Either the Avatar surrendered now, or he fled to save his own skin and lost his waterbender, which would make it easier to capture him the next time. Aang. You need to run. Katara yelled, but was cut off with a pained cry and Tanya tightened her grip, pulling some of her hairs out at the roots. Tanya pressed her fire-glowing hand closer against Katara's neck, letting the blazing heat of it scald her skin. To be clear, I'm not talking about locking dear sweet Katara here away in any sort of jail. Tanya continued, her cool gaze never leaving the Avatar. Refuse and I will execute her right here, right now. Don't even entertain the thought that I might be bluffing, we all know I've done it before for crimes far lesser than hers. She sensed Tai Lee shuffling on the spot nervously behind her. Hey Tanya, isn't this taking things a bit too far? She whispered. Tanya ignored her, unwilling to split her attention for even a fraction of a second. There could be no opportunities for the Avatar to escape this time. What'll it be, Avatar? Make your choice. To his credit, the Avatar barely took a second to think about it. His staff dropped to the floor with a wooden clunk, and he held his hands up in surrender. Okay, we surrender. Just don't hurt her. Yes. Finally. As slippery a little bastard as he was, even an airbender like the Avatar wouldn't be able to escape an entire garrison. A savage grin broke out across Tanya's face. Smart choice. Keep your hands up and come over here. I'm afraid I can't allow that. Tanya's eyes darted around the room, looking for the person who'd spoken. Her eyes eventually settled on the face sticking awkwardly out of the metal coffin halfway dragged across the ground, and her grin turned into a condescending smirk of amusement. King Bumi. She replied sarcastically. Your objection is notes, but I think you're a little, weighed down, to have a say in this. Oh ho, puns eh. Bumi shot her a crooked smile. You may find that an old dog still has a few tricks up their sleeve. Tanya snorted dismissively. Unless you happen to also be a master of escapology, I don't think so. Bumi chuckled, and then quickly threw his head backwards. A number of small rocks and pebbles suddenly rocketed towards him like bullets from a gun, smashing at high speeds into precise points in the coffin and warping the metal. Like a tin can being crushed, the coffin buckled and bent, until with a metallic twang the lid of the coffin snapped open. Tanya stared with wide eyes, ever so slightly dumbstruck, as the old king pushed the lid aside and stood up, stretching his arms and cracking his neck to the side as if just getting up from an afternoon nap. Had he been able to do that the whole damn time? She didn't get it. If he could have freed himself at any point, why had he waited this long to do so? How did Dash? But why did Dash? No. Don't get distracted. Tanya redoubled her grip on Katara's hair. Stay back. Take one step forward and I dash. Bumi took a pointed step forwards, planting his foot onto the solid ground. Tanya only distantly remembered what it felt like to be hit by the train that brought her first life to an abrupt end. For the merest shard of a second something large, rock solid and very, very quick had pressed up against his side, and then like a TV screen switching off everything had gone dark. She never expected to feel a sensation even remotely similar to that again, but as Bumi stepped forwards and she made to bring her burning hand to Katara's neck, at the bottom of her vision she saw the rock beneath her shift as something came shooting up at her faster than she could possibly react to. The next thing she knew she was on her back, staring blearily up at a cluster of shiny green crystals clinging to the ceiling. Why was she in a cave? Who was she for that matter? And why did her mind feel like it was floating just above a ball of bone-deep agony? A pretty face popped into her vision. She was too blurry to make out clearly, but something told her that this person was familiar to her. The girl was talking to her, and so reluctantly Tanya tried to focus on what she was saying. Ear me. How many fingers am I holding up? Well, that didn't seem fair. How was she supposed to answer that when the girl kept making her fingers wobble and swim like jelly? Blow. Tanya replied eloquently. The pretty face frowned in concern. Wrong answer then. Do you know who I am? Know her. Her instincts said that she did, but thinking was a little too difficult right now, so instead she just mumbled out the first name that came to mind when she thought of pretty people. Visha. The pretty face looked away. I think she has a concussion. Dash, get her tie. You're needed over here. The pretty face shot her one last look of concerns, and then darted away. Slowly Tanya rolled her head just a little bit to the side, ignoring the spots that swam across her vision, to see where the pretty girl had gone. There were a lot of people in shiny red armor firing pretty fireworks out of their sleeves at an outrageously buff old man, who was throwing gigantic boulders at them while some people dressed in green behind him ran away down a tunnel. Something about the scene made her gut clench in panic, and so for a few minutes Tanya blankly watched the fight, entranced by the colorful displays. Slowly, however, her mind and body began to start clicking back together again, and with it Tanya's memories came rushing back in, alongside the throbbing pain. That's right, she was the one who was supposed to be commanding this battle. And everything had been going so smoothly, until King Bumi had shunted a stone battering ram up from the floor right into the face. Tanya could still see the offending rock lying discarded about 100 feet away, and shuddered to think how far she'd been sent flying. Every muscle in her body begged her to just stay down. Her neck in particular felt like someone had stabbed a few knives into it, and if she lost focus for even a second her eyes would cross and go out of focus. But among the crowd of rebels who hadn't managed to flee yet, Tanya could still spot flashes of orange and blue robes. The Avatar and his water peasant friend were waiting to get everyone else clear. There was still a chance to catch them. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. Every muscle in her body begged her to just stay down. Her neck in particular felt like someone had stabbed a few knives into it, and if she lost focus for even a second her eyes would cross and go out of focus. But among the crowd of rebels who hadn't managed to flee yet, Tanya could still spot flashes of orange and blue robes. The Avatar and his water peasant friend were waiting to get everyone else clear. There was still a chance to catch them. Through sheer power of will, Tanya began to push herself back up to her feet. Her stomach flipped as if it was about to throw up, and twice Tanya blacked out for a moment as her spinning sense of balance became too much to bear, but fortunately by the time she had one foot up one of her soldiers noticed and rushed over to help, allowing her to sling an arm over their shoulder for support. "Admiral, I really think you should lie down. No time." Tanya croaked, already taking her first unsteady step forward. "Can't let Avatar escape." "But Admiral, that old guy The soldier swallowed nervously, and it wasn't hard to see why. The space between the soldiers and the rebels looked like a picture of hell, a cracked landscape of sharp, jutting rocks and stray fires. In the middle of it King Bumi cackled madly like Lucifer himself, swatting aside dozens of firebenders with a barrage of flying rocks. Just like Paku back at the North Pole he was putting everything he had into keeping the Fire Nation army back, and he was succeeding. Even Azula, backed up by Tai Lee and Mai, couldn't get close to him before he brought a boulder crashing down on their heads. Why were there so many absurdly powerful old people? "Bumi. Come on, we've got to go." Tanya heard Aang shout as the last of the rebels disappeared into the tunnel, leaving just him, Katara and Wang Fire to wait for Bumi. The old king looked back at him, a complex look on his face. He seemed sad. No, mournful, and yet happy at the same time. "Sorry, Aang. It isn't to be. The paths of our destiny must split here," Bumi replied solemnly. A sinking feeling settled in Tanya's gut as she realized what he was about to do. "Everyone. Retreat." She yelled urgently as Bumi raised his hands in the air, grasping out for something above his head, and the cavern ceiling began to rumble and quake. "He's going to bring the cave down on our heads." The soldiers didn't need to be told twice. With cries of panic and fear they turned to run back up the stairs as boulders and chunks of crystal the size of cars began raining down from above. The soldier supporting her even swept her up into a bridal carry and made a dash for safety, causing her head to spin as she was roughly jostled around. Bumi's mad laughter echoed like a haunting spirit throughout the cave as it crumbled apart, burying everything in rubble. Tanya and the last of the soldiers barely made it up the stairs before something finally gave in and the entire ceiling collapsed, bringing down an avalanche of dirt and rock that completely filled the space behind them. The palace groaned and shook as the bedrock it had been built upon sunk, causing much of it to fall in on itself, and Tanya shut her eyes as a huge cloud of dusty dirt came rushing out from the staircase behind them, sending her and the soldiers into a coughing fit. That crazy son of a bitch. He'd collapsed the entire cave on himself to make sure that the Avatar and the rebels couldn't be pursued. Tanya would have screamed in frustration if her neck didn't still feel like it had shards of glass in it, and so settled for glaring balefully at the rubble as if the Mad King was hiding beneath it. The other soldiers were all gasping for breath, the more wary among them eyeing the now half-collapsed palace around them as if unsure whether it would also fall upon them. The only person who didn't seem ruffled was Azula, who stood with a straight back as she brushed the dirt off her armor. To the average person she might have looked calm and composed, but those who knew her better could tell from her pursed lips and the thunder in her eyes that her temper was also boiling. "Ladies," she said with forced calm, turning to look at Tanya, Tai Lee, and Mai. "There's been a change of plans. Tracking Zuko can wait. Mai, pack your things. Tai Lee, requisition some transport." She clenched her fist, and from the cracks between her fingers the ghostly blue light of her signature flames flared for a second. "We're going Avatar hunting. Sky bison were awful methods of transportation." Perhaps he was a little biased, seeing as how many times he'd had to glare up angrily at this floating ball of fat and hair as it whisked the Avatar away from his clutches yet again, but in Zuko's opinion even his rusted old ship had been better. Sure, being able to fly saved you a lot of time by flying over obstacles rather than having to go around them, but there were trade-offs. For one, it was very, very cold up in the sky. The wind had a sharper chill the higher up you went that constantly bit into any exposed skin, and Appa's saddle provided no sort of barrier to protect passengers from it. Zuko shuddered to think what it must be like when it started raining. Secondly, like any animal, the beast had to stop often for food and rest, and every time they did he could not help but get restless at the thought that their pursuers might be catching up, his paranoia conjuring images of Azula or Tanya bursting out at them from the trees. But thirdly, and most annoyingly, was the utter lack of privacy. His old ship hadn't exactly been the most spacious model, but at least their Zuko had always had the captain's quarters to retreat to when he wanted to plan his future strategies privately. Appa's saddle was no bigger than his old cabin, but was now shared by 4 people and a monkey lemur without any walls to allow them a sense of space. Any and all conversations became group conversations, and it was difficult to keep your body language from revealing how you were feeling for extended periods of time. The Avatar was clearly upset by how things had ended back at Omashu. It hadn't taken Zuko long to piece together that Bumi had been some sort of friend of his long ago, and that the Avatar in some part blamed himself for the king's death. Katara also seemed very low, torn between frustration at her defeat at Tanya's hands and her need to comfort Aang. Really the only one in any sort of fit state was Saka, to whom the task of trying to cheer up the other 2 had fallen. For his part, Zuko wasn't exactly feeling great. The thought that his secret could be exposed at any moment had him on edge, which was only made worse since the cramped saddle gave him nowhere to hide when Katara and Saka finally started asking questions. Who was he? Where did he come from? Why had he been willing to help Aang twice now? Fortunately, because they believed him to be mute and because his mask gave him the look of a mysterious type, Zuko could get away with giving very vague, mimed answers. The fact that he'd already somewhat earned their trust, and that the Avatar seemed keen to support him for some strange reason, made things easier as well. As far as they were concerned he was simply the Blue Spirit, a swordsman from the Earth Kingdom who wanted to keep his name and history to himself, but had a grudge against the Fire Nation. It was slightly unnerving how the Avatar played along with his lies. The boy was by no means a good actor, and his painfully unsubtle attempts to pretend he didn't know who the Blue Spirit was beneath the mask were enough to make Zuko wince. The fact that he was utterly confused as to why the Avatar was playing along at all only made things worse. Had weeks of chasing him from one pole to the other not made it clear that he was trying to capture him? Who in their right minds invited a repeated attempted kidnapper to come traveling with them? Was this all some strange, elaborate trap? Still, let it not be said that Zuko was one to let an opportunity slip by. If the Avatar wanted to sleep next to a hungry tiger then he shouldn't be surprised when it bit him. All Zuko had to do was tag along for now, wait until they stopped to rest somewhere near to a Fire Nation encampment, then snatch the Avatar when the others had their backs turned. It was as Zuko was mulling over such plans, listening with only half an ear as Sokka and Katara bickered about something unimportant, that the Avatar suddenly spoke up. "Hey, do you guys hear that?" Zuko cocked his head. All he could hear was the whistling of the cold sky winds. "Hear what, Aang?" Katara asked, sounding just as confused as he was. "Something is calling me." Aang trailed off, then with a small tug of his reins, directed Appa to start descending into the forest below. "I know this is going to sound weird, but I think it's the swamp. Is it telling you where we can get something to eat?" Sokka questioned, looking nervously down at the forest. Zuko couldn't blame him for the note of reluctance in his tone, something about the tree sent an unpleasant shiver down his back. There was a strange aura about this place, something decidedly unnatural about it. "No, I think it wants us to land there. No offense to the swamp, but I don't see any land there to land on." Aang frowned. "I don't know. Bumi said to learn earthbending I would have to wait and listen, and now I'm actually hearing the earth. Do you want me to ignore it?" As one Sokka, Katara, Zuko and Momo looked over Appa's saddle down at the swamp below. Something about the leaves on the tree seemed reminiscent of thousands of teeth lining a hungry maw, waiting to swallow them up. "Yes." Sokka replied bluntly. Katara nodded in agreement. "I don't know. There's something ominous about that place." Zuko nodded his head emphatically to show his support. His instincts warned him that something spiritual was afoot in this place, and knowing his luck with the spirits he'd probably end up being attacked by killer shrubbery of something. "Okay, since everyone feels so strongly about this, bye swamp." Aang looked reluctant, but nonetheless cracked the reins to pull Appa back up. It was strange to see someone as powerful as the Avatar conceding to his companion's wishes so easily. Mai and Tai Lee's opinions had never stopped Azula doing whatever she wanted. Yip, yip. Zuko breathed a sigh of relief, happy to have avoided that potential disaster, and felt the rush of his own warm breath against his mask. Yet, to his surprise, the rush continued even after his exhale finished, turning colder and somewhat stronger. No, that wasn't his breath, it was the wind picking up unusually suddenly, and for some reason moving against the direction it had previously been going in. He looked behind them, and nearly jumped out of his skin. Katara, Sokka and Aang, alerted by his sudden shift, looked behind as well, and each shouted in alarm at what they saw. Out of nowhere, a hurricane had risen to life behind them. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. If I had to describe how Tanya looked right now in one word, it was sore. Several cracks in the skull, a thoroughly bruised face, and a splitting headache that lasted for days, suggesting some level of brain injury, was not the sort of thing that anyone, even a soldier as tough as her, could just walk off. The Fire Nation's medical officers were very experienced in treating boulder-related injuries by now, and had told Azula in no uncertain terms that after taking a hit like the one King Bumi had dished out directly to the face, Tanya would be spending the rest of the week resting in bed even if they had to physically strap her to it. Tanya wasn't exactly in a state to argue with them, given how staying lucid for more than a couple of hours at a time was a challenge in itself for her, but Azula hadn't been happy. The fact that the Avatar had escaped them hadn't sat well with her at all, and as much as she'd hid it behind a calm facade, Mai knew that she was just itching to get hunting after him again. More than once they toyed with the idea of ditching Tanya in Omashu and pressing on without her, but thankfully a solution had quickly presented itself that made doing so unnecessary. Using her royal status, Azula had been able to requisition the prototype of a new ground vehicle being sent to the front lines for testing, a monstrous beast of steel and steam much faster than the regular tanks, that had been designed to quickly run supplies through difficult terrain. The tank train. Tanya could rest inside while she, Azula and Tai Lee rotated between driving shifts. Though how much rest Tanya could actually get when Tai Lee took the wheel was anyone's guess. That girl was not a natural-born driver. However, despite being on the Avatar's trail, Azula's mood had yet to improve. Mai was under no illusions as to why. Growing up, she'd gained plenty of insight into the tangled, messy and downright unhealthy relationship that was the friendship, if it could truly be called that, between Azula and Tanya. Mai was no fool. She'd known from the first day Azula had picked her and Tai Lee to be her friends why the princess of the Fire Nation had singled them out over all others. They were noble-born, and so possessed enough pedigree to be seen as acceptable company for a princess. They both possessed innate talents for skills that Azula lacked the time to truly master herself but would find very useful, and most importantly they were not firebenders, and so were unlikely to ever surpass Azula's skill in combat. When Azula had grudgingly introduced Mai and Tai Lee to Tanya on the day that the blonde girl arrived at the Royal Academy for Girls, making it clear that she was to be welcomed into their friendship group, to say that Mai was surprised was an understatement. After all, Tanya was the exact opposite of them, born as a dirt-poor orphan, trained in roughly the same skills as Azula, and not only a firebender, but one already capable of fighting Azula to a draw. By all rights she was exactly the sort of person that Azula would consider both beneath her station and a threat to her superiority. Later, when Tanya had left to explore the school on her own for a while, Azula explained the situation to them in furious whispers, how her father was forcing her to take Tanya into their circle as a punishment for not defeating her at her first tournament. In the privacy of her own thoughts, Mai added this fact to her growing list of suspicions that the Fire Lord was not a good parent. As they'd all gotten to know her, it soon became clear that the matter was further complicated by the fact that Azula and Tanya were an incredibly bad mix. All of their worst traits, their obsessions with order, strength and control, their perception of people as resources, and of course their respective streaks of cruelty, they so reflected, rivaled and encouraged in each other. Yet these similarities also made it difficult for them to recognize how other aspects of their personality were different, and thus failed to truly understand each other. Tanya, with her surprisingly lack of social awareness, didn't have a clue that each and every one of Azula's sarcastic barbs were anything more than genuinely friendly comments, and that their repeated spars and contests was more than honest competition. Azula meanwhile was convinced that Tanya was just as sly and manipulative as her, and mistook her attempts at friendship as taunts about a situation Tanya hadn't even noticed. Perhaps in another world, where neither had been shaped into unwitting rivals and pitted against each other by the Fire Lord, they could have been real friends. Alas, it would never be so in Ozai's world. Here Azula would always see Tanya as the one challenge she could never surpass, and Tanya would forever remain clueless that her closest friend actually hated her. The reason why Azula was so frustrated now, and had been so for a while now according to Tai Lee, was that even though she'd been officially put in charge of their group by the Fire Lord, it was obvious that Tanya was still beyond her control. Omashu had made that clear. Even though it had ended poorly, nobody would deny that it had been Tanya, not Azula, who'd been in command of the city. Sure, Tanya followed any order Azula directly gave her, but only because she wanted to, rather than because she felt like Azula was actually in a position to boss her around. And when the situation took a turn for the worse, Tanya didn't hesitate to step up and assume command for herself without even stopping to ask Azula's opinion. Because Tanya didn't fear Azula. She never had. She didn't seem to fear anyone beside Ozai himself, and that knowledge burned Azula like no fire ever could. The vehicle shook and rocked violently as it smashed headfirst through a row of trees, and the sound of something bumping against the metal floor, followed by a groaning "ow" echoing from the carriage behind alerted them that Tanya had been thrown out of bed by the force of it. Oops. Sorry, Tai Lee apologized sheepishly from behind the wheel. Azula shot Mai a quick glance, her narrowed eyes silently conveying the message, go deal with it. With a heavy sigh, Mai stood up and went to check on Tanya. The carriage that Tanya lay in was a VIP guest carriage, used when high-ranking officers or noblemen needed to be transported via the tank train. It consisted of 4 small but well-adorned rooms, each of which was claimed by a member of their group. Despite being as well made and luxurious as was practically possible, there was no getting around. There simply wasn't much room in a train carriage to work with, and so everything had been packed closely together. Unfortunately for Tanya, that meant that being thrown out of bed by the previous impact had caused her to collide with the door of her room and push it open. Lying face down on the door, tangled in a mess of bedsheets and a mop of her own uncombed hair, Tanya certainly did not look the part of the dread admiral who struck fear into the hearts of the nation's enemies. Visha. What time is it? Tanya mumbled blearily into the floor. My side again. Whenever the effects of her concussion took hold, Tanya kept mistaking her and Tai Lee for someone called Visha. Mai had absolutely no idea who that was, and was beginning to suspect that it was some sort of imaginary friend. No, Tanya, it's me. Mai. Tanya groaned into the carpeted floor. I need a coffee. You need to go back to bed and sleep, not try and keep yourself awake. Mai countered. But there's urgent work to do. Which we've got handled. Stop fretting. We've picked up the Avatar's trail heading towards Ba Sing Se, and with the progress we're making we'll have caught up to him in about half a dozen days. You're missing the point. Tanya growled, trying to push herself up with her arms. Yet her sense of balance was still terribly out of whack, and all she managed to do was slump gracelessly onto one side. That didn't serve to take any of the angry wind out of her sails, however. He's got the backing of those damn spirits behind him. And as long as he does, no matter how many times we catch him or beat him down, as long as there's the slightest possibility for him to escape, he'll always slip the net somehow. Calm down. Getting worked up isn't going to help your head heal up any faster. Mai reprimanded stoically. You know, it's funny, for all that you were raised by the fire sages, I didn't expect you to be the type to blame anything on the will of the spirits. You've always been so practical. Sometimes I suspected that you didn't even really believe in them. Tanya snorted and rolled onto her back, glaring spitefully up at the ceiling. Oh, I believe in them all right. I believe they're the most selfish, arrogant, manipulative assholes in existence, one of them in particular. Mai wasn't often the expressive kind, but even she couldn't help the flash of surprise that crossed her face. Everybody believed in the spirits, and although the Fire Nation had become much more apathetic to them in recent years, she'd never heard of anybody actively disliking them before. One or two of the nastier ones, sure, but never the spirits as a collective. You sound as if you've met them before. Tanya frowned. No, ignore me. This concussion is just playing with my head. She looked away, and Mai's instincts flared at the suspicious motion. Tanya was hiding something, she was sure of it. The only spirits I can say I've ever really met in this life were the ocean and M-. She trailed off, staring blankly at the wall for a few seconds, then suddenly sat up with a burst of energy. The ocean and moon spirits. Chapter 88, Chapter 88. Wait. Who are you? The others were right. This swamp sucked. Aang trod through the murky water, goopy mud clumping thickly around his feet with each step. Although the swamp was wide and mostly open, the humid air and dark canopy above made him feel a little trapped. He didn't get the sense that this place was evil, but nor did he feel like it was inherently good either. It was ancient, beyond caring for humans and their ideas of morality, and though Aang would not begrudge that he also had no desire to stay here any longer than he had to. But he couldn't leave yet. Every so often he'd see a small girl in a fine dress standing a short distance away, accompanied by a flying pig. He could hear her laughing, yet whenever he tried to get close she would disappear, and reappear elsewhere. She'd tried chasing her through the treetops at first, but even he couldn't airbend forever, particularly in a place like this, where the very air felt sluggish and heavy to move. The sound of giggling caught his attention again, and this time Aang spotted the girl standing among a set of strangely shaped rocks. Wait up, he cried and ran over to her. Yet to nobody's great surprise, before he could get close she ran around the back of one of the rocks. Aang made to follow, but stopped as something caught his attention. The rocks had seemed oddly shaped before, but now he was closer, he could pick out why. They were all unusually rectangular. They were old, and covered top to bottom in moss and muck, yet Aang had never seen naturally occurring rocks take such a shape before. He walked over to the nearest one, brushing away some of the dirt that covered it, and found stone underneath. Not natural stone though, cut stone, chiseled into bricks. These were buildings. Was he in some sort of village? Rowa. Suddenly the very ground beneath him began to rumble and quake, almost throwing Aang off his feet. The leaves from the trees above came tumbling down like heavy green rain, and the buildings cracked and crumbled beneath the force of it. It was an earthquake, but one unlike Aang had ever heard of before. He could swear that alongside the rumbling he could hear the voice of a girl screaming with rage, the sound of her voice synchronizing perfectly with the shaking of the earth. Where is that coming from? He muttered to himself, heading in the direction of where the earthquake felt stronger. As he ran, the crumbled ruins of the ancient buildings around him grew larger and most closely packed together, changing from a small rural village to a fully grown city. From the style of them, Aang guessed that they were Earth Kingdom buildings. Finally Aang arrived at the epicenter of the earthquakes. Right in the middle of the city was a perfectly round circle of clear, barren earth, as if a force of unimaginable strength had blasted everything around it to smithereens. And right in the epicenter of the blast stood a cave, from out of which howled the voice of rage. Painted on the upper lip of the cave in big, bold red letters was a single word. Berserker. Aang didn't like this. Not one bit. Everything about this cave, an air of wrath that oozed from it, set his hairs of end. Quickly he turned and fled, keen to find his friends and get out of this place as quickly as possible. And this is, what exactly? Zhao's trove. Tanya replied dutifully, digging through the messy box filled with old scrolls and folded sheets of parchment. It's where he kept all his strategies, notes and other documents relevant to his plan to invade the North Pole. After his passing it came into my possession. Azula raised an eyebrow in a small sign of interest. Including the scroll that detailed the identities of the ocean and moon spirits? Yes, but for once that's not the important part. What we need is this. Tanya grasped a plain book bound in brown leather that had the faded color of something regularly sandblasted, and held it aloft as if it were made of solid gold. Ooh. What is it? Tai Lee asked, not at all following what was happening but apparently just happy that Tanya was so active again. Tanya cracked the book open, revealing pages upon pages of sloppy handwriting within. Zhao's field journal from way back during his campaigns in the Earth Kingdom. It was around this time that he discovered the Spirit Scroll in the first place. She flicked through the pages, scanning the dates written as heading for the one she needed. A lot of it is pontificating over his thoughts on destiny and his early ideas for the North, but some of his earlier entries reference how to get here. Tanya slapped the open page down on the table, gesturing for the others to have a look. Azula, Tai Lee, and Mai peered in at it curiously, quickly devouring its contents. A library in the desert. Mai deadpanned. Not just any library. A spirit library. Tanya declared passionately. One that, according to Zhao's entries, has been owned and run by spirits for longer than recorded history, and contains secrets that even humanity has yet to unlock. Normally I'd be doubtful, but I confirmed for myself that the scroll he stole from there was the real deal, so why not the rest of the library too? My glance between the journal and a map of the Earth Kingdom posted on a nearby wall, quickly narrowing down the area Zhao claimed that library was located at. I can't say the idea of crossing the desert thrills me, but we should be able to manage it fairly easily in this vehicle. And if the Avatar is heading to Ba Sing Se, as his trail suggests, then we should still be able to get back on track to intercept him so long as we aren't at the library for very long. What would be the point though? Are you hoping to look for the identity of another spirit to slay? Maybe another day, but we have a more pressing topic to cover at the moment. Tanya replied seriously. Everything has a beginning, and I do not believe the Avatar simply popped out of a hole in the ground one day. There must have been a first Avatar, or some kind of precursor. If we can find out how the Avatar cycle began, we can understand how it works. And if we can understand how it works we will know how to end it. Permanently. Tai Lee hummed thoughtfully. I don't think anybody really knows much about the Avatar, other than that they can bend all the elements and become scarily powerful. Even if we miss our opportunity for an ambush and the Avatar gets to Ba Sing Se, I think the Fire Lord would be happy to know more about their weaknesses. What do you think, Azula? Azula, usually an outspoken supporter of gaining dangerous intelligence on her enemies, had been worryingly quiet so far. She wore a frown, but Tanya couldn't tell if it was a thoughtful one or disapproving. There was a pause as the other girls waited for their leader to give her judgment. I think Azula finally answered, that your insistence on blaming your failures on yet more spiritual nonsense is getting out of hand. It took Tanya a second to process what Azula had said. Then another to assume that she must have misunderstood, and process it again. Not in her wildest dreams had she expected Azula, the master manipulator and future Fire Lord, to pass on the opportunity for useful intel. What Every time the Avatar has escaped you so far you've given the same excuse, that it's all been the spirit's doing. Azula sneered. But I didn't see any of them trampling around Omashu. All I saw was you throwing your rank around, taking command without any regard for the chain of command, and then getting outsmarted. The Avatar slipped through our fingers because you weren't good enough, not because of any divine providence. And now you want to waste more time, give up on more opportunities to catch our target, chasing a mythical solution to your fantasy problem. Absolutely not. Tai Lee and Mai, seeming to sense the spiking tension in the air, took a step back as Tanya stood up, her expressions incredulous. Azula, you cannot be serious. The Avatar can be beaten with enough skill. Azula interrupted. Skill that I possess, but that you clearly do not. Which is why we will be following my plan and continue to track the Avatar. It's not a question of skill. Tanya shot back, frustration leaking into her voice. I did all I could back at Omashu, better than anyone else could have been expected to. You don't understand. I understand well enough. Azula snapped angrily. I understand that after so long being hailed as some sort of prodigy, you have trouble accepting such a repeated string of failures. Tanya stormed forward, and for a moment she well and truly lost control of her temper. Her face was a rictus of fury as she prodded Azula in the chest. This isn't about me. This is about you. Ever since we were given this mission, you've taken issue with everything I do. It feels to me like you're rejecting this plan just because I'm the one suggesting it. Hey, maybe we should all take a second to calm down. Tai Lee suggested meekly, but neither Azula nor Tanya even acknowledged that she'd spoken. You continue to ignore my authority and do whatever the hell you want, in spite of the fact that you were specifically ordered to serve me. Azula shot back, squaring her shoulders as if preparing for a fight. I am serving you. By advising you on the Avatar and utilizing my skills as a commander. I don't need your advice, and your much-vaunted command has been severely lacking so far. Girls. Tai Lee tried to interject. Everything else I've done perfectly. Tanya roared. The Avatar is the only exception, which I keep trying to tell you is because of spiritual interference. If you don't listen to me, we'll be doomed to keep missing him by a hair's breadth. I will not fail just because you have. Azula shouted back. How dare you assume that, because the task is beyond your abilities, it must be beyond mine as Dash. Girls. Stop. Please. Suddenly Tai Lee was between the two of them, and both firebenders became aware that they'd drawn closer to the other without realizing, fists clenched and ready to throw. The atmosphere between them was thick and dangerous, and quite possibly would have broken out into genuine violence if not for Tai Lee's timely intervention. Quickly they both stepped back and forced themselves to relax, trying to pretend the near slip in control had never happened. This discussion, shall we call it, has been more trouble than it's worth. Azula growled out, swiping a single stray strand of hair out of her face. I am the commander of this mission, and I have made my decision. We will continue to track the Avatar as planned. I won't hear another word about it. Do I make myself clear? Tanya grit her teeth, a thunderous scowl flashing across her expression. Crystal. She hissed, and stormed away. Chapter 89. Her home was gone. Her family, gone. Her comfortable bed, her 5-course meals, and all the other privileges of wealth, gone. All she had left was the clothes on her back, a small bag of supplies, and a patch of cold, hard ground to sleep on. Toph had never felt better. Within her self-made rock tent she grinned to herself, stretching out lazily like a cat, and the ground gently molded itself around her body into the most perfectly comfortable shape. Who knew that running away from home would be such a great idea? Toph savored the unparalleled connection she could feel to her element. She'd never been allowed to sleep in such an undignified way before, and now that she was free to do whatever she wanted, she jumped at the opportunity. Through her back she could feel the soft vibrations of the world going to sleep around her, the slow breathing of the weary weasel mice in the nearby burrow, the sway of the tree branches in the evening wind. And the almost silent tap of Blue's feet as he crept back into camp. She'd only been traveling with them for a day so far, but Toph had picked up from casual conversation that Blue was fairly new to the team too. Before that he'd been wandering alone, fighting the Fire Nation wherever he found them. It explained why every sign she picked up from him through the earth suggested that he was deeply paranoid, the way his muscles were always tense and ready for action, the way he never failed to look around the second he entered a room, and the way he crept out of camp to scout the area the moment he seemed sure everyone else was asleep. The Blue Spirit had clearly had a difficult life before this, and had learned to watch every shadow for the next misfortune waiting to jump out at him. His nighttime scouting was probably his way of checking that nothing could be a threat to him before he let his guard down by sleeping. Well, he could rest easy now that she was part of the crew. Nothing escaped her notice. Speaking of which, Toph pressed her palm flat against the ground, picking up more of the strange tremors. Something very loud, very heavy, and very far away was moving towards them at a worrying pace. It felt a little like an avalanche, but was thinner and ran over flat terrain. Toph had never felt anything like it before, but she was almost certain it was nothing good. Guys. She called out, dropping her rock tent with a thud to wake them up. We have a problem. Tanya was in a foul mood. It was, in her opinion, quite rightly deserved. Azula was being petty, controlling, and honestly kind of a bitch. How dare she try and use the fact Tanya had been going above and beyond what her duties required against her. She had been working hard and taking the initiative to best ensure the success of their mission, and then Azula turned around and had the gall to claim that she was disobedient. Even if the princess was still just a teenager, such poor leadership was most unbecoming of the Fire Lord's heir. The Cold War between them had been going on for days now, with neither side willing to relent or make any sort of offer for peace. Poor Tai Lee and Mai had been having a rough time tiptoeing between them and trying to play mediators. Tanya felt for them, but had been unable to be the bigger person like she normally was and extend the olive branch. If she backed down here, then her plan to seek out the spirit library was off the table for good, and then their best shot at discovering the Avatar's weakness would be gone. All she had to do was wait a little for longer for Azula to finally get over herself. With time, however, came the seeds of doubt, and despite knowing that she was in the right, Tanya could not help but consider some of the things Azula had claimed. Could her wariness of being X be making her leap to conclusions? Maybe spirit interference was not the reason behind her frustrating failures to capture the Avatar so far. Had she actually just been genuinely outsmarted at Omashu? No. Not that couldn't be the case. She was a general in the finest military in the continent. She had a literal lifetime of military experience. Her decisions had changed the course of a war that enveloped an entire world. It was inconceivable that 3 plucky children and a demented old man could get the better of her. Wasn't it? A knock on the door broke her out of her thoughts, and a second later Tai Lee poked her head into her room. Tanya. We've spotted them in the distance. Azula wants you armed and ready for action. Tanya scowled. Well, if the princess demands it, I guess I'd better obey. She replied sarcastically. Let it not be said that Tai Lee did not try to keep up a cheerful smile, but even she couldn't quite hide the awkward wince that grew on her face. Listen, Tanya, I know things haven't been great between you and Azula recently, but don't you think this fighting between you may cause, tactical problems? Oh, I'm sure it will. Tanya replied shortly. Azula had better sort herself out quickly then. Right. Of course. Sure. Tai Lee was fidgeting nervously. But shouldn't reconciliation be a two-way road? Tanya turned to glare at her, golden eyes narrowed dangerously. What are you trying to say? Tai Lee gulped nervously, but to her credit pressed ahead anyway. I'm just suggesting that perhaps, if you and Azula want to make up, then you both need to be willing to see where the other is coming from. Tanya scoffed dismissively. I do see where she's coming from. I see that she's stuck in her own ridiculous little power trip. Once she realizes that, then we can move on. She strode past Tai Lee brusquely. Now enough of this pointless chatter. We need to make sure the mounts are prepped for combat. Tai Lee watched her go, and sighed disheartedly. I really hope Mai's had better luck than me. Katara was reaching her breaking point. Toph was being absolutely insufferable. The pointless nicknames and petty remarks were bad enough, but her absolute refusal to help anyone else with even the simplest tasks was just so utterly selfish. She took the attitude that as long as she was fine, it was perfectly acceptable to lay around lazily while everyone else struggled. That wasn't what being a team was about. And to add insult to injury, the bloody land train thing had caught up to them for a third time that night, stopping any opportunity they had to catch even a wink of sleep. Katara didn't know how they kept finding them or who was driving it, but she doubted they had good intentions in mind. Maybe we should face them. Find out who they are. Who knows, maybe they're friendly. Aang suggested as the train rumbled up the slope towards them and onto level ground. Katara agreed. She didn't hold out quite the same hope that they were friendly, but clearly trying to evade them wasn't working. Now was the time to stand their ground. As one they settled into their respective combat stances, preparing themselves as the iron beast lumbered to a stop. With a hiss of steam, one of the doors began to rumble open, spreading out a wave of thin mist through which only the faint silhouettes of movement could be seen. Seconds later, 3 creatures began to emerge, beasts with thin, scaly limbs and slender bodies that spread out in wide stances, forked tongues lolling and flickering out of their mouths. And riding atop them. Katara's eyes locked onto a flash of golden hair. All of her frustrations were absorbed by a sudden well of negative emotions and refined into a sharp, pure hatred as she found a target to focus them on. Tanya. She seethed. The mist parted to reveal the infamous golden-haired general, flanked on each side by the princess, the knife-thrower and the acrobat they'd encountered at Omashu. Tanya took in the scene before her briefly, and as her gaze locked with Katara's, her expression morphed into a hateful scowl. If looks could kill, the both of them would be glaring swarms of bloody daggers at each other. Them again. Aang whispered. I can't believe they've followed us all the way from Omashu. I can. Katara replied shortly, never breaking her staring contest with Tanya. With Zuko not having shown his face in a while now, who else but Tanya could they expect to be stalking their footsteps wherever they went? And I'm glad they did. Saka looked at her quizzically. You are. Katara nodded. Her failure to avenge Paku back at Omashu, close as she'd come, had stung at her pride. This felt like a second chance. She's going down. Toph whistled. Wow. I didn't expect the Sugar Queen to have such a bite to her. Chapter 90. Katara nodded. Her failure to avenge Paku back at Omashu, close as she'd come, had stung at her pride. This felt like a second chance. She's going down. Toph whistled. Wow. I didn't expect the Sugar Queen to have such a bite to her. Across the way the princess barked out orders, and the lizard mounts shot forwards in a sudden burst of speed. Toph stomped her foot, heaving up 4 pillars of rock at them, but the lizards bounded over the obstacles with worrying agility. Tanya took the opportunity to leap off her saddle, and fire burst from her hands and feet as she adopted her signature flight technique. "Well, we wanted to find out who they were and we found out," Saka stated. "Now let's get out of here." "No. We can take them," Katara argued. Toph laughed brashly. "Hell yeah we can. That's the spirit." She stomped her foot again, and this time a huge rock wall rose up in front of the incoming lizards. Tanya simply flew over it, and a second later the wall exploded in a blast of dust and stray bolts of lightning. Azula led the charge through the newly created hole, one hand still crackling with stray bolts of electricity. Aang shook his head. "This fight doesn't serve us any purpose. Let's run." Katara whirled around to face him, eyes wide with anger. "What? No purpose? Are you kidding, Aang? She killed Master Paku." Aang wilted a little at the harsh rebuke, but his expression remained calm and he stood his ground. Calm eyes stared back directly into Katara's. "Revenge won't bring Paku back. All we're doing is risking letting ourselves get caught." Behind him Blue nodded silently in support. But thoughts of escape would have to wait. Mai swung her arms, releasing a volley of thin, dart-like knives. Up above, Tanya coordinated her attack with Mai's, shooting a fireball that curved down towards the group to hit at the same time as the knives connected. Aang stepped forwards and, with a wide swing of his staff, sent a gust of wind that blew the knives skittering away. He shifted his feet, trying to quickly shift into a new stance to counter the fireball, but there wasn't enough time. The fireball was rocketing towards them like a falling star, and his trained instincts knew that it would hit before he could properly conjure his shield. Then a whirl of silvery gray metal and black fabric rushed past. Blue swung his swords together in one fluid motion, catching the fireball on the flat of his blades, and a shower of sparks burst over him as he batted the fireball off to the side. Before anyone could say another word he turned, sheathing his blades as he did, and grabbed Katara and Toph, bodily hauling them back towards Appa. Saka had already hopped up on the saddle amidst the chaos, and was waiting with an outstretched hand to quickly heave them up. "Appa!" "Yip yip!" Aang shouted, still not aboard the bison himself. Appa gave a confused groan but nonetheless complied, taking to the sky the moment Blue and the girls were aboard. Meanwhile Aang began to gather the air around him, compressing it into a tight ball. Across the clearing, Azula's eyes narrowed. She recognized the movements he was making from the trick he pulled in Omashu, and quickly surmised that something big was coming. She began to circle her arms, gathering power for another bolt of lightning, but was cut off when Aang slammed the air ball into the ground early. A wave of fierce wind raced across the dry ground of the Earth Kingdom, dragging up clouds of dust, dirt and small debris in its wake. The grimy smoke screen washed over the 3 girls and their mounts, forcing them to stop and close their eyes. Aang was off a moment later, unfolding his glider with a flick and taking off after Appa. The bison had not gotten far, and since gliders were quicker over short distances he had every confidence that he could catch up. Or he would have been able to, had a ball of fire streaking at him from behind not forced him to roll to the side to avoid it. Tanya had been too high above the dust cloud to be affected by it, and was now hot on his heels. Literally hot, as the fireballs she was throwing came closer enough each time for him to feel the heat through his shoes. He ducked and weaved, trying every airbender trick he knew to shake her off, but Tanya's skill at flight was great enough to have even a master airbender reluctantly acknowledge it. She pursued him relentlessly, predicting and matching every twist and turn with her own. "You're not getting away this time, Avatar." Tanya snarled, throwing an arrow of flames that clipped the wing of his glider and scorched a tiny hole in its side. Even that small wound drastically changed the way the airflow ran over the glider's surface, and Aang yelped as the glider listed to the side. Tanya barked out a harsh laugh, seeing an opportunity, and boosted towards him, getting close enough that there was no way she could miss. One hand drew back and gathered a ball of flame larger than any she'd used today, one strong enough to sear a hole straight through his chest. "It's over," she yelled, bringing her hand forwards. Thwack. 1 second she was there, the next a hairy mound of white fur had replaced her. Distracted by their dogfight, neither Aang nor Tanya had noticed Appa circling back towards them. The sky bison had brought the full force of its weight, and some of its instinctive airbending, behind a tail slam that knocked Tanya away like a pinball. With an admitted twinge of satisfaction Aang watched Tanya, whose light frame made her ever so susceptible to being blown away, go whizzing through the air and crash down in a large thicket. Then Appa gave a pained groan, and Aang looked over in concern to notice a black patch of burnt fur and skin on his tail. It must have been where it had collided with the fireball Tanya had been building. The burn looked quite nasty, with some tufts of fur in the middle entirely incinerated to reveal spots of bubbled, angry red skin. "Appa's hurt," he yelled to the others, worry overtaking him. "We need to set him down." Saka made to pull on the reins, but stopped as a hand grasped his shoulder. Blue shook his head, and with his other hand pointed to the clearing they'd just fled, where the tank train could still be seen. Katara picked up on what he meant. If we stop now, they'll catch up to us again. You can't expect him to keep flying when he's injured. Aang shouted. Katara winced at the rebuke. Not for long. Just until we find a source of water far enough away that they won't find us. Aang didn't like it. He was tired, scared, and now worried sick about Appa, but logically he knew they were right. Burying the guilt he felt at allowing Appa to keep hurting, he shot off ahead on his glider, keen to find a source of water as quickly as he could. Azula, Tai Lee, and Mai, all looking slightly gray from the thin layer of dust and grime coating them, pulled their lizard mounts to a stop at the edge of a large thicket. A thicket which, for the past few minutes, had been belching thick black smoke. She is going to be so mad. Tai Lee whispered worriedly. Azula did not respond, instead continuing to gaze impassionately at the dense mass of hedges. A second later a rustling noise, the sound of something pushing its way through, caught their ears, growing louder and louder as it drew near. Twigs snapped as they were bashed aside, leaves shriveled and crackled as they burned in the heat, and a few small animals fled in terror of the glowing red demon that stormed through their home. Finally, Tanya pushed herself free through the undergrowth. Angry red scratches marred every inch of her skin, her clothes were smudged with dirt, and at some point half a bird's nest had become tangled in her hair. That was all second, however, to the pure murder in her eyes. Thin wisps of smoke roiled off Tanya's body as her firebending reacted to her barely controlled temper, raising her body temperature enough to set alight small bits of debris around her. I'm going to eat that bison, Tanya declared, the calmness of her tone so obviously forced that its contrast to her rage-filled eyes made it all the scarier. A nice, juicy sky bison steak, with plenty of spices and honey, seared by my own flames. I always found revenge to be best served hot. The lizard mounts beneath Tai Lee and Mai stepped back instinctively. Tai didn't blame them. Only Azula's held its ground, with its rider watching the scene with put-upon dispassion. Please don't pick another fight right now, Tai Lee begged in the privacy of her mind. Azula sneered, looking Tanya up and down, and then opened her mouth. That was foolish. Oh shit. Heedless of the sudden spike of tension in the atmosphere, Azula continued. The plan is to run them down. Pursue them until they exhaust themselves. You shooting off alone was unnecessary. There was a pause as Azula left an opening for Tanya to reply, yet for a few seconds the golden-haired girl did not take it. She was deathly still and silent for a moment, giving no visible reaction, but Tai Lee could feel the storm of dark aura roiling around her. Tanya was struggling to keep her temper from exploding. Finally Tanya reacted. With deceptive, almost eerie, slowness a smile spread across her face. Not a happy smile, not superior smirk, or even a wolfish grin, the plainest, most emotionless smile that had ever existed. Apologies, princess. I saw the Avatar isolated from his allies and took the opportunity without considering the tactical implications. It won't happen again. She droned out in an almost monotone voice. Almost, because Tai Lee swore she could detect the faintest tinge of sarcasm lacing it. Or perhaps she was imagining it. The contrast between the deadpan calm of Tanya's voice and the seething fury glinting in her eyes was setting her on edge. Azula frowned, but her thoughts on Tanya's unusual reaction were hard to read. Good. See that it doesn't. She answered at last. With a tug of the reins her mount began to turn around. Now hurry up and let's get moving. They can't have gone too far. Chapter 91, Chapter 91. With a heavy thud, Appa half landed, half crashed down in a clearing beside a river. The poor bison was exhausted. Tired and in pain, it had been a small miracle that he'd been able to get them even this far. Despite fighting off his own exhaustion, Katara was too stressed with worry to even think of sleeping. The moment her feet touched the ground she summoned water from the lake over to her to soothe Appa's burn. Okay, we've put in a lot of distance between us and them. The plan right now is to follow Appa's lead and get some sleep, Saka said as he threw his sleeping bag onto the floor and flopped down on top of it like a fish. Toph didn't even bother with a sleeping bag, and just lay down on the dirt. A flash of irritation surged through Katara. Here she was, just as tired as them and still a little indignant at having to flee from Tanya yet again, yet they got to take it easy while she had to work on healing. Of course, we could have gotten some sleep earlier if Toph didn't have such issues. She hissed acidly, barely even registering the words slipping out of her mouth. What? There was a literal boom, a shockwave through the earth, as Toph stood up, her youthful face morphed into an angry scowl. Immediately Aang stepped between them, taking on his usual role as the peacemaker, while Blue stood nearby and watched silently. All right, everyone's exhausted. Let's just get some rest dash. Aang began. No, I want to hear what Katara has to say. Toph argued childishly. You think I have issues? Any other day Katara might have de-escalated the situation. She might have apologized, or tried to explain herself in a calm and considerate manner. Not today though. The fatigue and the irritation it caused needed an outlet, and Toph was the perfect target. Team Avatar was a mess. In a way, Zuko found it quite annoying. They'd been a perfect little team when he was the one chasing after them, but the minute Azula picked up their trail they turned into a bickering mess. The bitter part of him cried out that, if he'd had access to the same resources Azula had, he would surely have thought to use a lack of sleep to turn them against each other too, that this was just another example of how unfairly the world seemed to favor his sister over him. Truthfully though, Zuko recognized that the real issue wasn't fatigue. Watching the two girls descend into a heated argument, it was clear that Toph wasn't meshing as well into the existing team dynamics as he somehow seemed to be, and that Katara didn't know how to handle that. His time at sea had taught him that, in such situations, it was the captain's duty to come down hard on the issue and flex their authority a bit to settle the dispute. Sadly, Aang was too passive, and the girls both too stubborn, for such an approach to work here. Should he step in? If things continued like this, the Avatar's friends would collapse in on themselves, leaving Aang alone and vulnerable when Azula caught up. But then again, how was he supposed to make an impact without speaking? Trying to convey the complicated words needed to show authority through mime would look ridiculous at best, and only frustrate Katara and Toph even more at worst. What would Uncle do in this situation? Suddenly Aang was screaming too, and to his horror Zuko realized that the usually peaceful monk had reached the end of his tether. This was bad. With Tanya and Azula working together, he needed all the fighters he could get protecting Aang until he finally got his opportunity to snatch him away. If Aang said something he'd regret now, they might lose Toph's help forever, and at a time when Azula's tank could come rumbling through the trees at any second. No time to think, he had to act. What would Uncle do? Aang was halfway through a rant about the unappreciated work Appa did for the group when a flash of silvery steel shot past him and, with a sharp thud, embedded itself in the ground between him, Toph and Katara. All three of them jumped, and quickly looked over at where it had come from. Blue's grinning mask stared back at the unapologetically. Before they could demand to know what he'd done that for, Blue strode forwards to his sword and used it to scrape a few quick words into the ground. Then with a flick he cleaned the dirt off the tip of his blade, grabbed Toph's wrist, and began marching off with her. "Hey! Get off me!" Toph protested. But despite her tough attitude, she was still much younger and shorter than Blue, and dragging her along was easy. "Where are we going?" Aang watched, baffled by the strange turn of events, until they'd both disappeared into the nearby clearing. Then he looked down at the message carved in the ground. "Be back tomorrow. Don't go far. Hey! Would you quit it with the pulling already?" Blue's grip wasn't painfully tight, but was vice-like in its stubborn refusal to let her slip away. Half of Toph wanted to fight back against it out of pride, but her other half, the side that recognized that she'd been getting worked up enough to do something she knew she'd regret later, was relieved to have an excuse to get away from the others for a bit. She knew that she could be hot-headed, and had been on the verge of doing something rash. At last Blue seemed satisfied that they were far enough away for them to do whatever he had in mind. He let go of her wrist, knelt down, and began to pull a couple of items out of his pack. Blue had very little in the way of personal possessions and money, yet had bought something back in jailing that he hadn't shown to anyone else yet. Curious as to what it was, Toph focused a few more vibrations through the earth to get a better sense of the shape of each object as he set them down on the ground. "Is that a tea set?" she asked. It was far from the delicately crafted bone china set she'd had gifted to her at home. His was simple and rough, the bare basic cups and kettle used by the poorest of peasants, yet interestingly Blue set out the items in the exact same layout and order that nobles did when holding pompous tea ceremonies. More importantly, there was none of the hesitation to suggest that Blue had to think about what he was doing. Instead he moved instinctively, as if he'd seen and mimicked this layout his whole life. Now how would a bandit vigilante be Southwest familiar with court etiquette? After a good few minutes of silent preparation, Blue had a kettle of tea boiling away. He sat down on the dirty floor and patted the ground, a silent gesture for her to sit as well. Toph plopped down with a huff, her arms crossed defiantly. The silent waiting while he prepared the tea had taken the edge off her anger, but it still simmered beneath her skin, waiting for any excuse to explode back up again. "So how's this going to work?" she demanded. "'Cause you're mute and I'm blind, so I don't think a heart-to-heart conversation is on the table." Blue shrugged, then set about pouring the steaming tea into 2 cups. He offered one to Toph, and she blew on it before taking a sip, then froze. "This is disgusting," she said bluntly. Blue sat a little straighter, genuinely surprised by her criticism. How could he be so familiar with the etiquette behind tea ceremonies, yet be so awful at making tea itself? His brew had no delicacy at all, it was strong enough to make her hairs curl up. Whoever he was used to making tea for either had no sense of taste, or had been too polite to tell him that he sucked. He couldn't be from a noble family then. Anyone who tried to serve this to guests would have been the laughingstock of the courts for years. Her feet detected more vibrations as Blue placed something flat and wooden on the floor next to him. It was only when he then brought his cup to his lips and took a deep swig of his own that Toph realized what it was, his mask. Even in the small time she'd been with the Avatar's group, Toph had already learned that Blue never took off his mask when anyone else could see. It wasn't such an issue here, she supposed, being that she couldn't see his face anyway, but she appreciated that it must be fairly significant for him. Toph bravely tried another sip again, hoping that it might somehow taste better once she got used to it. It didn't. Somehow it got even worse. With an annoyed growl, Toph tipped the horrid concoction into the ground next to her and leaned over to the kettle. I can't take another sip of this. Move over, I'll do it properly. As the young lady of the Bei Fong household, Toph had of course learned the proper way to make tea, even if the lessons had bored her stiff. He chucked Blue's poison away and started again from scratch, putting the water onto a gentle boil and measuring out a more careful heap of leaves. Blue moved to assist her, and at this at least he seemed competent enough. As they worked, Toph's curiosity finally overcame her. Are you a noble? She asked. Blue stiffened up next to her, confirming her suspicions. Toph snorted. No offense, but you must have been a weird one. Blue hesitated for a moment, then held out a hand out and wiggled it in the gesture for, sort of. It's complicated? Toph asked. Blue nodded, and Toph let out a mirthless chuckle. Everything always is with nobility. Don't tell me, did they treat you like you were made of glass because you're disabled too? Blue cocked his head to the side in thought, then shook it. Then why did you leave? Toph questioned. Blue shook his head again. You didn't. Then why are you here? I don't know of any noble father who wouldn't be disappointed by their son running off to play bandit. Chapter 92, Chapter 92. Then why did you leave? Toph questioned. Blue shook his head again. You didn't. Then why are you here? I don't know of any noble father who wouldn't be disappointed by their son running off to play bandit. Blue's heart rate suddenly spiked, and his whole body tensed up like a hedgehog shrew curling into a ball. Guilty, Toph realized that she'd just strayed into uncomfortable conversation territory. Slowly Blue nodded his head. Toph wasn't quite sure what he meant. Yes. Yes to what? Blue made a spiraling motion with his finger, like he wanted her to think about what she'd said before. Yes, your father is disappointed that you're running off to play bandit. Blue nodded, even as his body language seemed to shrivel in on itself in shame. Ah. Toph thought she understood now. I get it. You couldn't be the person your dad wanted you to be. Blue nodded, and Toph let out a sigh. I feel that. But so what? Screw what they think. We're here now, right? Free from all their nonsense expectations. Blue was still weirdly tense. Contrary to what she'd intended, her words hadn't encouraged him at all. But why? If he was here, didn't that mean he'd given up on trying to meet his parents' expectations too? Unless. You're doing this for them, aren't you? She asked softly, everything clicking into place. You're out here, far from home, helping the Avatar because they told you to. Blue didn't move to reply. He didn't have to. Toph didn't need to see to feel the potent mix of troubled emotions radiating off of him. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. It sucked having parents who didn't believe in you. She could only imagine how much worse it must be to have parents who actively tried to get rid of you. Blue reached down, and in slow, careful handwriting began to trace letters in the ground. Toph felt the indentations as they were carved, putting them together into her mind's eye to form letters. He gave me a mission. When I have proven myself worthy, I will be allowed to return to him with honor. A mission. Toph had heard the way some of her dad's noble guests had talked about the war. To those high enough in society to avoid the front lines, the war was a noble crusade against the Fire Nation that the dirty peasants should feel honored to sacrifice their lives for. She could easily imagine Blue's parents being one of those stuck-up gits who thought it was perfectly acceptable to send a sensitive son off to war until he'd proved himself a man. Doesn't that make you angry? She asked. Blue's finger moved across the ground again. All the time. Then how do you deal with it? Toph demanded, reflexively clenching her fist as the memories of all the times she'd been forced to act like someone she wasn't came flooding back. How do you not kick, scream, and break the house down? Blue was still for a moment. Then his finger traced a message again. I had someone beside me. He stilled, hesitating as he tried to find the words for what he wanted to say, then his finger got to work once more, carving the longest message yet into the earth. Toph waited patiently, herself strangely gripped by empathy for Blue's words, until the message was finished. Looking back, I suppose he is the only friend I've ever had. For many years he was the only one I could say how I truly felt around. When I was sent on my mission, he came with me. I never asked him to. He didn't have to. But when the time came for me to leave, there he was, all packed and waiting for me. Wherever I traveled, he was always by my side. Whenever I was lost he offered guidance, and whenever I made a decision he respected it. And the many times I got angry, more often at him than I'm proud of, he weathered the storm patiently. He was always there when I needed him most. I don't think I realized how much I needed him until he was gone. Toph shuffled uncomfortably. She'd had hordes of staff at her mansion and hundreds of playdates with other young noble ladies, but never had she found someone who shared her interest, or would accept her for who she was. Looking back, she'd never really had someone that she could call a real friend. So caught up in the sudden realization of her own loneliness, Toph didn't realize that Blue had continued writing until he was nearly finished. Real friends will get on your nerves sometimes. Often, even. They'll do things that make you mad, because you're different people and can't see eye to eye on everything. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I've seen friends who always agreed with one person's definition of what was right, and I don't think they're truly happy. I think that's what separates a friend from an ally. Many people will flock around you when you're strong, when you're powerful, when you're at your best. But only a true friend will stick with you when you're at your weakest. And even the strongest of us can't be perfect all the time. We all need to sleep, all make bad decisions, all have times where we face something we simply can't do alone. We don't always need someone else's help, or even want it. But I think that having someone who's willing to help you regardless of whether you need it or not is. Blue paused, trying to find the right word. Nice. A tiny worm of guilt started wiggling somewhere deep within Toph's core. With the benefit of hindsight, she could see that Katara's overbearing attitude hadn't come from a desire to make Toph feel selfish. She just wanted everyone in Aang's party to work a part of a team, and while she'd been wrong to demand that Toph immediately just slot into their existing group dynamics without issue, Toph could see that she could have made more of an effort to be helpful to everyone else. It wouldn't have taken her that much more time to make rock tents for everyone to sleep under. What happened to your friend? She finally asked, already half suspecting what the answer would be. Blue answered. He held off the Fire Nation so that I could escape. Toph grimaced. She hadn't been as involved in the war as a bender of her skill perhaps should have been, but she could put together implications. The Fire Nation had a lot to answer for. I'm sorry. He sounds like he was a good man. Blue nodded his head. What he meant to say wasn't so obvious, but Toph thought that she understood the gist of it. With one last heavy gulp she downed her tea, then jumped to her feet. Okay, you win. Point taken. I'll make an effort to be a bit more helpful around the camp. If Sugar Queen promises not to get on my case so much. Blue inclined his head towards her, as if to say that's all I ask. Toph grinned, then looked away a little bashfully. And hey, about what you said before, about him being your only friend. Blue tilted his head to the side curiously. Well, you know, we're both fairly new to Aang's team, and I feel like we've both come from a similar place. So maybe we could be Dash, you know Dash. Toph stomped her foot. Ah, don't make me say it. You know what I mean. Blue, as usual, said nothing. He was still for a moment, then got to his feet and hesitantly held out a hand towards her. Toph grinned at him, then grabbed his hand enthusiastically and gave it a firm shake. Ha! All right. Friends. A strange little giddy feeling welled up inside her, which she quickly squashed down and pretended had never existed. Now how about we head back? The others are probably lost without us. Chapter 93, Chapter 93. Wads of wet fur. How delightful. They're not wads, they're more like bundles, or bunches. It's got an sound. Most days, Tanya would have been happy to let the back-and-forth banter between Mai and Tai Lee be as it was. Their opposite natures made for the sort of mildly entertaining drama that fueled good workplace relations. But today was not like most days for Tanya. Today she had been involved in a heated argument with a literal princess, and then only minutes later been outwitted and bodily smacked into a hedge by an overgrown, hairy, stupid fucking fly cow. And so Tanya had glared at Tai Lee and Mai. It was nothing compared to the glare she'd given to some of her soldiers back in her second life, but it was enough to make the both of them shut up very quickly. Tanya was not in the mood for their comedy routine right now. The only thing that could possibly lighten her mood right now was a serving of delicious pan-fried sky bison. The Avatar's trying to give us the slip. Azula announced from ahead of them, pointing to the broken treetops that contradicted the trail of fur left for them to follow. The Avatar had been clever to figure out what method they were using to follow his bison, and even more so to try and use the fur to lead them along a fake trail, but the Fire Nation's elite weren't so easily fooled. You three head in that direction and keep your eye out for the bison. She looked down at the line of two perfectly spaced out fur. I'll follow this trail. Tanya questioned the wisdom of that decision. They already knew that the Avatar was the only one amongst his little fellowship that possessed the ability to fly across such long distances, so he must have been the one spreading the fake trail. As he was the only one in his group that the Fire Nation actively cared about capturing, it would be logical for them all to pursue the trail, gang up on the silly sod and leave his friends wondering what had become of their leader. But alas, Azula was in no mood to hear anybody else's opinion. She wanted the prestige of capturing the Avatar for herself. She's no different from Zhao. The treacherous part of Tanya's mind whispered. No, that wasn't fair. Azula was still young, and didn't have the experience to handle a position of command responsibly. Zhao had had years to learn but had chosen to allow his ego to rule him. They were not the same, and they did not need to be handled the same way. With that in mind, Tanya said nothing as Azula darted off in pursuit of the avatar. If she succeeded, then great, but if she failed, as Tanya suspected she might, then Azula would be forced to recognize and learn from her mistakes. So, what's the plan of attack for us? Tai Lee asked her, defaulting to Tanya's lead now that Azula was gone. Tanya considered their options. Assuming that earthbending girl they'd spotted in the last encounter was a new member of the Avatar's team, it would be the three of them against 4 warriors of mixed abilities and 1 large beast. Not the most favored odds, but far from the worst she'd ever worked with. We split them apart. Fight individually. Tanya answered. The Avatar's team are untrained soldiers and held together through sentimental idealism. It is unlikely that they'll flee as long as even just one of them is left behind. We're going to exploit that, put the Avatar in a position where he can't run away without abandoning his companions. A capture mission then. Mai inferred. I'll take the one in the mask. Tai Lee's hand shot up like a student at school. I'll take the cute one then. Mai raised an eyebrow at her. I mean, the one who was throwing the boomerangs about. Which leaves me with the new earthbending girl and the water skank. Tanya cracked her neck. Fine with me. But don't feel like you have to pull your punches, ladies. Technically we only need one alive. They were only minutes away from reaching Appa when Toph felt the thundering vibration of the tank train drawing closer once again. The firebenders are back. Hurry! She yelled, grabbing Blue by the wrist and roughly yanking him along, and she broke into a run. It only took Blue a second to catch on, and then he was running on ahead, able to sprint faster than her due to his unfairly longer legs. Before long they crashed their way into a clearing beside a river, where Katara had stopped to try and heal Appa's burn. Blue. Toph. What stash? Saka began. No time. Get ready, that tank is about to appear again any second. Toph commanded. As if heralded by her words, it was at that very moment that the ominous sounds of snapping branches and screeching iron became audible from somewhere in the distance. Saka scowled. Damn it. They didn't fall for Aang's trick. Blue tilted his head questioningly at him. After we washed the shedding fur off Appa, Aang had the idea to use it to make a fake trail to draw them away. He flew off towards an abandoned town nearby and scattered the fur behind him. Blue nodded to show that he understood, then nodded towards Appa. Katara's been doing her best, but Appa's wound is still too painful, and him too tired, for anything more than a short journey. I think we're going to have to stand our ground this time. Good. Toph declared, a grin spreading across her face as she slammed her foot down into a defensive horse stance. Let them come. All this running away isn't my style anyway. Katara didn't comment, but drew a long strip of water out of the river and coiled it around her as she sunk into a stance of her own, showing her own silent support for the idea. Saka held his boomerang at the ready, and Blue unsheathed his blades and gave them a test swing. Seconds later, a huge spear of iron burst through the trees. The tank train quaked and rumbled, spewing thick black smog into the air as its wheels screeched to try and bring it to a halt. Rubber tires burned under the strain of bringing such a heavy beast to a sliding halt, filling the air with a sharp, acrid smell that made Toph want to cough. Even before the train had come to a complete stop, one of the doors hissed open, and 3 of the lizard mounts leaped out, bearing aloft 3 riders. Hey look! The one that throws around the crazy blue fire isn't with them. Saka noted. Tanya's the one leading them this time. She must have gone after Aang alone. Katara realized. Saka hummed worriedly. Which means she's confident that she'll be enough to capture Aang on her own. After hearing about their fight back in Omashu, I can't say that confidence is unwarranted. Then her minions are here to keep us occupied and prevent us from joining the fight. Big deal. Toph scoffed. That just means we need to crush them nice and quickly, then fly to Aang's rescue. No problem. We outnumber them. Across the river, Tanya gave a hand signal, and Tai Lee and Mai split off from her, taking their mounts to the left and right respectively in slow canters. They're going to encircle us. Katara warned. Saka frowned at the sight. Yes, and they're being unusually blatant about it too. Strange, if they make their intention so obvious they know that we'll counter it by. Suddenly his eyes lit up in realization. Separating. They want to split us up. Toph frowned. But we outnumber them. That means one of them has to fight 2-on-1. That's a crazy disadvantage. And as soon as they lose, whoever's fighting them can rush to help someone else. Across the river, Tanya dismounted from the lizard and walked towards them in slow, measured steps. She stopped at the point where the stream water lapped gently at the toes and waited at attention like a soldier, staring unblinking at Katara. The unspoken challenge was clear, and Katara bristled with cold fury in response, her whole body tensing like a snake getting ready to strike. Unless one of them is confident that they can win a 2-on-1 fight. Saka figured out. I hate to admit it, but looking at our history we've yet to actually defeat Tanya in a straight fight. Toph pounded her fists together and grinned. You didn't have me before. You're right, we didn't. Saka conceded. And that makes you our best shot against her. Tanya has only seen you in one small skirmish so far. Other than that you're an earthbender, she can't know much about you. We'll need you and Katara to face her together. Blue pointed his sword off to the right, tracking the slow progress Mai was making. You want to take on the gloomy one again? Saka interpreted. Okay, then I'll face the cute, I meant the acrobatic one again. Chapter 94, Chapter 94. Blue pointed his sword off to the right, tracking the slow progress Mai was making. You want to take on the gloomy one again? Saka interpreted. Okay, then I'll face the cute, I meant the acrobatic one again. Toph internally sighed as she picked up the telltale sign of Saka heartbeat quickening. Letting a pretty face distract him. What an idiot. One thing she was grateful to her blindness for was the immunity it gave her to swooning over charming appearances. Blue and Saka split from the group, and across the river Tanya shot them a smug grin, as if she'd already known exactly how they would react to her move and was watching them play right into her hands. At this point Katara was seething, she hadn't taken her eyes off Tanya from the moment she appeared, and was clearly ready to take any opportunity to lash out with the first blow. Then Tanya took a step into the river. It was a ballsy move, stepping into the natural element of someone who wanted very badly to hurt you right in front of them. Toph would have called it arrogant, if not for two things. First was her reputation. Tanya the Devil was the boogeyman of the Earth Kingdom for a reason. Looking past all the nonsense stories about her eating the hearts of her slain enemies, or being born from the coupling of an evil spirit and a wolf, it was undeniable that she possessed a terrible brilliance for both firebending and military strategy that had allowed her to conquer the capital of the Northern Water Tribe on the night of the full moon. One had to have confidence to achieve both of those things, but arrogance would have hindered her. And second was her heartbeat. Despite the cocky front she was portraying, Toph could tell from the vibrations she was picking up from inside Tanya that the small girl was every bit as livid as Katara was. The feud between them had long since passed the point of getting personal. If the devil was making the effort to disguise her hatred, it was likely that she had a trap in mind. I must commend you, water peasant. Tanya called out to Katara haughtily. It takes a certain amount of maturity to accept your mistakes and learn from them. After how badly I thrashed you last time, I had expected you to try and take me alone again out of some misguided spite. It was wise of you to recognize that you simply aren't good enough, and recruit a child even younger than yourself to help you out. Oh, so the devil liked to talk trash, did she? Well, two could play at that game. I may be young, but I'm still taller than your midget ass. Toph shot back. Careful in that river, it must be at least knee-deep. We wouldn't want you to drown. For the first time since she'd arrived, Tanya broke eye contact with Katara, turning her head to face Toph. Oh my, your new little pup has quite the mouth on her. She sneered. Go home, kid. I've buried earthbenders tougher than you by the thousands, but I am not completely without mercy and you have done little to try my patience yet. Your presence here will only be a minor irritation at best. Rather than let it get to her, Toph laughed the insult off. There had been plenty of smack talk before Earth Rumble matches, and those who couldn't let it slide didn't stay popular with the crowd for very long. The tiniest scowl she detected tightening at the corner of Tanya's mouth in response to her reaction proved that she was on the right track. The devil was counting on making them lose their tempers. Thankfully Katara seemed to be catching on too. Though she remained sharp and ready to spring into action at any moment, her breathing began to settle into a deeper, more even rhythm as she started to rein in her temper. Those tricks you pulled last time won't work, Tanya. Tanya's face dropped from a smirk to an outright sneer. She raised her other foot, as if to take another step forward, but right before it touched down on the surface of the water a small but intense flame burst from it, sending a thrumming pattern of ripples across the water. Then she lifted her other foot off the ground. Toph waited for it to come back down and touch the earth again, but as the seconds ticked by it never came. Her stomach sunk in horror as she suddenly recalled just which technique Tanya was most infamous for, jet propulsion, a tricky form of firebending that allowed for extended flight. Tanya had the potential to go the entire fight without setting so much as a toe on the ground unless she wanted to. And unless she did, Toph had no way of seeing her. Mai readied her knives, and watched as, across the river, the blue spirit drew his swords in one fluid motion. They had both wandered far enough to see Tanya in the distance, but to most assuredly be out of earshot. An intentional move on Mai's part. With a wide sweep of her arm, Mai launched a heavy knife that rocketed across the river with pinpoint accuracy. The blue spirit wisely dodged and began to run forwards, wading into the river. As the one without a ranged option, it fell to him to tackle the difficult terrain or else be forced to stay on the defensive the entire time. Naturally, Mai didn't make it easy for him. The moment the water got up to his knees, she unleashed a blizzard of sharpened steel, pelting him over and over with practically every scrap of metal she had on her person without reprieve. With the water hindering his agility, the blue spirit was forced to try and deflect every single one of them whilst trudging through running water, an exhausting feat. To his credit, he did a better job than anyone could have reasonably expected, his whirling blade swatting the knives out of the air with remarkable precision, but the odds were not with him. Every step he took saw another thin blade sink deep into some non-vital part of his body, and by the time he staggered out onto the other side of the river bank, he must have had at least 24 needle-like knives sticking out of him. Any reasonable person would have been exhausted by such a feat, and the slouch in his body language betrayed that he was, yet the blue spirit still somehow found the energy in him to rush forwards at Mai, swinging his blades in wide, aggressive arcs. Mai ducked under the first and hopped back to avoid the second, letting herself be harried backwards toward the tree behind her, and readied herself as the blue spirit flowed into a new stance, bringing his blades up to attack again. Zuko. The name slipped from her mouth with all the subtle sharpness as one of her knives. The blue spirit faltered, surprise causing him to misstep and fumble his next attack. He was open, vulnerable to a critical strike if she was so inclined, but Mai had no interest in that right now. Pressed up against the trees like this, they were finally out of sight of anyone else. Zuko. It's you, isn't it? Mai repeated, her tone deceptively neutral. The blue spirit was still, silent for a long stretch of seconds. Then finally a voice, a little deeper and raspier than she remembered but unmistakably his, whispered out from behind the mask. How did you know? Mai allowed herself just the tiniest of smiles. She'd been almost certain, but having it confirmed was a relief she didn't realize she'd needed until now. Come on, do you really think a mask and a pair of swords is all it would take to disguise you from me? It's been a while, Zuko, but not long enough for me to forget you. It was hard to tell what Zuko was thinking with his body tensed up like a coil, and a frustrated part of Mai wished he'd take off that stupid mask already, but to her irritation he didn't. Does Azula know? Mai shook her head. She believes that you're stuck alone and resourceless somewhere halfway across the Earth Kingdom. Knowing how you've pursued the Avatar already, I don't think she's even considered the possibility that you might have joined up with him. The last sentence was delivered with an accusatory tone, which made Zuko recoil uncomfortably. It's not Dash. I haven't really joined him. Zuko sputtered defensively. But I realized that without a vehicle to follow him and men to subdue him, my options were limited. This way I can stay close to him, and the moment his companions aren't looking I can steal him away. Mai gave him a searching glare. The awkward hang to his shoulders was the same look he'd had as a boy when he knew his plan was stupid, but was determined to stick to it anyway. What a mess this was becoming. Do you realize what will happen if the others find out? She pressed. They'll report it to the Fire Lord for sure. Paint you as the worst traitor the Fire Nation has ever known. Well, what choice do I have? Zuko bit back angrily. I would love nothing more than to do this the way I was meant to, defeating the Avatar in honorable combat. But I don't have that option anymore, because I don't have a single ally left. Even if I did capture him, I have no ship to hold or transport him in. This is the only path I have left that takes me home, and so I'll take it no matter how steep it gets. Oh Zuko. Poor, sweet Zuko. It always did seem like fate conspired to rob him of anyone who'd take his side, leaving him to fight the world alone. First his mother, then his nation, and now his uncle. I can help you. Mai declared gently. What? I can arrange for transportation, and an elite guard force to help you keep him subdued. Mai continued. They wouldn't have to even know it was you under the mask. I could just tell them I'd used Dad's wealth to buy a traitor. You wouldn't have to show anyone your face until you and the Avatar were right before the Fire Lord's throne. Nobody would be able to deny your accomplishment. You do that. For me? Zuko asked, doing a remarkable impression of a gaping fish. I would. Mai answered as tonelessly as she could. It was too embarrassing to tell him why exactly she was so keen to help him. I've seen Azula's intel. We have a large military force currently laying siege to the outer wall of Ba Sing Se. I can make the preparations, and all you'd need to do is catch him at just the right moment. And then Father will restore my honor. Zuko breathed reverently. Zuko had more honor in his little finger than his father did in his entire body, in her opinion. But to say that out loud, especially in front of Zuko, would be a foolish decision. So instead Mai did as she had learned to do with Azula long ago, keep her true thoughts to herself. Yes. She agreed. Yes he will. Chapter 95, Chapter 95. Take this. Tai Lee cried theatrically. Super acrobatic kick. Gah. You fiend, Saka cried with dramatic pain. Then you take this. Boomerang of destruction. No. Not boomerangs. My greatest weakness. Saka peered slowly around the corner of a tree at where the others were, and nodded his head when he couldn't see anyone else coming towards the patch of trees they ducked into during the mock fight. Okay, they haven't noticed. I think we're in the clear. Tai Lee sighed in relief and flopped down on the ground like a deflating balloon. Thank the spirits. I need a break. So did Saka if he was honest. Between the lack of sleep and being stuck between Katara and Toph's arguments, having to fight someone was the last thing on his mind. Thankfully it seemed that the unofficial ceasefire between Tai Lee and he still stood as long as nobody else could see them. Things are still tense in your team? He asked curiosity. Tai Lee whimpered pitifully. Worse than before actually. Someone's going to snap soon. I hear you. Saka sighed, sitting on a fallen tree trunk. At least you're getting a good night's sleep. Tai Lee rolled her head to look at him. In a giant metal tank that plows headfirst through a tree every minute? She asked sarcastically. Please. The Fire Nation may be great at making war machines, but we rarely bother to look at how to make them comfortable. No matter how soft the beds are, trying to sleep in that thing is like laying your bedroll out on the back of a charging bull. Huh. He'd never considered that their relentless pursuit would be tiring for the Fire Nation girls as well. Why are you guys so determined to capture Aang anyway? Sokka curiously. Tai Lee peered back at him. Well, he's a threat to our victory. Public enemy number one. I get that. Sokka replied. But I don't get why it's the job of the nation's princess and her 3 best friends to do it. Last time I checked, the Fire Nation did have a rather large army. Tai Lee looked uncomfortable. She rolled over, bringing her legs up in an insanely flexible arc until her toes perched on top of her own head and propped her face up with her elbows, now facing him in what looked like a highly unusual meditative pose. Truth be told, we weren't actually after the Avatar at first. She began. We're actually supposed to be after Zuko. Angry jerkbender. Sokka was surprised. Why would the Fire Nation be hunting their own prince? Come to think of it, did that have something to do with why he hadn't appeared to try and capture Aang recently? Isn't he on your side? Tai Lee shook her head. Not since the North Pole. Zuko was banished before, but after he and Iroh stopped Tanya from that whole business with the Red Moon, he was declared a traitor. As his shame was a stain upon the royal family, Azula, Tanya, and the royal guard were sent to bring him in. They caught Iroh, but Zuko himself went to ground. She shrugged. Azula realized she needed a more elite team. Then you guys showed up right as we were recruiting Mai, and Azula realized that Zuko would go wherever the Avatar went. We could capture Zuko and the Avatar. Zuko had been branded a traitor by his own father. That was terrible. Sure, he'd done a lot to make their lives difficult, but Sokka personally thought that his actions back in the North Pole had been heroic. After all the bad he'd done, it had been somewhat inspiring that he put aside his own wants for the good of the entire world. He didn't deserve to be punished for that. I can't believe that the Fire Lord would do that to his own son. He muttered. Tai Lee looked at him curiously, as if trying to work something out. Suddenly something seemed to click, and her eyes widened. You have no idea, do you? No idea of what? Sokka asked. Why Zuko is chasing you. Why he's so obsessed with capturing the Avatar. Tai Lee seemed a little amazed. I assumed you must have picked up the story somewhere in your travels, but maybe not. You don't know about Zuko's banishment. No, he didn't. Zuko had always been too busy throwing fire around to explain his motives, and Sokka had just assumed it was because he was working for the Fire Nation and was thus evil. Now that Tai Lee was suggesting that there was more to the story, however, Sokka couldn't deny that he was a little curious. Tai Lee flipped herself up in another display of flexibility, shifting smoothly into a cross-legged sitting position. It all started years ago, she began, her voice taking on the gentle pace of a storyteller. When Zuko asked to join a general's meeting. There was a silence in the air, an unspoken tension, that seemed to permeate the ruined building of the abandoned town. It was as if the universe itself was waiting in anticipation. Azula had read about a feeling like it in the autobiographies of the firebending masters of old, in the chapters where they told of the hunt for the dragon that earned them their titles. They described a sense of importance, of destiny, the moment they entered the place that would serve as the battlefield between them and the legendary WIRMS. It had always irked Azula that she'd been born one generation too late to prove her mastery through a dragon hunt of her own, but this hunt for the Avatar she'd undertaken was a fitting substitute. One day, after she'd ascended to the throne and the war was over, she'd pen an autobiography of her own, and this nameless little ruin of a town would be immortalized as the place where the Avatar was finally defeated. Her tracking skills, like everything else about her, were perfect. From the way the shed fur that was scattering in his wake had fallen on the ground, she could tell that the Avatar had descended down somewhere in this town. After many days of relentless pursuit, the Avatar was finally too tired to flee, and had no choice left but to fight. Azula dismounted from her lizard and went the rest of the way on foot, her posture upright and confident even as she kept her senses alert for an ambush. She wouldn't put it past an air nomad to resort to trickery now that he was cornered. The trail of fur led her deeper and deeper through the empty streets, until eventually she arrived in an open clearing that had probably once been a marketplace. Standing there, waiting for her, was the Avatar. A satisfied smirk slipped across Azula's lips. The boy was making a good showing of trying to appear strong and confident, but she could read all the weaknesses in him like an open book. The dark rings around his eyes betrayed his exhaustion, the tight grip he held on his staff betrayed his fear, and the way his gaze remained unfaltering fixed on her betrayed that he really did not have any allies hidden nearby for an ambush. He would be an easy victory. She'd have to embellish the story of their fight, otherwise people may doubt that it qualified her as a firebending master. So here we are then. You've caught up with me. The Avatar stated neutrally, his tone lacking in emotion. What now? Now. Azula grinned wickedly. Now it's over. You're tired, and you have no place to go. You can run, but I'll catch you. The Avatar raised his staff, settling deeper into a fighting stance. I'm not running. Azula settled into a stance of her own, stoking the inner flames within and feeling the exhilarating rush of hot energy begin pulsing through her body. This was going to be fun. Chapter 96, Chapter 96. The crackling hiss of fireballs whizzed towards her. Toph could see the way Katara's body arched gracefully through her waterbending stances, noted the direction she was facing, and listened for the sharp hiss as a whip of water shot forwards to slice through a few of the fireballs. A few, but not all. She quickly stomped her foot, and a wall of stone sharply grated upwards in front of her moments before the remaining fireballs crashed into it. Even then the impact was stronger than she'd anticipated, and she flinched as her wall chipped and shattered, allowing a few licks of flame to slip through and peck her cheek. Though she'd been blind all her life, Toph could never recall feeling of being truly unable to see until now. Her earthbending sense was a great substitute for regular eyesight, and made her uncannily perceptive in ways that few expected, but one of its major flaws was that she could not actually see any attack coming towards her that was not connected to the ground. Even against other earthbenders she couldn't see boulders that were lifted up and separated from the ground, as the vibrations she sensed through her feet no longer reached them. She'd learned to surpass that flaw by instead learning to read her opponent's body language. Benders relied on stances and katas to guide the energy within themselves in the proper way to create the effect they desired, and though each nation's forms differed in style they all shared the same key rules. To channel your energy in one particular direction, and thus launch an attack in that direction, some part of your body also had to move in that direction. To make attacks that twisted, spun, or did other fancy tricks, you had to emulate those tricks yourself. Weaker attacks needed smaller movements, whereas strong attacks required you to really settle into your footwork and move with your entire body. By using her unparalleled abilities at reading an opponent's body, and through a lot of trial and error at Earth Rumble, Toph had learned to predict the exact size, speed, and form of an attack coming her way before her opponent had even unleashed it. Building a solid defense was so much easier when you knew exactly what kind of attack was coming your way. She'd used to think herself invincible. Then Aang had come along and knocked her off her high horse, and Toph had been forced to realize that the world was much wider than the Earth Rumble ring. She wasn't the only one to develop powerful and unusual skills, and against someone who could walk on air her greatest strength had meant nothing. It was a humbling yet exciting experience. Toph had realized that joining the Avatar and traveling with him would broaden her worldview, and fighting other unusual people would teach her how to become even stronger. Just her luck then that the very first enemy she met could not only fly as well, but seemed hellbent on slaughtering each and every one of them on the spot. Tanya really was every bit the demon people said she was. Not only had she figured out the trick behind Toph's sight from a single skirmish, but she was ruthlessly exploiting it. For the most part she focused her fire on Katara, but the moment Katara tried to counterattack she would suddenly change target to Toph, forcing Katara to check her own moves and move to assist her teammate. It is humiliating being reduced from a master earthbender to a complete liability through a single trick, but the worst part was that Toph couldn't even ask Katara to stop. If Katara didn't move to defend her, she'd have literally no way of knowing where an attack was coming from before it was too late. And it was exhausting Katara. Each sudden change in step, each half-completed attack, was wasting her energy. If this continued Katara would collapse eventually, and somehow she doubted that Tanya would be merciful. I must say I'm surprised. I thought the Avatar would be searching for a master earthbender to learn from. Tanya mocked, her taunts punctuated by the hiss of a second round of fireball. Standards must really be slipping in the Earth Kingdom if this is the best a master can do. Or perhaps what they say about Earth being the inferior element is true. Katara was moving again, and the crack of water colliding with fire signaled that she had intercepted whatever Tanya had thrown at them. With a frustrated growl, Toph stomped her foot hard and sent a wave of sharp shards of stone arcing into the air in the rough direction she'd heard Tanya talking from. She would not stand around while the demon mocked her element. She would not be useless. Yikes. Not even close. Tanya's voice rang out again from far to the right. By the spirits she was fast. And here I'd hoped for something more challenging than your typical rock-chucking brute. Guess it's my fault for raising my expectations. Something touched the ground. It was not a person, not even a solid, but it was powerful, and spread quickly along the ground and rushed towards them like a wave, incinerating every blade of grass in its path. A flame wave. Toph stomped her foot again, raising a thick wall of dirt in front of her and Katara a second before the fire washed over them. Even if she couldn't see it, she could feel the intense heat baking the air around them. Katara crouched down against the wall beside her. From her gasping breaths and the thumping of her heartbeat, Toph was reminded how punishing this fight had been on Katara so far. Here I thought we'd be getting the easy fight, what with it being 2-on-1 after all. Toph griped, shrinking hunched closer into herself as the edges of her dirt wall began to crack and fracture under the heat. Katara ground her teeth together in frustration. She's exploiting your blindness. It's what she does, find a person's weakness and use it to break them. A few hours ago, Toph would have kicked off a rampage at the implication that she was the weakness. But after her not chat with Blue, Toph took a moment to consider that Katara wasn't really saying that. She wasn't slandering her, just pointing out that the circumstances of this fight left her unable to fight at her best, and that Tanya was cunning enough to take advantage of that. When faced with that humbling realization, there was only one option left to take. I am holding you back. Toph admitted reluctantly. Ugh. She hated admitting vulnerability. Earthbenders were supposed to be tough, damn it. Until Tanya can be brought down to the ground, I'm doing you more harm than help. To her credit, Katara didn't take the opportunity to be all sanctimonious. She was in warrior mode right now, and just nodded sharply to show her understanding. Tanya won't let you escape. A toothy grin spread across Toph's face. Don't worry, I have a way around that. Tanya liked to think that she was an intellectual. Someone who let logic, not emotion, guide their thoughts. Yet even she couldn't deny that crushing Katara so utterly was turning out to be a therapeutic experience. Perhaps she was carrying a bit of a chip on her shoulder from Omashu, or perhaps the stress of recent events had wound her up tighter than she'd care to admit to herself, but having the opportunity to chuck fire at someone she could admit she genuinely hated at this point was cathartic. What good fortune it was that the Avatar had picked up the worst possible ally to face her. Tanya had fought hundreds of earthbenders already throughout this war, and in her experience their styles rarely varied. The rigid, inflexible movements needed to create the solid defenses they prized were a poor matchup to the agility and maneuverability of her propulsion-style firebending. The blind girl had demonstrated an immense skill at earthbending in their little skirmish earlier, but once Tanya had questioned how a blind person could even fight at that level and reviewed the memory of the encounter, she'd quickly figured out that the girl could sense movement across the earth. Being able to twist the weaknesses of that ability to hinder Katara had been a gamble, but she'd been right that the Avatar and his companions had bleeding hearts for anyone not from the Fire Nation, and could never bring themselves to leave even a new teammate unprotected. Deciding that she'd let them sizzle long enough, Tanya stopped the stream of flames she was firing at the dirt wall and began to circle around it, prepping a new fireball to launch at them from an unblocked angle. The moment she caught a flash of blue clothing she threw it, twisting the shot so that it'd curve around the corner of the wall and hit Katara dead in the center of mass. It wasn't surprising when a whip of water lashed out at the last minute, slapping into the fireball and causing them both to erupt into a burst of mist. Tanya continued to circle around, launching volley after volley of fireballs through the mist. With her vision obscured by the mist surrounding her, Katara would struggle to see the fireballs coming and would be hard-pressed to react in time to defend both herself and her new friend. The orange flames sunk hungrily into the mist, and Tanya strained her ears to pick up the cries of the girls as her projectiles found their targets. Yet no cries came. Just the hiss of water spearing through fire, followed by the thickening of the mist. She'd intercepted them all in such poor visibility. Despite herself, Tanya had to admit to being a little impressed. Katara really was growing stronger at an alarming rate. If she wasn't taken out as soon as possible, she would become a considerable threat to the Fire Nation one day. All the more reason to kill her here and now. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. She'd intercepted them all in such poor visibility. Despite herself, Tanya had to admit to being a little impressed. Katara really was growing stronger at an alarming rate. If she wasn't taken out as soon as possible, she would become a considerable threat to the Fire Nation one day. All the more reason to kill her here and now. Tanya closed in, building up a fiercer flame in her palm. With less time to react, and with her attention preoccupied on protecting her friend, Katara would naturally choose to block her next attack again. But a sufficiently hot blaze should be enough to blast through whatever paltry barrier her water could form. One decisive blow in the right spot would sever her life quickly and relatively painlessly. The air around her hand shimmered and distorted in the heat as she drew closer, shaping the fire into a long blade-like shape the length of a broadsword and bearing it before her, turning her whole body into a gigantic arrow. Suddenly the mist curled. Illuminated by the firelight, Tanya could swear she could see each little individual droplet of water vapor suddenly turn and twist, as if dragged by a strong wind. Katara, it seemed, was surprisingly no stranger to bending mist and clouds as well. The water swirled back together to form a hefty ball of water in Katara's hand, and more crucially leaving the space between them clear and unobstructed. Katara's eyes widened in surprise and she spotted Tanya charging towards her with a nearly white-hot flaming sword, but with the instincts of a true warrior her body lurched into action without hesitation, reshaping the ball of water in her hand into a matching sword of her own and immediately freezing it to such sub-zero temperatures that a trail of frost streaked through the air in its wake as she brought it up to block Tanya's blade. Extreme cold met extreme heat, and the reaction was as violent as one would expect. Both blades hissed and spat like a nest of snakes in protest at meeting their polar opposite, and uncontrolled shards of stray ice and licks of flame burst out with such ferocity that both Tanya and Katara were forced to immediately hop back and retreat or risk losing an eye to the shrapnel. For Tanya, however, backing off was slightly more difficult due to needing to stay airborne. Regaining balance without touching a solid surface was tricky, and while Tanya was unmatched in the air, even she couldn't shift back to her center of gravity faster than a trained fighter on the ground could. Katara was faster to regain her footwork, and thus the first to launch into a counterattack with her quickly reforming ice blade that forced Tanya on the defensive. The blades hissed and crackled like sci-fi laser swords as the two girls dueled, Katara coming at her with renewed aggression, and Tanya struggling to deflect her strikes whilst staying airborne. The sudden switch in tactics from Katara had caught Tanya off guard, and she absently noted out of the corner of her eye that the earthbender had vanished, leaving only a patch of upturned earth in her wake. Clever brat. She'd realized that she'd been doing more harm than help, and so had hidden herself beneath the earth where Tanya's flames couldn't reach her. The threat of a surprise attack from a hidden earthbender at any time, especially if she so much as grazed the ground, had suddenly turned the tables once again and put Tanya at the disadvantage. Katara made a reckless lunge, and though Tanya threw herself to the side to avoid it, she was just a little too slow. The icy blade scraped across from her collarbone to her right shoulder, drawing first blood and leaving a line of ugly, painful frost-burnt skin in its wake. Tanya hissed in pain and channeled a stronger blast of energy to her feet, using the opportunity to escape further upwards into the air and out of Katara's reach. Her fire sword dissipated into sparks as she brought her hand up to the gash, quickly applying heat to it to try and minimize the damage. Down below, Katara took the opportunity to summon a stream of water from the nearby river, refreshing her immediate reserves. Once again Tanya was struck by the frightening pace at which Katara's skills were increasing. With the circumstances as they were, namely the unseen threat of the earthbender waiting below ground, Tanya was starting to fear she wouldn't win this fight. A new strategy was required. Fortunately she had a backup plan. Dart after dart of pale blue flames rained down upon him. Aang's staff spun around him in controlled spirals, smacking each of the darts aside as soon as they entered his reach. Azula's barrage of attacks was relentless, but he was a master of airbending, and had the instinctive hand-to-eye coordination needed to deflect small projectiles like these. The real challenge was keeping up the level of focus for so long, as despite the incredible amount of fire she was throwing, Azula's accuracy never wavered for a second. Every dart was on target to hit a vital area if it wasn't deflected, and a second one was often following right in its wake. In a match of who could stay concentrated for the longest, Aang had his doubts that he could prevail against the frighteningly intense princess. He needed to break out of this situation. As he swung his staff into the next deflection, Aang turned his whole body with it, spinning on the balls of his feet. The wind moved with his command, wrapping around him like a familiar cloak and quickly whisking his spin up to dizzying speeds. Fire darts bounced off of the miniature hurricane that formed around him as Aang spun like a spinning top, curving towards the shelter of a nearby building. Azula was not so easily deterred, however. In the span of a single breath her mind worked away with streamlined efficiency, making note of the capabilities of this new technique, predicting the Avatar's intentions and calculating a new optimal path for achieving victory. Then, without hesitation, her body moved, sprinting towards the same building. Out of the corner of her eye she tracked the Avatar, but her gaze was fixed on a large hole in the roof of the decrepit house. Flames erupted from her hands as she reached the nearest wall, giving her the additional momentum needed to continue running straight up it without a break in her stride. As Aang broke out of his spin and ducked for cover inside the ruined house, it was pure luck that he spotted a human-shaped shadow suddenly appear amidst a patch of light being cast upon the wall. Yet it was skill that had him reacting as quickly as he did, swirling around with his staff twirling like a propeller as a fresh stream of blue fire rained down upon his head. The air howled wildly around his staff, thrusting the flames aside, but the aged, rotten timber of the house was the perfect kindling for the stray flames to claim. Azula's flames lost their blue luster as they caught and hungrily began to devour the house, which in the span of only a few seconds became a flaming death trap. Yet where there was fire, there was smoke. Gray tendrils of sooty wisps began to fill the room, and in them Aang saw an opportunity. He sped up the twirling of his staff, and the spiraling current of air intensified, catching the musty smoke in its wake. The smoke swirled into the propeller that Aang's staff had become and shot forwards in a thick vortex of gray, aimed right at the hole Azula was standing in. The crown princess of the Fire Nation hacked and coughed as the stream of condensed smoke slapped into her. While not immediately damaging, it stung at her eyes and choked her lungs violently, and it was clear that holding her position was not a sustainable strategy. She leapt back off the roof, back to the ground, and glared balefully at the hole that now belched smoke like a chimney. Would the Avatar use that as his escape route, or try his luck breaking through the flames surrounding him? Knowing airbenders, she expected he'd take the path of least resistance and use the hole. Moments later her guess was proven correct, as the Avatar popped out of the plume of smoke in one huge leap, sailed through the air, and landed on the roof of the next building across. There was a momentary pause in combat, Azula playing for time to let her eyes stop stinging, and Aang naturally reluctant to attack first and instigate violence. As the two opponents sized each other up, a crooked grin crossed Azula's face. "I must confess, you're a sleer opponent than I gave you credit for," she called out. "I finally understand why Zuko and Tanya have had so much trouble with you. This fight is pointless." Aang called back. "Even if you capture me, what will change? The Earth Kingdom will still continue to resist you." Azula chuckled mirthlessly. "That's the whole point. 2 out of 3 nations are out, and although they might dig their heels in, the truth is that the Earth Kingdom are only stalling their own inevitable defeat. I highly doubt that even the mighty Avatar can turn back the tide of war at this point, but your freedom presents a threat that might yet cause complications. That is something we cannot allow. So you'd lock me away because of something I haven't even done yet? Is that Fire Nation justice?" Azula shook her head ruefully. "You airbenders are too reactive. That's your problem. You wait until the world is already in motion around you before you do anything, not realizing that those who strike first win. We in the Fire Nation understand that sometimes you have nip a problem in the bud before it even has a chance to sprout. If we hadn't launched an invasion of the rest of the world first, eventually someone would have invaded us. History has proven that time and time again." Aang raised an eyebrow. "So you attack first because you're scared of being attacked by others? That doesn't sound like the brave firebenders of old I remember." Azula scowled, and with a thrust of her hand unleashed a fresh stream of fire at him. Chapter 98, Chapter 98. And so he and Iroh set off in their ship to the old air temples, searching for hints that the Avatar was still alive. Saka leaned back on the tree stump, frowning to himself as Tai Lee finished her story. So that was why Zuko had followed them for so long. He'd never given it much thought before, and had kind of assumed that the prince had come out from birth as a scarred, angry jerk. To hear that he'd actually been something of a gentle boy by his nation's standards, and had been harshly punished for taking a stand against an act of evil, made Saka feel a little bit strange. He still hated Zuko for attacking his home, threatening his sister and chasing them halfway around the world, yet now there was a twinge of sympathy that took the edge off it. All of the bad he'd done, all of the spite that filled him, wasn't born of some inherent nastiness. He was just desperate to go home. But the Fire Lord wouldn't let him. Sokka's frown turned into a snarl. He'd always known that, as the ruler of the Fire Nation, Fire Lord Ozai was an evil man. But it had been a distant, impersonal evil. He sat at the top of the hierarchy of warmongering firebenders, and while he was certainly guilty of allowing those beneath him to commit atrocities, he wasn't the face associated with them. It was the Southern Raiders who took his mother. It was Tanya who invaded the North. The Fire Lord had just signed the paperwork that allowed it to happen. This was different. It had been the Fire Lord himself who personally burnt off half his own son's face for doing the right thing. Who'd tormented him with false hope by giving him a quest that, as far as anyone knew at the time, could never be achieved. Only a person who was twisted on a deep, personal level would do something like that. And Aang's destiny was to defeat this person before summer's end. "I never realized Zuko had it so rough," Sokka murmured ponderously. "But it makes me wonder why anyone, let alone an entire nation, would follow a Fire Lord who does something like that to his own son." Tai Lee shifted uncomfortably, looking nervously around their little patch of woods as if worried a spy might be hiding in the thickets. "Well, he has ways of appealing to different groups of people. To those who are ambitious, he promises power and glory. To those who are scared, he promises punishment should they fail. And to those who are simply loyal to their homeland, he promises justification that everything they do is for the greater good." Sokka raised an eyebrow. "And people believe that? Some more than others." Sokka turned his eyes on Tai Lee curiously. "And what about you? You don't exactly sound enthused about the cause." Tai Lee fidgeted uncomfortably. "I do love my nation, really. There is so much that's good and beautiful about it. But the war She looked aside. It does ugly things to people's aura. They fixate on anger, on pride, on all the feelings that make it easier to destroy another person. Once they spend so long hating, some forget how to stop. But Azula, and Tanya are my best friends, and they need my help. So it's my job to make sure this war doesn't get to change them for the worse along the way." Sokka snorted derisively. "Worse? One is the princess of the Fire Nation, and the other massacred the Northern Water Tribe. I'm not sure you can get much worse than that." For the first time since they'd met, Tai Lee looked genuinely angry. She glared at him in a way that would have been a cute pout, if not for the dangerous sharpness to her eyes. You're wrong about them. They're good people. Just dash. She looked away, the anger deflating out of her in a heartbeat and replaced by the tired sadness of someone resigned to a bad situation. They don't think the same way other people do. Because they're both crazy. Saka wanted to say, but resisted the urge. It made sense that Tai Lee would be defensive about letting her friends be insulted, even if it was clearly true in his opinion. I suppose their definition of good is different from most other people's. Tai Lee continued, her eyes glazing over as her thoughts drifted into memory. For Azula, good is equal to perfection. Honing your strengths, overcoming your weaknesses and facing new challenges is always a good thing. And not just for people, but for a nation as well. The rapid economic and technological advancements have all been a result of the Fire Nation challenging the rest of the world through war, so from her perspective the war had been a good thing. At the cost of 100 years of misery and death. Saka challenged. Tai Lee looked away uneasily. She'd say that misery and death are an inevitable part of life, war or not. Those who face such challenges become all the stronger for it, and those who let it defeat them aren't worthy of respect. Saka frowned unhappily. It didn't seem right to him to look down on people for being any less than perfect, but there was no point in moaning to Tai Lee about it. And what about Tanya? Tai Lee thought about it for a moment, her face scrunching up in mild confusion. I suppose. I'm not really sure either. Tanya is a person who prizes rationality and logic. She told me once that she wants peace and prosperity above all else, because war is such a what did she call it waste of human resources. Sometimes I feel like when she looks at someone, she sees numbers above their head according to how valuable they are. In her eyes, good is whatever will raise the total value of the world around us the most. That way of thinking sounds cold. Saka replied. Heartless even. Tai Lee didn't reply. Bullets of fire and water shot wildly through the sky, hissing and crackling as they collided. Down by the riverbank, Katara swerved and twisted like a dancer, artfully avoiding yet another salvo of blazing fire darts, and effortlessly flowed into a counterattack, a barrage of razor-thin icicles that whistled like birds as they cut up into the air. Tanya had to throw herself to the side midair to avoid the blades, one narrowly grazing her shoulder. You really are the most stubborn waterbender I've ever met. Tanya called down, a mocking lilt to her tone. It's rather surprising actually, given how easily the northern waterbenders folded to occupation. Katara growled, that temper of hers gnashing at the tight leash she was trying to keep it on. They would never surrender to the likes of you. Oh, to the contrary. Tanya retorted, bringing a smug smirk to her face. I was there in person when their dear chieftain you bowed at the Fire Lord's feet and begged him to bring her people into the fold. A flinch flickered across Katara's face, and Tanya knew she'd hit a sore spot. Given that you had really only ever been sighted in the Avatar's company during the Siege of the North, it had been a fair guess that she'd become a friend of the group. And damn if that whole group didn't let their immature concept of what friends should be hinder their actions. It was pathetic really, the way she groveled. Like a beggar pleading for change. Come to think of it, she never asked for the rights of her citizens to be protected. All she seemed to want was to be kept in comfort in the palace, like a prize pet dash. Whoosh. A torrent of water suddenly crashed towards her as Katara stormed forwards like a tidal wave, with a literal wave drawn from the river behind her. Tanya darted backwards rapidly, swerving back and forth like a mosquito around a swatting hand as powerful streams of water speared towards her. Wow, that's quite the hot temperament you have. Are you sure there isn't a little bit of Fire Nation blood in you? Tanya taunted. Katara's glare darkened, and the torrents grew in ferocity. Come to think of it, weren't a lot of raid parties sent south? Maybe one of those soldiers caught your mother's eye, Enough. Katara all but screamed, thrusting both hands down at once. With a roar, the entire wave trailing behind her crashed down, felling small trees and shredding bushes in a wide, furious rage. Tanya smirked victoriously. With an intense flare of light she blasted forwards, the wind whipping violently through her golden hair as she pushed her speed to the limit. Her foot skimmed the crest of the wave as she shot past it, zipping just above the humongous weight of the river as it smashed past her and carved a path of destruction through the forest. Katara growled in frustration, her hands already instinctively moving behind her to grasp more water to wield. Yet as her will closed back around her river, a cold spike of dread shot through her, and she looked back in alarm. In her temper she had strayed too far from the safety of the river, drawn to follow Tanya and her aggravating taunts. Now that precious source of water which enabled her to fight was far enough away that it would take a few seconds of concentrated effort to draw new water to herself. In a fight against Tanya, who fought fast and dirty, the chance of getting those few free seconds was almost zero. She'd impale her with a spear of flame the instant Katara lost focus. Her legs tensed, preparing to dash back to the river, but it was already too late. Tanya was moving too fast, and in a streak of orange firelight the blonde zipped past her. Flames erupted from her hands as she quickly bled her momentum, coming to a halt hovering in the air right between Katara and the river. What's wrong? Out of water. Tanya sneered, her eyes taking on the cold sheen of a killer as all humor drained out of her. You've been an unwelcome variable for too long. It's time that you were taken out of the game. She raised an arm, building a ball of concentrated, powerful flame in her palm. A killing blow. Permanently. Katara gaped at her in wordless dread, the glow of the fireball reflected in her eyes. Then suddenly she grinned, a flash of vindictive mischief dancing through her eyes, and raised her hand. Tanya's expression had just begun to twist with confusion when a wellspring of muddy water burst up from the ground beneath her, catching her completely off guard and enveloping her entire body. The muddy geyser spurted high in the air, then, at the command of Katara's hands, arched back downwards and slammed into the ground, leaving a winded Tanya sputtering on the floor. Now! Katara yelled. The ground twisted again, but not at Katara's beckoning this time. Wet earth clumped around Tanya's limbs, holding her down in place as a figure rose up from the ground like a creature of the swamp. Hey there! Toph called cheekily, wiping the mud off her face with one hand. Good to see you again. I was wondering if you'd ever touch the ground. You. Tanya spat venomously at the blind girl. You dug tunnels connected to the river. Yep. Toph replied, popping the pea. What, did you think I was all brawn, no brains, or something? You don't beat men 3 times your age in the ring without using your head a little. Tanya struggled against her restraints, but her body wasn't packed with muscle and the earth held firm. Toph stomped her heel and the earth twisted again, sucking Tanya down into the mud until only her head stuck out of it. Katara approached, triumphant but grim. She looked down at Tanya as if the Admiral were a disgusting bug to consider stepping on. We're done running from you, Tanya. You can't scare us anymore. She declared icily. Tanya's glare promised fiery death, but her lips pursed into a crooked, sneering grin. And what will you do with your victory? Are you going to avenge that master of yours? What was his name? Paku. Katara hissed, clenching a fist. The moisture in the air around her seemed to thrum in response, promising to exact whatever vengeance she wished at her command. After what you did to him, and to so many others, it's no less that you deserve. Tanya stared back at her in silent challenge. Dash. But I won't. Katara relaxed her fist, and the tension bled out of the surrounding water. Because he wouldn't have wanted me to execute a foe that's already been defeated. He taught me better than that. And I won't try to justify my cruelty as an act of war. Then I'll keep hunting you. Tanya replied, her forced calm of her voice conflicting with the thunder in her eyes. And I'll beat you again. Katara replied, turning to walk away. But I refuse to let myself become like you. Tanya writhed and struggled, but the ground held firm, and she could only watch helplessly as Katara strode away, with Toph shooting her a cheeky grin before jogging off to catch up. Tai Lee. My. She yelled. I need you. Hurry. Chapter 99, Chapter 99. I need you. Hurry. Mai's ears pricked up, her whole body going rigid at the almost panicked note in Tanya's voice. Tanya's in trouble. She announced. Zuko was already slipping his mask on. Then our time is up. Go to her, I need to get back to the Avatar's team. Mai nodded and began to run forwards, but after a few steps stopped and turned back. Remember, find a way to bring the Avatar to the Fire Nation garrison outside Ba Sing Se. I'll make sure they'll be prepared to hold him. With that she turned and sprinted in the direction of Tanya's voice, pushing branches and shrubbery aside with her hands. It wasn't long before she broke through into the clearing where Tanya was buried, Tai Lee appearing from the trees on the other side not a second later. Tanya. Tai Lee gasped. They beheaded you. I'm buried, you muppet. Tanya shouted at her. Hurry up and get me out of here, before they dash. Off in the distance the groaning of a bison echoed, and a familiar white shape took to the sky, bearing the Avatar's companions in the direction Azula had gone. Get away. Shit. 50 more seconds. That was the amount of time Azula estimated it would take to finish this fight. Just 50 seconds. Formidable as a fully realized Avatar could no doubt be, the current one was merely an exhausted child. Not even the great bridge to the spirit realm was beyond the human need for sleep it seemed. Factoring in that there was little water for him to bend, the amount of flammable buildings around them and her own superior skill, Azula could already visualize every possible move he might make, and how she would invariably counter them. The Avatar skittered to the left, swinging his staff in a wide upwards arc to send a fierce updraft streaking towards her. Azula pivoted to the right, letting only the edges of the draft hit her, where the wind was not strong enough to carry her up into the air. A slight shift of her foot dropped her lower into a crouch, and she thrust her arms forwards like spears, shooting a pair of sharp firebolts back at him. The Avatar flipped over the attack as he had countless times before, but Azula wasn't disheartened. There was a growing lethargy to his movements that even the adrenaline of battle was struggling to hold at bay, and each of her fire blasts were getting closer and closer to their marks. It wouldn't be long now before she scored a hit, and if she timed it perfectly, that one hit was all she'd need to settle this. She swung forwards into a low roundhouse kick, conjuring a wide carpet of flames to sweep across the floor that forced the avatar to leap high into the air to avoid them. 40 seconds. As the avatar began to fall back to ground, he took a deep breath in, then huffed out a wide cone of wind towards her. Azula knew better than to assume it was an attack by now, though. More likely his aim was to kick up the dusty soil around them to obscure her vision. Rather than move to avoid it, Azula calmly closed her eyes, letting the wind buffet against her harmlessly. As expected, her nose detected the sudden increase of dust in the air, but Azula ignored it to focus on her hearing. For a while there were no sounds at all. Then suddenly she heard, to her right side, the faintest crunch of a footstep across gravel. 20 seconds. Azula lunged at the sound, her hand open like a claw and 5 dagger-like jets of blue flame erupting from her fingertips. She heard a yelp of panic, and opened her eyes in time to see the avatar roll away in the nick of time. She pursued him, keeping the distance between them short enough to pressure him, and formed another fire claw in her other hand as she swiped at him again and again like a cat chasing a mouse. A thin, cruel smile tugged at the corners of her lips at the comparison. She'd always much preferred being the hunter to the prey. Before long the avatar had backed up against the wall of a building, and with nowhere left to run he had to turn and fight. Azula lunged for his neck, her fire claws searing 5 razor-thin grooves into the wall as he ducked beneath them, and then suddenly she was airborne, blasted by a strong gust of wind from below as the avatar counterattacked. Azula did not panic. Panic was for the weak. Her mind instead raced through plans, estimating how high up she was and her current velocity, calculating how much firepower would be needed to negate the impact, and working out how to twist the situation to her advantage. It took only a moment for her sharp mind to figure out the answer she needed, and without a moment of hesitation she arched her back, flipping into a half backflip, and spewed a fan of flames from her own mouth. As high up as she currently was, the flames spread out across a wide area, leaving nowhere for the avatar to dodge to and forcing him to spin his staff around again to make a wind shield. It protected him, but also obscured his vision as Azula landed acrobatically on her feet and immediately sprung forward into her next stance. 10 seconds. Her right arm speared forwards, sending out a lance of brightly burning flames that crashed against the avatar's shield. The force of the wind stopped it, but only barely, and the sheer power of the strike sent the avatar skidding backwards to collide with the wall behind him, his guard broken and his senses scrambled by the force of the impact. Azula spotted her opening. Her footwork shifted in a pose she'd practiced thousands of times before, her arms each swinging in a perfectly circular arc as she separated the yin and yang energy within herself, and a sharp smirk grew on her lips as she felt her fingertips begin to crackle with a familiar sensation. 3 seconds. She brought the energy within herself crashing back together, and felt the sharp jolt of lightning building within her core. 2. Another step forward, and she guided her energy along her meridians in her arms to reach her fingers. The lightning followed, and sparked violently from her fingertips. 1. She pointed her finger at the avatar, her aim locked dead center through his chest. Tired as he was, the avatar had yet to recover from the previous impact, and though his eyes were open they were blurry and half-focused. She doubted he would even see the attack coming. Zer-dash. Her foot slipped, ever so slightly shifting her center of gravity and pulling her arm to the side. No, Azula realized with a start, it wasn't that her foot had slipped. It was that the ground beneath her feet had slid sideways. Lightning was already erupting from her fingers, carving a deep groove in the wall just a little too far to the right of the avatar's torso, and she was too committed to her stance to shift into a defensive position for what she knew was surely coming next. A fraction of a second later a wave of earth smashed into her from the side, knocking her off her clean off her feet and sweeping her away down the road. Aang blinked blearily, the sound of rumbling earth catching his attention. Robes a familiar shade of comforting blue filled his vision, and soon later soothingly cool water pressed against the back of his head where it had bumped against the wall. Katara. He croaked. It's me, Aang. I'm here. Katara replied. Toph stood on guard behind her, her arms raised and ready to unleash a second wave of earth at the slightest hint of movement from where Azula had been carried off to. Katara hoisted one of Aang's arms around her shoulder, and supported his weight against her. Aang half staggered, half allowed himself to be dragged away to where he could hear the worried moans of Appa. He was absolutely shattered, both from the lack of sleep and the relentless battle with the Fire Princess. After what felt like a long and agonizing walk, but in reality was probably only a few seconds, Aang felt the soft carpet of Appa's fur against his skin as the girls hauled him up onto the bison's back. Saka and Blue were already up there, fastening what little supplies they carried down to the saddle straps, and with a quick crack of the reins and a yip-yip from Saka they were airborne. Will they keep chasing us? Saka asked, looking nervously behind them as if expecting to see one furious, golden-haired missile in hot pursuit. Katara gave a little shake of her head. No. She replied grimly, the absolute certainty in her voice leaving no room for doubt. We've earned ourselves a few nights of rest. Even if they do chase us down again, they won't be in shape for a rematch for a while. Aang's head lolled to the side, looking back at the ruined village that was quickly shrinking on the horizon. Perhaps it was just his rattled eyes playing tricks on him, but he could swear he could see the silhouette of the Fire Princess standing still atop one of the buildings, watching them flee. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Even before anyone had even said a word, Tai Lee knew this argument was going to be the worst one yet. Mai and Tanya arrived in the village where Azula had been fighting a few minutes after the sky bison had disappeared over the horizon, to find Azula standing motionless atop a building, staring out in the direction the Avatar had fled. They knew she had heard them approaching, and that she had not turned to acknowledge them yet was a silent instruction that they were to wait while she finished thinking. Given that they'd just come back from unsuccessfully capturing the Avatar's friends, and in turn cost Azula her own chance to capture the Avatar, it was easy to guess what Azula was thinking about. Punishment. For a good 5 minutes the painful silence hung between them. Tai Lee briefly entertained the thought of trying to lift everyone's spirits, but fear held her back. The first one to speak would be the first target of Azula's wrath. Eventually Azula spoke. "You have failed me," she said calmly. Impassively even, as if she were simply remarking on the weather. She didn't even turn to look at them. Tai Lee and Mai tensed, looking aside guiltily. Only Tanya held her stare. "You weren't even fighting the Avatar either." Azula finally turned around, glaring directly at Tanya. It seemed her target for her ire had been chosen, not surprising, given how tense things had been between the two of them lately. "You were up against a peasant who could barely flick a puddle a year ago and a blind girl. Yet you, the feared admiral who conquered the north and has slain earthbenders by their thousands, lost. They didn't just escape you this time. They beat you." She hopped down from the building, landing gracefully in front of them without breaking eye contact with Tanya for a moment. "Are you going to tell me that this is because of the spirit's interference as well?" Tanya remained tellingly silent. Her face was cold, but fire still burned furiously behind her eyes. Azula scoffed. She took a step forward, putting herself within striking distance. "You believe my father placed you here to provide me with advice? Then advise me now. What would you do if you had an employee who, though failing to do their job, caused you to mess up your chance to stop a threat that might one day destroy your entire nation?" The question hung uncomfortably in the air for a few moments, and Tai Lee clenched a fist so hard behind her back that it hurt. Finally, Tanya answered. "I would fire them." Dread pulled in Tai Lee's gut at the same time a wicked smile flitted across Azula's lips. She made to speak, but the princess beat her to it. "A fine idea," Azula replied, nodding her head. "Just cut the problem out, clean and simple." "Yes, I agree." Azula raised her chin, looking down at Tanya. The golden-haired girl narrowed her eyes in return, but didn't say anything. "Admiral Tanya," Azula began, her voice taking on the projected, imperious tone of a royal making an announcement at a public event. "For your failures in the line of duty I, Princess Azula, by the power vested in me by the Fire Lord, hereby strip you of your rank and position, and discharge you from the Fire Nation military." Azula, Tai Lee squeaked, unable to believe what she was hearing. Technically yes, as Crown Princess it was well within Azula's authority to do this, but she never imagined it would come to this. Yet if Azula had heard her protests, she chose to ignore them. "You have until the end of the day to gather your belongings from the train," the princess continued, her eyes locked firmly on her rivals. "After that you are on your own, free to choose between returning to the homeland in disgrace, or staying here among the colonies." She sneered. "Let's hope the families of the soldiers you've killed don't recognize you." And with that Azula walked past her, coming a hair's breadth away from bashing into her shoulder, and walked slowly away back in the direction of the train. Tai Lee and Mai looked between the two of them, torn between their duty to follow Azula and their concern for Tanya. "Tanya. I'm so sorry. Tai Lee began. "It's all right." Tanya interrupted, her voice and expression still cold, and her eyes still looking forward, not at Azula, but at the stretch of horizon the Avatar had disappeared into. "I was a fool to not see that this has been coming for a long time. Besides, my ambitions were never to stay in the military forever anyway." "What are you going to do?" Mai asked. "What the Fire Lord has commanded of me. Alone, if I have to," Tanya answered. "Once I return home with the Avatar in chains behind me, we'll see what the Fire Lord thinks of his daughter's decision." "You're going to keep chasing them alone?" Tai Lee exclaimed. "Tanya, that's too dangerous. We're in hostile territory." Tanya shrugged. "It's nothing I haven't done before. Besides, I have a plan." She reached into her pocket and pulled out Zhao's notebook, the one containing the map to the spirit library. "If there is any record of what the Avatar truly is, I'll find them here." Tanya continued, the muscles in her face tensing as the white-hot rage that hid behind her ice-cold expression struggled to break free. "And once I find out his weakness, we'll see if even the universe itself can save him from me."